Chapter 2702, Trapped in Myriad Demons Mountain. Chapter 2702, Trapped in Myriad Demons Mountain. Limitless sublime heavenly stratum giving guidance to Jade Sovereign Heaven? Then 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens broke through all of a sudden. The reason they could not take down Heavenly South City all along, the main culprit was actually this guy in front of them. What was this freaking logic? This limitless sublime heavenly stratum was a little too monstrous, right? Yi Yuan originally still wanted to explain things. He did not expect Zhao Zun and Song Tianyang played along very well, directly explaining it to everyone for him. He came from outside, it was naturally impossible to have colluded with the people in the city. Zhao Zun and Song Tianyang's behavior was sufficient to show it. He could guide peak grade 4 heavenly alchemists to reach this step. Refining grade 4 heavenly imperial pills would naturally be a cinch. Looks like there's no need to explain anything with regards to my ability anymore. If you guys still have any concerns you can say it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Zun 2 people had confused faces, completely not knowing what was going on. But it seemed like the 2 of their behaviors earlier had a great impact on these 5 kings. Furthermore, it looked like Yi Yuan already dealt with these 5. But beyond the joy, the 2 people were incomparably shocked. Sure enough, when this boy took action, there was nothing that could not be done. Myriad Elephant King said, "You said it just now too. The first thing that Meng Frostwind will do after leaving seclusion will be finding us to settle scores. He already obtained the sacred destiny pill and might break through at any time. Even if you don't need to reach Saint Sovereign Heaven, how can Jade Sovereign Heaven be achieved overnight? Don't forget, you're just lower limitless sublime heaven." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "May I ask Myriad Elephant King, if you obtained the sacred destiny pill, how long would you need to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven?" Myriad Elephant King thought about it and said, "That sacred destiny pill was only 3rd grade, if it was this king, it will take as little as 30 years to as long as 100 years, and I'll definitely be able to break through." Actually, this was already him gilding gold onto his own face. Even if there was the sacred destiny pill, it was also an unknown whether or not they could break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. After all, the medicinal effects of a 3rd grade sacred destiny pill were hard to say. Of course, with their half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven realm, the chances of wanting to break through were still very high. However, although breaking through a major realm was just a matter of a few hours, the time required to prepare for these few hours was extremely long. Yi Yuan naturally would not expose it and asked Zhao Zun, Head Hall Master, "How long did I use to break through from middle greater sublime heavenly stratum until my current realm?" Zhao Zun smiled and said, "For years." He also did not expect that Yi Yuan left for a short 3 years and actually already broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. This kind of cultivation speed could be rated as terrifying. But thinking about it, it was normal too. Yi Yuan could refine true grade heavenly pills himself. Cultivation was actually not complicated for him. But these words were by no means trivial when they reached the ears of the 5 kings. 4 years. What a joke. Do you think that breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum is like playing house? Wild Lion King said with disbelief written all over his face. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I didn't care about cultivation realm not being stable, with my means, I have the confidence to break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven within 5 years. How long do you think I need to break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven if I used that kind of heavenly pills to cultivate?" As he said, Yi Yuan pointed at Shuoyan. But the expressions of the 5 kings changed, already somewhat believing it. The medicinal effect of that heavenly pill just now was seriously a little too terrifying. In less than a few hours, an upper greater sublime heavenly stratum became a lower limitless sublime heaven. One had to know, even if they had the help of the sacred destiny pill, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven would also require as long as several decades. The disparity could not be measured with distance. Moreover, the heavenly medicines that the precious jade heavenly sacred pill require aren't easy to find. I reckon that you guys would probably need several decades just to gather the heavenly medicines. This period of time that I'm cultivating, you all will probably be running all over for heavenly medicines. Of course, if you can gather 5 sets of heavenly medicines, I can guarantee that all 5 of you will break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Yi Yuan said it casually. Is this true? When the 5 people heard that, they said in unison. Precious Jade Heavenly Sacred Pill was a Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pill recorded in Zhong Jianchou's Jade Slips. Yi Yuan was still quite confident in its medicinal effect. Forget about true grade, even if it was 9th grade, it should also be sufficient to let these few people break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. However, such a powerful heavenly pill, the heavenly medicines required would naturally be extremely precious too. The Myriad Demons Mountain had a vast territory and abundant resources. There was hope of gathering a few sets. It was just that whether or not they could gather 5 sets would depend on their own good fortune. I'm willing to swear in the name of Heavenly Tao. However, if you guys can't gather the heavenly medicines, then it can't be blamed on me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Alright, this king promises you. But this king has a condition, Heavenly Rat King said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, please speak. Heavenly Rat King said, before refining the precious jade heavenly sacred pill, you must stay on the Myriad Demons Mountain as a hostage and not take a single step out. If you dare leave, the 5 of us will join forces to eradicate Heavenly South again. Clearly, Heavenly Rat King was very cautious. Even if Yi Yuan swore in the name of Heavenly Tao, he could not trust him either. And his way of doing things also got the acquiescence of the other 4. No way. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Zhao Zun 2 people changed, immediately rejecting it. Yi Yuan said coolly, okay, I promise you. Yi Yuan, you, Zhao Zun 2 people looked at Yi Yuan and said with guilt in their hearts. This awful mess was caused by Meng Frostwind. But now, Yi Yuan had to shoulder it. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm also very curious about the Myriad Demons Mountain. There's no harm in making a trip there. If you guys have anything that you don't understand in cultivation, you can come to Myriad Demons Mountain to find me. At this time, Shuoyan suddenly said, Big brother Yi Yuan, don't worry. With me around, no one in the Myriad Demons Mountain will dare bully you. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, alright, then I'll stick with you in the future. Countless true spirits retreated like the tide, leaving behind a mess and corpses all over the field. But this was already the best outcome. Looking at the true spirit army's distant back view, Zhao Zun could not help sighing slightly as he said, sigh. Yi Yuan is really a righteous person. If not for him, Heavenly South will probably not have a blade of grass. Surviving. Wu Jian said bitterly, Meng Frostwind this brute, he actually used the entire Heavenly South as a chip to let himself break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. I really hope that that sacred destiny pill is useless and he can't break through. Zhao Zun's eyes turned cold and he said in a cold voice, if he fails to break through, it will probably be difficult to find him again in this life. Better that he breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, and then come back. At that time, we'll be able to take revenge. Song Tianyang let out a sigh and said, the strong feasts on the Myriad Demons Mountain and the weak are prey. There are countless powerhouses. I also don't know whether or not Yi Yuan can return safe and sound this time. The weak were prey and the strong feasted on Myriad Demons Mountain. Even these half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven kings were replaced by new ones very quickly too. A careless misstep and they would be replaced by others. It was also precisely because of this that there were a lot of powerhouses in the Myriad Demons Mountain. These 5 kings were merely just a drop in the ocean. If everything went well, these 5 kings naturally would not do anything to him. But if war broke out, the result would be hard to say. Hearing Song Tianyang's words, everyone's brows furrowed even tighter. Chapter 2703, 2 Tigers Cannot Share One Mountain. Chapter 2703, 2 Tigers Cannot Share One Mountain. The 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens returned to their territories and immediately dispatched troops to search for the precious jade heavenly sacred pills heavenly medicines. Because the heavenly medicines on the list that Yi Yuan gave them were indeed extremely rare. Even in this Myriad Demons Mountain, they were rare too. Furthermore, the collection of many of the heavenly medicines even needed them to attend to personally. Although their territories were large, it was a drop in the ocean compared to the entire Myriad Demons Mountain. Some heavenly medicines needed to go to the territories of other kings. They had to take action personally. In fact, Some half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven great battles would surely ignite in order to snatch heavenly medicines. However, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these. His top priority was to cultivate. Actually, 30 years' time in itself was extremely pressuring to Yi Yuan. Saying it so calmly previously was merely just a stopgap measure. Because in these 30 years, not only did Yi Yuan have to break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven in cultivation, he even had to reach grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist in alchemy. 30 years' time was too short. Although Yi Yuan's foundation was solid, he needed to systematically research and cultivate grade 3 heavenly pills too. With his current strength, he still could not refine grade 3 heavenly pills of true grade. So his first request after coming to Myriad Demons Mountain was to have the 5 kings supply him with grade 3 heavenly medicines without restrictions. Under Shuoyan's forceful request, Yi Yuan went to Bright Tiger King's territory. Shuoyan led Yi Yuan to walk around and said proudly, "Among the 5 kings, my royal father is the strongest. So his territory is also the largest. Big brother Yi Yuan, what do you think? It's pretty good, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Indeed pretty good. Along the way, the spiritual energy here is the most abundant and the vegetation is also the richest. I've already seen many precious heavenly medicines after walking one round." Myriad Demons Mountain was a massive treasure vault. There were countless precious heavenly medicines on it. Some heavenly medicines were even long extinct in the 5 great heavenly regions already but survived here. Yi Yuan saw many precious grade 1 and 2 heavenly medicines along the way. There were even some grade 3 heavenly medicines. Shuoyan said smugly, "That's of course. But big brother Yi Yuan, you're really capable. The effects of the heavenly pill that you refined are too strong. If I didn't deliberately suppress it, I feel like I can even break through to middle limitless sublime immediately." One heavenly pill made Shuoyan regard Yi Yuan as a celestial. He was currently long already prostrating on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan. At the same time, Yi Yuan also had a rather good perception of this little brother. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can tell that your cultivation is very solid. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum." The effect of heavenly pills varied from person to person too. If it was someone with a shallow foundation, even if they ate a true grade heavenly pill, the effects would be greatly discounted too. Not everyone could break through from upper greater sublime heaven to limitless sublime heavenly stratum after eating a true grade heavenly pill. Yi Yuan also precisely saw through that Shuoyan's foundation as solid. This was why he would let him take it. Otherwise, how could it suppress the 5 kings? "Yo, my good brother, you're back from the expedition with royal father? Amen. You broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum?" 2 figures suddenly came out of the dense woods. When one of the young men saw Shuoyan, he could not help getting a shock. When Shuoyan saw the arrivals, he was a little embarrassed. Said with a nod, "Yeah, third brother Hufeng. When I went on the expedition with royal father this time, I met big brother Yi Yuan. His means are exceedingly formidable and used one heavenly pill to increase my realm to limitless sublime heavenly stratum." When the person behind Hufeng heard it, his face was greatly surprised too. A heavenly pill increased a major cultivation realm. This was too terrifying. But when Yi Yuan heard it, he was speechless. When Hufeng appeared, he was dripping with sarcasm when he was talking. It did not look like close brothers greeting each other. But Shuoyan was clearly simple-minded and did not know to hide things, directly selling him out. Hufeng's gaze when looking towards him already became unkind. "You're talking about this human?" Hufeng pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Shuoyan nodded and said, "Yeah. His royal father's distinguished guest. His great. Get to know each other, third brother." But Hufeng's expression suddenly turned dark, and he said with a cold snort, "What bulls? Hi+T distinguished guess. How can a human be on our Bright Tiger territory? Go and die for me." Hufeng gave a roar and directly smashed a fist towards Yi Yuan, the speed swift to the extreme. Shuoyan was frozen there, at a loss on what to do. He did not know why the third brother Hufeng, who was normally very good-tempered, suddenly became so irritable. This punch of Hufeng's did not hold back at all. It was going to send him to his doom. But midway, he suddenly gave a fled groan and instantly collapsed on the ground. The expression of the powerhouse who appeared together with Hufeng changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Origin divinity attack! Courting death!" Only to see his figure move, the aura of Jade Sovereign Heaven suddenly bursting out. Only then did Shuoyan react and say in great alarm, "Muzhen, you really dare to attack Big Brother Yi Yuan? His royal father's distinguished guest." As he said, he was actually planning on blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Muzhen smiled coldly and said, "Human, you shouldn't have appeared in Bright Tiger territory. Hufeng wants to kill him, so this commander naturally has to make a move. Move aside." Finished saying, he flicked his sleeves, and Shuoyan was actually sent flying out involuntarily. Yi Yuan looked at Muzhen, his gaze turning cold. This myriad demons mountain was indeed famed for being where the weak were prey to the strong. Killing people did not need a reason at all in this place. Woos. Plus Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly taking out the dragon spring sword. The sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky, flying straight for Muzhen. Muzhen was just about to kill Yi Yuan. So how could he be on guard against such an Astonis? Plussing strike? Caught by surprise, only to see his blood spurt wildly, directly being slammed flying. He was already heavily injured. He looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face and said in disbelief, "G Grand Miss Treasure?" While at this time, Hufeng also recovered a little from the dizziness. Hearing this name, his entire body could not help trembling. Yi Yuan looked at the two and said coolly, "Shuoyan will be SHI plus elded by me in the future. If you guys dare to bully him, be careful that I make you the first target of attack." Scram. The two people's expressions changed, being aware that they were not Yi Yuan's match. They helped each other leave. Yi Yuan did not deal a killing blow to Hufeng either. His bloodline was powerful and was of the same lineage as Bright Tiger King. He was clearly a biological brother of Shuoyan. After the two people left, Shuoyan had a look of puzzlement as he said, "Why did third brother Hufeng seem like he became a different person today?" Yi Yuan looked at him and could not help laughing as he said, "Have you heard before the saying that two tigers cannot share one mountain? Two tigers cannot share one mountain?" Shuoyan had a blank look. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "In the past, you were just an obedient child with meager strength. Hence, no one will care about you. But now, you broke through to lower limitless sublime heaven in one go. Hence, he felt threatened." Understood. Shuoyan nodded his head like he did not fully understand. Yi Yuan was also speechless when he saw the situation. This boy was even more innocent than Jingfei that lanesses. Yi Yuan rubbed his tiger head and said smilingly, "In short, you guys won't be able to be brothers properly in the future anymore. Since you've already grown up, there will likely only be killing left between you all. Alright, let's call it a day. I'll go into closed seclusion for a few days first. You come over to my place after a while, and then I'll help you consolidate your foundation and nurture your essence. I'll let you break through to middle limitless sublime heaven as soon as possible." Chapter 2704, 10 Tigers Seizing the Throne. Chapter 2704, 10 Tigers Seizing the Throne. In a secret mountain cave, 9 fierce tigers were gathered together, each and every one with a ferocious appearance. "Old 3, what's the meaning of calling us here? Where's Old 16? The one talking was Bright Tiger King's 5th son, Shaba. Bright Tiger King had a total of 16 sons, 6 sons Pares said away early. There were still 10 alive presently. Old 3, Hufeng, was the oldest. Old 16, Shuoyan, was the youngest. Normally, the other 9 people were rather amicable toward Shuoyan. But the 9 fought among themselves. Because only one of them could survive in the end. The law of the jungle was extremely cruel. The 10 sons of Bright Tiger King were not as carefree as those second-generation young masters of the human territories. From the moment they reached adulthood, they would have to experience constant killing. The moment someone among these 10 sons ascends to the throne in the future, the others would all have to die. Of course, many of them would never survive until then. Survival of the fittest, those who were weak could only be eliminated. He Feng had a gloomy expression on his face and he said in a cold voice, Calling you all over this time is for Old 16's matter. You all were in your own territories and probably still don't know yet, right? Old 16, he has already broken through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Old Third, are you joking? I met Old 610 half a year ago. That tiger boy was merely upper greater sublime heaven. He broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum in a short half a year. Shaba said with a scoff. Sigh, I say, third brother, you got us to come over in a haste, saying that something big has happened. After a long time, it was for this. What's the deal with this? Even if Old 16 really broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, there's also no big deal, right? Old 8 said with an unhappy expression. Among the 10 brothers, Huffeng was not the strongest. The strongest was Old 5th, Shaba. The 10 of them brothers fought outside all year round, constantly excavating their potential. And Shaba caught up from behind, his strength surpa. Sing Huffeng instead. Old 8th's strength was about the same as Huffeng's. Therefore, he did not hold him in much awe and veneration. Huffeng snorted coldly and said, What the hell I do you all know? I was summoned by Royal Father this time to search for heavenly medicines. That's how I coincidentally met Old 16. Do you all know how he broke through? Seeing Huffeng's serious appearance, Shaba's brows also furrowed together tightly. Although Old Third's talent was a little lousy, for him to be able to live until now, he was not some fool. Something that could make him take so seriously, there might really be something major. Stop leaving us hanging. Say it. Shaba said. Huffeng recounted the matter of Shuoyan swallowing a true grade heavenly pill, making the 8 people present all draw a breath of cold air. I've already inquired. That human is an extremely powerful heavenly alchemist. He came to Myriad Demons Mountain as a hostage. It's actually in order to refine a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill for Royal Father they all, so as to let the 5 of them break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Of course, Royal Father breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven is a great thing. But what's damnable is that human heavenly alchemist's relations. HI plus P with Old 610 isn't ordinary. With his heaven-defying means, if he's determined to help Old 16, what business has it got to do with us still? Do you all feel that this is a small matter? Huffeng said with a cold snort. Old Third, are you joking? According to what I know, it's impossible for human heavenly alchemist to be so formidable, right? Shaba said with a frown. Huffeng smiled coldly and said, I didn't believe it at first either. So I specially went to find Uncle. When that human gave Old 16 the heavenly pill to eat, he was there. The 5 kings watched Old 16 break through with their own eyes. Can this still be fake? The other 7 people all drew a cold breath and stopped taunting Huffeng. The expressions on their faces were different. But clearly, they started to become apprehensive of Shuoyan. Or should they say, started becoming apprehensive of that mysterious human heavenly alchemist behind Shuoyan. After a long silence, Shaba suddenly said, Old Third, what do you think? Huffeng chuckled and said, calling you all is to discuss countermeasures. Old 5th, you're normally the one with the most schemes, you give a plan. Shaba's face turned black, but he did not refute anything and said coolly, since Old 16 is already an adult, then he also has to take part in the hunt this year, right? Huffeng raised his brows and said, you're saying, Shaba said coolly, encountering some accident when hunting is also something that can be forgiven. After all, there will be people breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heaven at any time in this Myriad Demons Mountain. If Old 16 dies at the hands of a Jade Sovereign Heaven, I believe Royal Father won't say anything either. But Huffeng shook his head and said, one Jade Sovereign Heaven isn't enough. Shaba frowned and said, you can't bring Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses by your side when hunting. Could it be that a Jade Sovereign Heaven can't take care of Old 16? Huffeng said, I'm worried that human heavenly alchemist takes action. I exchanged blows with him that day. He has a grand mist treasure in his hands. Morshi was defeated at his hands too. What? Grand mist treasure. Morshi was actually defeated too? Everyone said in shock. They did not take a heavenly alchemist seriously yet. After all, no matter how incredible you were at refining pills, there would be no threat after you became a dead person too. But a heavenly alchemist that rivaled Jade Sovereign Heaven was completely different. This was equivalent to saying that Old 16 had an extremely powerful backer. Hufeng nodded and said, "This human is unfathomable. If we're not taking action, then forget it. But since we're taking action, we absolutely can't give him any chance." Shaba finally understood why Old Third brought them all here. He could not deal with this alone at all. Now that it came to this, everyone should stop hiding. "I know that you all have some trump cards in your hands. Show them all this time. I raised a strong contingent in Heavenjoy Mountain. Their leader is the 8-spotted leopard that I subdued more than 100 years ago. His already middle Jade Sovereign Heaven strength," Shaba said. Hufeng nodded his head with a slight smile as he said, "I subdued a purple light battle wolf 200 years ago. He is also middle Jade Sovereign Heaven now." The 9 of them had been scheming for a very long time. They naturally had some trump cards. They had never told anyone about these trump cards. But this time, they took it all out for Yi Yuan. The other 7 each raised a true spirit army. The weakest leader was also at the realm of lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. Although they were only limitless sublime Heavenly Tiger King, Bright Tiger King's awe-inspiring reputation was still very resounding in the myriad Demons Mountain. Some Jade Sovereign Heavens secretly cast their lots with these Tiger Sons, which was naturally no big deal. If they gambled correctly, they would render merits with the king in the future. The 9 people agreed that they would send out these 9 armies, agreeing to kill Shuoyan. If Yi Yuan did not go, that was naturally for the best. As long as Yi Yuan did not help Old 16, he would not have any conflicts of interest with them either. But if Yi Yuan made a move, they would also dispose of Yi Yuan together. Even if it made Bright Tiger King lose the opportunity to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven because of this, they would not hesitate either. Chapter 2705, Besieged on All Side. Chapter 2705, Besieged on All Side. "Big brother Yi Yuan, I came to say goodbye to you." Shuoyan had an eager look as he said to Yi Yuan. In a short 1 year, Shuoyan already broke through to middle limitless sublime heaven under Yi Yuan's help. The hunt was near at hand. Shuoyan came to bid farewell to Yi Yuan. The so-called hunt was actually opening up land and occupying even more territory. And this required fierce killing to achieve. Yi Yuan was rather surprised and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Shuoyan explained, but Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together and said, "You mean, there are no Jade Sovereign Heaven guards?" Shuoyan smiled and said, "Royal Father is tempering us. If we bring Jade Sovereign Heavens, what meaning of tempering is there still?" Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Have you met your elder brothers during this 1 year? What reaction did they have toward your vast improvement in strength?" Speaking of this, Shuoyan smiled and said, "Of course I met them. Speaking of which, it was coincidental too, they are all in their own territories. In the past, it's hard for me to meet 2 or 3 elder brothers in a year. This year, I actually met all of them. Furthermore, they are all very happy about my vast improvement in strength and even encouraged me to work hard and not to disgrace Royal Father's face." Looking at Shuoyan's appearance, Yi Yuan knew that he did not take his words to heart. Although his strength already reached middle limitless sublime heaven, his mind was actually not old. Shuoyan's age was roughly the same as Jingfei. His mind was still immature. He even thought that his brothers were all kind and loved each other. The more his older brothers appeared to not care, the more it meant that they cared. Furthermore, Shuoyan met 9 older brothers all of a sudden. This was a very strange thing in itself. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "It just so happens that I'm going out to find a few heavenly medicines, I'll go together with you then." But when Shuoyan heard that, he hesitated and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan, you're too powerful. I'm merely dealing with an upper limitless sublime heavens territory on this expedition. If you want to go, sure, but you can't take action." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't you worry. I won't hinder your trial. I'm just going to look for heavenly medicines, I won't care about other things." Shuoyan was overjoyed and said, "All right then, with big brother Yi Yuan accompanying me, Shuoyan won't be too bored either." Bright Tiger King did not stop Yi Yuan's request. The place that Shuoyan was going to attack was merely an upper limitless sublime heavens territory. It was not considered dangerous. Yi Yuan was restricted by the vow. It was also impossible to run out of sight, so he felt very relieved. Bright Tiger King also knew that Yi Yuan had a good impression of Shuoyan. In reality, Shuoyan was also his favorite among his 10 sons. In terms of talent, in terms of bloodline, the other 9 sons were not as good as Shuoyan. Let alone that he already left people far behind in the dust under Yi Yuan's divine aid. Letting Yi Yuan and Shuoyan get closer to each other was pretty good too. Without words along the way, Shuoyan led a large group of True Spirit army and killed their way to 3 Saint Ridge in a mighty contingent. The so-called 3 Saint Ridge was actually 3 blackthorn boars gilding gold onto their faces. Myriad Demons Mountain's fighting did not have much strategy to talk about. I came openly to snatch your territory. When Boss Heifang saw the childish-looking Shuoyan, he could not help laughing as he said, "You little kitty, hair isn't even fully grown yet and you actually dare to come to our 3 Saint Ridge?" The moment these words came out, 3 Saint Ridge side burst into laughter. Although Shuoyan had grown quite a bit, his childishness had yet to shed. He did indeed look like an adolescent cat. When Shuoyan heard that, he said in a great rage, "3 black pigs dare to be insolent too. Little ones, kill for me." Heifang laughed loudly and said, "Kitty, I know that you're formidable. But your opponent today isn't me, Heifang." As he said, he whistled. Rumble. Groups of true spirits rushed out of the forest. The army that Shuoyan brought fell into heavy encirclement almost instantly. All around, they were surrounded until not even water could seep through. When Shuoyan saw the situation, his expression could not help changing greatly. Chuanhe Mountain's Black Scorpion, Purple Cloud Mountain's Purple Dawn Beast, and Upper Ridge's Golden Fur Hound, why did they all come? Shuoyan said in astonishment. Each of these true spirits was an overlord of a region. Some had even reached grand completion, limitless sublime heavenly stratum already. The army that Shuoyan brought fell into a death trap at once. Who, little bastard, there's also the 2 of us. 2 figures flew over the hill. When Shuoyan saw them, he revealed an even more horrified expression. Golden Eagle Dual Fiends. Why are you guys here too? Shuoyan said in terror. These Golden Eagle Dual Fiends were twin brothers. Their strengths were both Jade Sovereign Heaven. Their appearance practically sentenced Shuoyan to death. By the side, Yi Yuan said very calmly, "Still don't understand. Your whereabouts have already been leaked by someone." Shuoyan looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise and shook his head and said, "This is impossible. Those who know about the hunt's whereabouts are all royal father's confidants. It's absolutely impossible to divulge my whereabouts." Yi Yuan rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Little guy, this world isn't as simple as you think. Maybe they won't betray your royal father, but there isn't any psychological burden in betraying you." Shuoyan was taken aback and said, "Why?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Because you blocked other people's way. Still remember what I said before? 2 tigers cannot share 1 mountain, let alone that there are 10 sons under your royal father." Shuoyan was akin to being struck by lightning, disbelief written all over his face. But he was not a fool. Everything before his eyes could only mean that 3 Saint Ridge was long prepared. This place was another half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven's territory. As long as they prepared in advance, they could naturally transfer powerhouses over. Let alone that the one who came this time was Bright Tiger King's youngest son? Amen. Why is there a human? What you said is right. Someone did indeed inform us about it. Being able to kill Bright Tiger King's youngest son this time, the 2 of us brothers will have rendered great contributions. Golden Eagle Dual Fiends said with a loud laugh. Shuoyan still did not quite believe it previously. But now, it was not up to him to not believe it anymore. At this moment, he finally understood that he was too pure. He suddenly turned towards Yi Yuan and said emotionally, "So, big brother Yi Yuan, you didn't come together with me to search for whatever heavenly medicines at all. You're doing it in order to protect me?" At this time, the gratitude in Shuoyan's heart could not be described using words. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had long antic. 1p aided the danger this time, but he was willing to take the risk and accompany him. He really could not repay this kindness. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, If I don't let you see it with your own eyes, you probably won't believe it. Ha, a mere lower limitless sublime heaven, his cultivation is not even as good as yours, can he protect you? A lowly human, really reckless and blind. Golden Eagle Jewel Fiends said with a loud laugh. Shuoyan prostrated toward Yi Yuan and shed tears as he said, Big brother Yi Yuan, from now on, I, Shuoyan, only have one big brother, that's you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, All right, leave those 2 golden eagles to me. There's no problem leaving the others to you, right? Shuoyan nodded his head fiercely and said, No problem. Chapter 2706, Instantly Killing Jade Sovereign Heaven. Chapter 2706, Instantly Killing Jade Sovereign Heaven. When Golden Eagle Jewel Fiend's second brother heard that, he said with a loud laugh, Haha, this human wouldn't be a fool, right? He said that he's going to deal with the 2 of us. The older brother said disdainfully, Humans have always been ignorant and arrogant, thinking that they are number 1 under the heaven. Actually, they are all a bunch of idiots. Hei Fang and the rest of the leaders all snickered incessantly. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words had hit their humor point. Amidst the snickering, Yi Yuan moved. He did not utilize spatial law. He rushed over unremarkably just like that. In the eyes of Golden Eagle Jewel Fiends and the rest, he was weak to the extreme. The Golden Eagle second brother said with a laugh, You all look, this boy has such swift movement technique. This commander is very scared. Him ridiculing Yi Yuan naturally attracted a series of guffaws. Yi Yuan got closer and closer to them. Very soon, he was within a range of 1,000 feet. In their view, Yi Yuan's behavior was purely seeking death. The older brother had a sullen face and said with a cold snort, Stop playing, just kill him. Amidst the laughter, the second brother's aura released and his figure leaped, greeting Yi Yuan with golden light radiating all over his body. Countless feathers shot out, carrying a bone-piercing cold rule of wind, swift and fierce to the extreme. Golden sword eagle feather, go and die for me. A lower limitless sublime heaven would definitely be shot into a sieve under this terrifying attack. Everyone thought so. Because in their eyes, Yi Yuan was too weak. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly accelerated to the extreme, making everyone see a blur. Buzz. Before the Golden Eagle's second brother understood what was going on, he only felt his head go dizzy, a momentary lapse appearing in his consciousness. He was alarmed and instinctively felt that something was amiss. But he was unable to control his consciousness. Because his origin divinity was attacked by Yi Yuan. At the same time, an Astonis. Hi-plusing dragon roar burst forth. Yi Yuan took out the dragon spring sword. Currently, Yi Yuan was already less than 1,000 feet away from the Golden Eagle second brother. Unleash. Hi-plusing the dragon spring sword at this distance, the speed was swift to the extreme. Old second. When the Golden Eagle older brother saw that the second brother was still in a daze, he could not help yelling. At the same time, his figure moved explosively, making a move against Yi Yuan. This strike was too terrifying. That swift and fierce sword intent actually fused the power of a true dragon. Caught completely off guard, even a Jade Sovereign Heaven would have to die with regrets too. But it was too late. The Golden Eagle's second brother leaping just now, his distance was already less than 200 feet away from Yi Yuan. Under this distance, with Yi Yuan suddenly launching a sneak attack, he had no way of guarding against it at all. Boom. The Golden Eagle's second brother's body was directly chopped into several pieces. When the Golden Eagle older brother saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot from anger. The entire Three Saint Ridge was deathly silent. No one expected that the Golden Eagle Jewel Fiends actually became the Golden Eagle Single Fiend in a blink of an eye. In this instance earlier, from Yi Yuan launching an Origin Divinity attack, to activating Spatial Rule to avoid the Golden Sword Eagle Feather attack, then to executing the Dragon Spring Sword, everything was virtually accomplished in one breath. Quicker than words could tell. In just a blink of an eye, a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was killed. Actually, the moment Yi Yuan saw the Golden Eagle Jewel Fiends, he had been considering countermeasures. With his strength, dealing with a Jade Sovereign Heaven was more than enough. But 2 Jade Sovereign Heavens, furthermore, they were twin brothers, it was beyond his means. Yi Yuan knew that once such twin brothers joined forces, their strength far surpassed said those of the same rank. Therefore, he deliberately took action slowly in the beginning, behaving not the slightest bit surprised at all, looking just like an ordinary lower limitless sublime heaven. It was to show weakness to the enemy. When it reached within 1,000 feet, that was his world. Sure enough, he killed the Golden Eagle's second brother in one exchange. Finus. Plussing off the Golden Eagle's second brother, dealing with the Golden Eagle older brother would be much easier. But this scene was simply inconceivable to the extreme in the eyes of the true spirits that covered the hills and valleys. Although there were countless true spirits in the myriad demons mountain, Jade Sovereign Heaven true spirits were absolutely not some cabbages. They were powerhouses that stood at the apex of the myriad demons mountain. Even a powerhouse like Bright Tiger King valued Jade Sovereign Heavens greatly too. Especially the Golden Eagle Dual Fiends, they were absolutely the strongest existences in this radius of 10,000 miles. Even Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses did not dare to provoke them easily too. Now, one was actually killed in a single exchange. Is my eyesight failing? Second Commander actually died just like this. What treasure is in his hands? How can it be so strong? A lower limitless sublime heaven actually finished off a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. This is too fake. The shock in everyone's hearts was virtually beyond containment. However, Shuoyan had long expected it. He had seen before Yi Yuan took action. The outcome of the Golden Eagle's second brother underestimating the enemy could only be death. And he also knew that this was the chance that Yi Yuan created. Therefore, he made his move. Kill. Shuoyan yelled out a little childishly, but carried an indomitable momentum as he rushed towards the blackthorn boar. One should not look at how Shuoyan was young. His strength was not weak at all. The Blackthorn Three Saints Old Third was still in a daze. Caught by surprise, he was killed by Shuoyan in one exchange. Shuoyan taking the lead also greatly roused the morale of his men. They followed behind Shuoyan and directly smashed the Three Saint Ridge army. Three Saint Ridge's true spirit army was still shocked by Yi Yuan's astonished plussing strike at this time. By the time they came to their senses, they were already being killed until they only had the ability to parry but did not have the strength to fight back. Only then did the other factions return to their senses. Secretly scolding crafty, they also rushed over towards Shuoyan's army. The Golden Eagle older brother turned a blind eye to these. There was only Yi Yuan left in his eyes, full of hatred. The Golden Eagle older brother gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Origin Divinity attack. Spatial rule. Grand Mist treasure. Good. Terrific lad. You concealed really deeply." Succeeding with one strike, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to attack either, saying with a smile, "Thanks for the praise. But you don't need to look at me like this too. Lions will go all out to catch the rabbit. Do you guys think that by being Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, you're invincible under the heavens? Yeah. We underestimated the enemy. But now, we won't. Boy, you killed my younger brother. This commander will definitely slice you into 1,000 pieces today." Apocalyptic storm. The Golden Eagle older brother directly showed his true body. The moment he spread his wings out, a storm immediately howled in the space around Yi Yuan. In the storm, countless wind blades were extremely swift and fierce, practically slicing space apart. It also became hard for Yi Yuan's spatial rule to be exhibited amidst this. Got to say, this Golden Eagle older brother's rule comprehension was extremely strong. His strength could not be underestimated. But it was precisely because of this that Yi Yuan not letting the two of them join forces was the wisest choice. In the storm, Yi Yuan brandished the dragon spring sword seamlessly until not even wind could penetrate. The Golden Eagle older brother's wind blades actually did not have the slightest chance. This scene made everyone extremely shocked again. If Yi Yuan one-shotting the Golden Eagle second brother earlier gave some suspicions of taking advantage by trickery, then now, it was the perfect display of his strength. By relying on a dragon spring sword, Yi Yuan's strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, the Golden Eagle older brother. Chapter 2707. Brothers Infighting. Chapter 2707. Brothers Infighting. The The Golden Eagle older brother's heart shook wildly. His apocalyptic storm actually could not quite block Yi Yuan's dragon spring sword. Each of Yi Yuan's sword slash carried an unstoppable power, making his blood vitality churn. Only at this time did he realize how terrifying the power of this Grand Mist treasure was. He even felt like who he was facing seemed to be a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. This Grand Mist treasure's power is too strong. Continue fighting like this, there's no chance of winning at all. Leave. The Golden Eagle older brother saw through the actual situation. How could he still dare to stay, turning around and fleeing? When this scene landed in the eyes of the numerous limitless sublime heavenly stratum leaders, they could not help feeling stunned. The Golden Eagle older brother was driven away. A dignified Jade Sovereign Heaven was actually driven away by a limitless sublime heaven. For a moment, the morale of the troops was lost. Even the Jade Sovereign Heaven was sent packing. What was the use no matter how many people they had? After Yi Yuan rushed over later, wouldn't they still be stretching their necks out for the executor's blade? What the Golden Eagle older brother comprehended was the rule of wind, his movement technique swift to the extreme. In an instant, he escaped 10 miles away, but all of a sudden, he felt a chill coming from behind, making his hair stand on end. In the air, he forcibly turned directions and moved laterally. Boom! A fissure that was several hundred feet long was directly cleaved apart on the ground. When the Golden Eagle older brother saw this scene, he lost his soul. If not for him cultivating the rule of wind and his movement technique being extremely fast, this sword earlier would have definitely taken his life. Turning around to look, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him not far away, his face full of mockery. "Brat, we don't want this 3 Saint Ridge anymore. Just take it as if today's matter didn't happen." Boss Golden Eagle gritted his teeth and said. He wished to devour Yi Yuan whole. But Circume's stances were stronger than people. He was not Yi Yuan's match and could only yield. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Going back on your word so fast? Just now, didn't you say that you were going to slice me into thousands of pieces to avenge your younger brother? Why? Not taking revenge anymore?" The Golden Eagle older brother secretly hated him in his heart, but he said, Old Second only had himself to blame for underestimating the enemy. "This enmity, I'm not avenging anymore. Little brother, don't pester me. Let's stay out of each other's business from now on, alright?" But how could Yi Yuan be so easy to hoodwink? He smiled coldly and said, "Staying out of each other's business, do you really take me to be a greenhorn? You want to leave, sure, cripple your own cultivation." Golden Eagle older brother's gaze turned cold and he said in a chilly voice, "Brat, don't push people too far. If a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse really wants to fight it out to the death, it's not what you can bear." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Is that so? Then I want to see how strong a Jade Sovereign Heaven's desperate blow is." "Humph. You forced me." The Golden Eagle older brother naturally would not surrender without resistance. He gave a cold snort, his aura erupting once more. But right at this time, a pale yellow figure rushed out of the forest, his speed being swift to the extreme. The Golden Eagle older brother was currently launching a martial technique and was caught off guard by this figure that suddenly dashed out. Poochie. The Golden Eagle older brother's throat was directly bitten by a gaping maw, fresh blood flowing. Being bitten, the Golden Eagle older brother seemed to have lost all the strength in his body, his breath suddenly dissipating. Very soon, he stopped moving and breathed his last. Yi Yuan's expression became serious. What bit the Golden Eagle older brother to death was a pale yellow leopard. This leopard emitted an extremely powerful aura. It actually reached Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. The leopard flicked its neck and threw the Golden Eagle older brother's corpse to one side. Opening its ferocious-looking mouth, it said disdainfully, "These two fools, they can't even handle a limitless sublime heaven. Really useless." At this time, fresh blood was still flowing from the leopard's mouth, looking very ferocious and terrifying. There were rustling sounds in the dense forest again. Several figures walked out slowly again. Without exception, they were all Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Yi Yuan swept a glance over. 9 great Jade Sovereign Heaven experts actually appeared. 2 of them were even Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. The directions that these 9 great true spirits appeared were very particular, blocking all of Yi Yuan's path of retreat. The leopard looked at Yi Yuan, Gus. Hi plussing with a bloody breath as it said, "Boy, leave behind the grand mist treasure in your hand, and then end yourself." Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a solemn voice, 9 jade sovereign heavens. I didn't expect that Shuoyan's 9 older brothers actually joined forces to deal with him. Heh, really good brothers. Yi Yuan took every conceivable possibility into account but was ultimately not a prophet. He could foresee that this trip was dangerous and even guessed that Hufeng would divulge information to the enemy. But he did not expect that Shuoyan's 9 older brothers actually all sent out Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to kill him. A puny little Shuoyan was naturally not worthy of the 9 of them going to war. The only explanation was that Hufeng was very apprehensive of him. Hence, he united with the other 8 people to doom him to death. Such great work. These 9 Jade Sovereign Heavens were definitely not Bright Tiger King's subordinates, but they were the private armies of the 9 of them. These few guys really put down the blood capital. The leopard said coolly, "Boy, you're very smart. However, it's also useless no matter how clever you are. Third young master wants you dead." This leopard was naturally the 8-spotted leopard that Hufeng spoke of. Yi Yuan was very wary of this 8-spotted leopard. Because judging from the scene of him killing the Golden Eagle older brother earlier, this guy's movement technique was absolutely not beneath his. The 8-spotted leopard's comprehension was the same, rule of wind. But his rule of wind was much stronger than the Golden Eagle older brother's. It even touched spatial rule. Therefore, his speed was so fast that even the Golden Eagle older brother was killed before he could react. Apart from him, that purple light battle wolf similarly posed a huge threat to Yi Yuan. The others, their auras were not the least bit weaker than the Golden Eagle dual fiends too. In an instant, Yi Yuan actually fell into a desperate situation. Got to admit, Shuoyan was very brave and good at fighting. Following the Golden Eagle dual fiend's defeat, he actually led his army and killed the few great leaders until they fled in all directions. When those few great leaders saw that the Golden Eagle older brother was killed too, they did not have the courage to fight anymore. Each and every one of them was running away madly. When Shuoyan saw that Yi Yuan was surrounded by numerous Jade Sovereign Heavens, his tiger eyes suddenly changed too. "Big brother Yi Yuan, I'll come and save you." As he said, Shuoyan led the army and was about to rush over. But Yi Yuan shouted coldly, "Leave me alone, hurry up and run." How could Shuoyan be willing to listen, still insisting on Russ? Hi plussing over? But right at this time, one wave of army after another charged out of the dense woods again, surrounding Shuoyan's army tightly again. When Shuoyan saw this scene, his eyes could not help revealing a look of despair. He could tell that this true spirit army's combat power was even higher than the previous wave. Why? Why is this? Do my elder brothers want me dead so much? Shuoyan roared at the 8-spotted leopard. 8-spotted leopard sneered and said, "Young Master Saint Sovereign, this place is the Myriad Demons Mountain. Your royal father also killed his way out from his brothers, and then he achieved half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven in the end. In this jungle, there are no brothers. There is only slaughter. Whoever is stronger, whoever can become the true king, your threat is too great. Hence, your older brothers are all very fearful. So, they can only kill you before you grow up." Chapter 2708, Chaos True Spirit Bloodline. Chapter 2708, Chaos True Spirit Bloodline. Swoos. Plus suddenly, a phantom true dragon emerged with a roar. Yi Yuan suddenly attacked. His target was the weakest one of the 9 great true spirits, the green-eyed civet cat. He wanted to open up a gap in this group of true spirit. When the green-eyed civet cat saw this sword, his expression changed drastically, and he instinctively wanted to escape. But his reaction was ultimately a beat slower. This sword of Yi Yuan's was extremely crafty. He had no way of avoiding it at all. At the same time, Yi Yuan's figure also turned into a wisp of green smoke, suddenly attacking. However, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred, a yellow-spotted shadow suddenly blocking in front, meeting this sword of his head-on. Roar of wind. Only to hear a roar, Two terrifying attacks collided together in an instant. Boom! Yi Yuan was akin to having suffered a heavy blow, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood, his figure shooting backward. He looked at the eight-spotted leopard ahead, his eyes full of solemnity. This eight-spotted leopard's speed was too fast and his strength was too strong. Furthermore, this guy's reaction was extremely fast and did not give him any chance at all. The eight-spotted leopard looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Boy, I've observed you for a long time. You're very clever. Furthermore, your combat experience is extremely rich. You're a very troublesome opponent. Therefore, I won't give you any chance. Just nice, I can restrain you in terms of speed. No matter how strong your Grand Mist treasure is, it's also impossible to break through." In reality, they had long already been hiding nearby. With regards to Yi Yuan and the Golden Eagle Dual Fiends battle, the eight-spotted leopard and the rest of the true spirits saw it clearly too. The eight-spotted leopard was very apprehensive of the observation ability and combat strength that Yi Yuan exhibited. Therefore, he did not relax his vigilance towards Yi Yuan at all. The moment Yi Yuan moved, he moved. Yi Yuan had a solemn look on his face. He knew that he had encountered a tough nut. Not only was this eight-spotted leopard extremely strong, but his observation was also extremely meticulous. He was definitely a combat expert. "Looks like you're not planning on surrendering without resistance. Since that's the case, then we'll send you on your way together." As he spoke, he brandished his sharp claws at the true spirit army. The 9 great jade sovereign heavens moved out at the same time. Clearly, these 8 people listened to his command. Yi Yuan, a lower limitless sublime heaven, was facing 9 great jade sovereign heavens at the same time. This was simply something that made people despair. In an instant, Yi Yuan fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Other true spirits were still alright. Yi Yuan could rely on his movement technique to evade their attacks. But the 8-spotted leopard and purple light battle wolf, these 2 great middle jade sovereign heavens, brought tremendous pressure on Yi Yuan. After a few moves, Yi Yuan's body was already hit by several claw marks, fresh blood dripping. "Brat, for a lower limitless sublime heaven like you to be able to last so many moves under the 9 of us teaming up, you can already be sufficiently proud. But today, I'll be accepting your Grand Mist treasure." Ha ha ha. Beyond the laughter, the 8-spotted leopard was still extremely shocked in his heart. Observing from the sidelines was one thing, it was another thing to experience it for himself. In just these few rounds, the calmness and combat strength that Yi Yuan displayed, as well as that easygoing attitude between life and death, moved him immensely. This kind of behavior absolutely should not appear on such a young limitless sublime heaven. He only had a feeling that this human was remarkable. Facing the 9 of their attacks, forget about a lower limitless sublime heaven, even a lower jade sovereign heaven would probably have to die with regrets within a few moves too. But Yi Yuan already held on for more than 10 moves. Although he was already riddled with wounds, he stubbornly evaded the most dangerous attacks. This kind of combat consciousness simply made people's hair stand on end. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "Be pleased with yourself after you can kill me." 8-spotted leopard laughed loudly and said, "Killing you is just a matter of lifting a hand. I want to see how long you can last." Yi Yuan had already fallen into absolute danger at this time. Amidst the 9 people, he was like a small rowboat in the vast ocean. Just imagine how astonished Hi+ing was the imposing momentum of 9 great jade sovereign heavens. In contrast, Yi Yuan's limitless sublime heaven aura could simply be ignored. Ha ha ha, that brat ultimately still can't escape death. Foolish human, to actually get swept into Bright Tiger King's son's fight for the throne, serves him right to die too. A brat who's like a mantis blocking the cart. Does he really think that a jade sovereign heaven's majesty is so easy to provoke? Under such an attack, everyone all looked poorly on Yi Yuan, thinking that he was already dead for sure. Over there, Shuoyan had also fallen into heavy encirclement. The subordinates around him got fewer and fewer, his injuries also got increasingly worse. But he did not care about his own injuries at all. In the midst of the fierce fighting, a part of his attention was placed on Yi Yuan there. Seeing Yi Yuan fall into a desperate situation, he was burning with anxiety. "Young Master Shuoyan, You can't even fend for yourself anymore now. Yet, you're still caring about others. Come, let me send you on your way obediently. It won't be too painful. That brat over there will be reuniting with you very soon. The one talking was a giant python true spirit. He was the 8-spotted leopard subordinate. His strength had already reached grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum 2. He led upper and grand completion level limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses and launched a siege against Shuoyan. Shuoyan's combat power was indeed unmatched too, far surpa. Sing those in the same rank. His bloodline power was extremely strong. Coupled with Bright Tiger King's true inheritance martial techniques, his strength was even stronger than the average grand completion limitless sublime heaven. But facing the siege of so many powerhouses, he already fell into a desperate situation too. The injuries on his body got increasingly worse and his consciousness also became more and more blurry. He felt that he was going to die. PFFFT. Right at this time, he saw from his peripherals that the 8-spotted leopard pierced a claw into Yi Yuan's chest, nailing Yi Yuan's firmly onto a tree. Seeing this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot from anger. That person only fell into a death situation because of him. That person helped him to rise heaven-defyingly. How could he watch him die? No way. Absolutely not. In his blurry consciousness, Shuoyan told himself like this. The blurry consciousness abruptly startled awake. Roar. A tiger roar reverberated throughout the mountain range, with a pitilessly domineering aura. The giant python true spirit saw that Shuoyan was on the verge of death and was just about to make a move to kill him. But this sudden roar shocked until his 2 ears rumbled, nosebleed pouring. That pressure, which originated from the bloodline, made him almost unable to stand. And Shuoyan's aura actually skyrocketed at this moment. Everyone had dumbfounded faces, completely not knowing what was going on. Just a moment ago, Shuoyan was clearly still on the verge of death. How did he directly break through in the next second? Terrific lad, he actually awakened the chaos true spirit bloodline. In Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, came Mi Tian's exclamation. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help rolling his eyes. He was already about to die. This old man was actually still lamenting about other people awakening whatever bloodline. Could he not figure out what the priority is? He had been calling Mi Tian all along in the sea of consciousness just now. But, no idea what was going on, this guy completely ignored him. Helpless, he could only fight to the death. Now, he was almost dying, he appeared like nobody's business. You still have the mind to care about others? I'm going to die, Yi Yuan said in a great rage. Chapter 2709, Blown Up with One Punch. Chapter 2709, Blown Up with One Punch. Humph. You still have the cheek to say those words. Who asked you to be so meddlesome, causing such a big problem? Do you really think that by relying on a dragon spring sword, you can be invincible under the heavens? Jade sovereign heavens are jade sovereign heavens after all. But the moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, Mi Tian was upset and blamed Yi Yuan for being nosy. What did Shuoyan's life and death have to do with him? Putting yourself in danger for someone that had nothing to do with you, it was a very foolish thing in Mi Tian's eyes. But Yi Yuan said, you and I also had nothing to do with each other. Why did you dare entrust yourself to me? Aren't you afraid that I will take your dragon heart in the future? Don't say that my cultivation realm is low. I think that with my capability, my attainments in the future shouldn't be low. Aren't you afraid that I repay kindness with Ingrat? 1 Tude. Being countered by Yi Yuan like this, Mi Tian was rendered speechless. He had spent some time with Yi Yuan and knew that he was someone who valued sentiments. If Yi Yuan was a despicable backstabber, he would have long taken Yi Yuan's life. Otherwise, after Yi Yuan's strength becomes powerful in the future, he would not be able to control him at all. With Yi Yuan's ability, even without his help, his strength in the future absolutely could not be underestimated too. Mi Tian had long seen through this. Mi Tian let out a sigh and said, you played the hero, but I'll have to suffer. Relax your mind and let me control your body. I only have the power of one blow. After killing that 8-spotted leopard, you must escape immediately, understood? Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that. His greatest threat was the 8-spotted leopard. If he could kill him, he naturally had the confidence to run away. Yi Yuan complied and relaxed his mind, only to feel a powerful to the extreme true dragon force flow out of the dragon heart, flowing into his forelimbs and bones. Instantly, Yi Yuan felt his entire body teem with power. But at the same time, he also lost control of his body. Brat, how's the taste of being nailed? Heh, don't blame me, want to blame yourself for being meddlesome. The 8-spotted leopard was unawares and was very pleased with himself. But right at this time, a terrifying power surged from Yi Yuan's body. This power was strong until the point where it made his heart palpitate. It was even more terrifying than the pressure coming over from Shuoyan there. This kind of bloodline power made him have an impulse to prostrate in words. Hi+P. The 8-spotted leopard's expression changed wildly, and his figure retreated explosively. His speed was quick to the extreme. With a flash, he was 1,000 feet away. But Mi Tian naturally would not give him the chance to escape. Boy, remember the feeling of this move. It's called 9 Heavens Dragon Transforming Fist. When cultivated to the extreme, one can shatter the void with their fists and smash galaxies. Mi Tian started talking and spoke with Yi Yuan's mouth. Although Yi Yuan rescinded control of his body, he was this body's master. The feeling of dragon qi flowing in his body, he was deeply affected by it. Along with the flow of the dragon qi, a mysterious power condensed on his fist as if it was born from nothing. This surging feeling seemed to be able to punch a hole in the sky. The 8-spotted leopard's face turned from surprise to shock. The power surging from this fist was sufficient to kill half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. That kind of destructive people simply made people despair. He could not imagine how a limitless sublime heavenly stratum could launch such a terrifying attack. But now, he only had one thought. It was to run. He urged the rule of wind and spatial rule to the extreme, only hating that his father and mother did not give birth to 2 more legs. In a blink, he arrived 10 miles away. While the purple light battle wolf and the rest of the Jade Sovereign Heavens, when they saw this kind of power, how could they still dare to remain? They avoided the 8-spotted leopard one after another. Boom! A fist force rode on the air and went. It was only to hear a bang. The 8-spotted leopard was directly blown into a mist of blood. One punch directly blew a middle Jade Sovereign Heaven up. He did not even have time to run away. One had to know, the 8-spotted leopard was adept at speed. All over the hills and valleys, it was deathly silent. This sudden scene shocked everyone. What kind of terrifying power is this? Even if a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven is here, they will also be blown up by one punch, right? Using this punch to kill Commander 8-spotted leopard is simply a cannon blasting at mosquitoes. He's clearly just a lower limitless sublime heaven, but how is he able to unleash such a terrifying punch? Damn it. Just what kind of monster did young master make us kill? These true spirits originally thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. How could they know that when Yi Yuan was on the verge of death, he suddenly retaliated, blowing up their strongest with one punch? Furthermore, this punch was powerful to the extreme. They believed that even if a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was here, they would be blown up with one punch too. This kind of terrifying power actually originated from the hands of a lower limitless sublime heaven. How could they not be surprised? Over there, Shuoyan suddenly erupted, his strength soaring, and he also rushed over toward Yi Yuan this side frantically. It was just that his opponent was too strong, so he was held back. But, when he saw that Yi Yuan actually retaliated in a desperate situation and unleashed such an astonished Hi+ing strike, he was immediately greatly stimulated. Swooze. H. Plus throwing a punch out, dragon qi receded like the tide. Yi Yuan instantly gained control over his body. Without the slightest hesitation, he arrived beside Shuoyan with a flash, grabbed him, and headed to the depths of the giant mountain. From the 8-spotted leopard's figure retreating explosively, to being blown up, then to Yi Yuan breaking out of the heavy encirclement, to bringing Shuoyan and sprinting away madly, it was merely a few breaths of time. Everyone was still immersed in shock and did not recover to their senses. After they came back to their senses, Yi Yuan already broke out of the heavy encirclement. The purple light battle wolf suddenly startled awake and said with a wild roar, "Chase! Chase for me! The two of them absolutely mustn't leave alive. Otherwise, all of us have to die." This sentence startled everyone awake all at once. The 8 Jade Sovereign Heavens figures suddenly erupted, chasing after Yi Yuan two people. As soon as the 8-spotted leopard died, the purple light battle wolf automatically became the leader. He took the lead, urging his speed to the extreme, wanting to catch Yi Yuan two people. Yi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight now. As long as he could catch up, he would definitely be able to kill Yi Yuan. The purple light battle wolf was a veteran of 100 battles too. Although Yi Yuan's punch earlier was shocking, after that terrifying power appeared, it disappeared without a trace very quickly. How could he still not understand? Yi Yuan only had the power of one strike. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have long blown them up with one punch each. Why would he still escape? In the forest, 10 figures were shuttling indeterminately. Yi Yuan was seriously injured and was hanging in there entirely by relying on a breath. Furthermore, bringing Shuoyan, his speed was slowed down to begin with. Otherwise, even if it was the purple light battle wolf, it could forget about catching up to them either. But now, seeing as the distance was getting closer and closer, Shuoyan was greatly anxious in his heart. "Big brother Yi Yuan, this was all my fault. It's all my fault for dragging you down. Their target is me. If you throw me down, you'll have a chance to escape," Shuoyan said. Although his strength improved greatly, it only reached the realm of upper limitless sublime heaven too. In terms of strength, he was still a long way off compared to Jade Sovereign Heaven. It was completely impossible to escape. "Shut up!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Suddenly, the purple light battle wolf's expression changed, suddenly stopping the pursuit. Yi Yuan two people were baffled, but having such a great opportunity, they naturally would not let it go, sprinting away even harder. Chapter 27:10, Cultivating Martial Technique. Chapter 27:10, Cultivating Martial Technique. "It's great, big brother Yi Yuan. They didn't chase after us." When Shuoyan saw that the purple light battle wolf they all did not chase after, he could not help being overjoyed. But Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Silly boy, we must have stepped into a forbidden land in an accident arising from many causes. That's why they didn't dare to chase after. You take a closer look. What is this place?" Shuoyan was startled when he heard that and hurriedly sized the surroundings up. The moment he looked, he could not help getting a shock. "I completely can't recognize the terrain here. Could it be that we barged into the territory of the Saint Exalt?" Saint Exalt was the honorific title for Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Saint Exalt. Even if it's the territory of a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, they wouldn't need to be fearful to such an extent either, right? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. "Big brother, you aren't aware, the territory of the Saint Exalt can't be tracebar." S said without permission. Once discovered, not only do they have to be sentenced to death, the faction that they came from would also be destroyed. Shuoyan's expression changed as he said. When Yi Yuan heard this, he also frowned and said, "So overbearing? It's merely Saint Sovereign Heaven, that's all. Is there a need to be so domineering?" "No way, big brother, we can't go any deeper in. Once discovered, not only do we have to die, Royal Father will suffer a cataclysmic disaster too." As he said, Shuoyan pulled Yi Yuan and ran out. But Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "It's too late. We've already been discovered." Shuoyan's expression changed, only to see a figure slowly walk out of the forest. This was an old yellow bull, his breathing being as steady as a mountain. He was actually a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven expert. The old yellow bull looked at the two people silently and opened his mouth and said lightly, "Tracebar. Sing the Saint Exalt's territory. The two of you can kill yourselves to atone for your crime." That tone did not leave any room for negotiation at all. "Let's go." Yi Yuan shouted coldly and forcefully mustered up a burst of divine essence, bringing Shuoyan, and whirled away. Sitting passively to await destruction was not Yi Yuan's character. The old yellow bull gave a cold snort and said, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Finished talking, he stepped out, his figure disappearing in an instant. Yi Yuan only felt a burst of heart palpitations, the terrifying pressure cruise. I plusing him until he could not breathe. This old yellow bull's strength was too terrifying. Just as the two thought that they were certain to die, this terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared. It came fast and also left quickly, but the old yellow bull already blocked their way. The old yellow bull said coolly, "The two of you, follow me." Yi Yuan. Two people exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. However, they finally squeaked by with their lives. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yi Yuan was almost fainting. He did not even have the strength to walk anymore and could only be carried by Shuoyan. Yi Yuan took a heavenly pill out to eat and his injuries were recovering rapidly. When the old yellow bull saw Yi Yuan's heavenly pill, a hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes. The old yellow bull said, "This heavenly pill seems to be a little different." Yi Yuan closed his eyes to refine the heavenly pill and could not be bothered to pay attention to him at all. He almost died in this old guy's hands just now. Yi Yuan was not in such a good mood. Getting rebuffed, the old yellow bull seemed to be somewhat embarrassed. Said too. However, when he saw the speed of Yi Yuan's injuries recovering, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. This heavenly pill was too impressive. Not long ago, Yi Yuan was still on the verge of death, looking like he might die at any time. Just how long did it take? He was actually alive and well already. If one had such a heavenly pill in their hands, then their ability to continue fighting could simply be rated as terrifying. While riding a tiger's back, Yi Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger as his injuries healed. Before this, Yi Yuan was already at grand completion, lower limitless sublime heaven. The energy of the dragon heart pouring into his body this time was a great supplement to Yi Yuan. Therefore, a breakthrough also came naturally. The old yellow bull looked at Yi Yuan and could not help being somewhat speechless. The old yellow bull led the two people and arrived at a deep and quiet cave entrance. The old yellow bull warned Yi Yuan, "This place is the resting place of Lord Saint Exalt. You wait here, don't run around randomly. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and walked straight to a large rock and closed his eyes to rest. The old yellow bull could not help snorting coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Ignorant human." After the two people entered, Yi Yuan called out to Mi Tian in his heart, but the other party never replied the entire time. He felt that the aura of the dragon heart seemed to have wilted, and could not help giving rise to a foreboding premonition. Looks like taking action this time cost Mi Tian a huge expenditure. Yi Yuan felt a lot of guilt toward Mi Tian too. He originally wanted to inquire what the Chaos True Spirit bloodline was. It seemed like there was no hope now. Yi Yuan was not worried about Shuoyan. He guessed that this Saint Sovereign Heaven suddenly stopping the old yellow bull, it was likely because he discovered that Yi Yuan's bloodline was extraordinary. With nothing to do, Yi Yuan suddenly remembered the martial technique that Mi Tian used when he killed the 8-spotted leopard and could not help feeling energetic. This 9 Heavens Dragon transformation fist, the power was fearsome to the extreme. Yi Yuan believed that if he learned it, even if he did not utilize the Heavenspan Mountain, it would also be sufficient to rarely find a match within limitless sublime heaven. To execute this move, Mi Tian borrowed Yi Yuan's body to unleash it. Yi Yuan had clearly felt the revolution of dragon qi before. However, the operation of this martial technique was very mysterious and complicated, the difficulty immensely high. Yi Yuan started running the dragon qi according to the feeling in his body. Slamming a punch out. Bang! There was no power at all. In fact, even a tree in front only just swayed slightly too. Felt it before did not mean that he could execute it. This kind of mysterious martial technique could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words. A terrifying martial technique that could jump a major realm to kill the enemy was even more formidable than Great Tao transformation. How could it be easily mastered? When Senior Mi Tian utilized the martial technique, he was able to bring down the power of Great Tao. Actually, it achieved the same wondrous effect with different means as Great Tao transformation. But when I revolved true dragon power, why am I unable to feel the power of Great Tao in the slightest? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Although the cultivation method of humans and true spirits was different, They arrived at the same destination via different means. Humans relied on their comprehensions to understand the power of rules, while true spirits sensed great Tao rule through their own bloodline. The dragon race was born in chaos, their bloodline power extremely powerful. Feeling the power of great Tao was naturally also extraordinary. But it was also precisely because of this that this response was even harder. Yi Yuan practiced over and over again, the utilization method of the martial technique became more and more familiarized. But he was unable to find the crux from start to end. However, he was not discouraged. This degree of setback was nothing to him at all. And right at this time, the old yellow bull slowly walked into the cave by himself. He looked at Yi Yuan and revealed a disdainful look as he said, "It turns out that you're even a dragonblood martial artist. It's just a pity that you try to emulate something beyond one's ability, and then you fell flat on your face. The martial technique is a good martial technique. It's just that sadly, you're unable to unleash the true power. True dragons are born from chaos and are the darling of heavenly Tao. How can they be what you, a human, can imitate?" Yi Yuan ignored the old yellow bull, but a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed past in his mind. The old yellow bull gave a cold snort and said, "Conceited and ignorant human, you probably can't even know your end yet, right? Lord Saint Exalt said that humans shouldn't appear on the myriad demons mountain, specially making me send you on your way." The old yellow bull was extremely strong. If he made a move against Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of survival at all. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to him. Furthermore, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 27:11, Unable to Teach. Chapter 27:11, Unable to Teach. In the depths of the deep cave, a figure was faintly discernible in the darkness. Shuoyan faced this shadow and did not even dare to breathe loudly. After a long time, that shadow opened its mouth and said, "Your bright tiger's son?" Replying Lord Saint Exalt, "My father is precisely the bright tiger king," Shuoyan hurriedly said. "Amen, bright tiger gave birth to a fine son. What's your name?" "I'm called Shuoyan." "Shuoyan, are you willing to become this Exalt's disciple?" Shuoyan was immediately stupefied there and was actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. He completely did not think that Lord Saint Exalt actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. Saint Sovereign Heaven, that was a god-like existence. On the entire Rainclear continent, there were countless powerhouses. But those able to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven could be counted with fingers. Even farther, Bright Tiger King already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, just half a step and he would be able to succeed in breaking through. But he was ultimately still half a step away. Half-step was a heavenly chasm. This half-step was far too difficult. Now, a god-like existence actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. This was really a great thing that fell onto his lap. Shuoyan revealed a look of wild elation and directly knelt down and said agitatedly, "Disciple pays respect to master." The shadow nodded and said, "Amen, your bloodline power is very strong. With this Exalt's guidance, you have extremely high hopes of stepping into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future. There are 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens in this myriad demons mountain. This Exalt is called Saint Exalt Bull Demon. From now on, you're this Exalt's disciple. It turns out that Master is Saint Exalt Bull Demon. I heard Royal Father mentioned before that Saint Exalt Bull Demon swept across the myriad demons mountain back then, overpowering myriad beasts and corroborated your Tao to become Saint Sovereign Heaven. Master attained Tao the latest, but Master is the strongest among the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. Didn't expect that this disciple actually has the fortune to acknowledge you as Master." Hearing Saint Exalt Bull Demon's name, Shuoyan could not help being overjoyed. He did not expect that he would actually become the disciple of such a legend one day. But Shuoyan knew that being able to become Saint Exalt Bull Demon's disciple, a very large part of the credit belonged to Yi Yuan. When he was on the brink of life and death previously, the reason why he could awaken his bloodline at the final juncture was due to Yi Yuan's true grade heavenly pill playing a pivotal role. True grade heavenly pills integrated the power of great Tao. A portion of this great Tao power still lurked in his body. If not for this portion of power, it was impossible to awaken his bloodline by relying on his own talent. let alone being picked out by Saint Exalt Bull Demon and becoming his disciple. Those are all old events already. It's not worth mentioning, Saint Exalt Bull Demon said indifferently, without joy nor sorrow. Oh right, Master, my big brother has bloodline talent too, can you give him some pointers too? Shuoyan did not forget Yi Yuan and asked. Who knew that? Saint Exalt Bull Demon said coolly, a trash bloodline martial artist can also be called to have bloodline talent. Humans shouldn't appear in the Myriad Demons Mountain to begin with. I've already made Big Yellow go and dispose of him. Shuoyan's expression changed wildly and he said, What? Master, you. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was indifferent and said lightly, remember, your bloodline is extremely noble and carries the power of chaos. He, a mere human, doesn't have the qualifications to be associated with you. His voice had yet to fade when a terrifying dragon might came from outside the cave. The sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky. In the darkness, Saint Exalt Big Yellow's expression changed wildly and he immediately transmitted his voice. Big Yellow, stop. Outside the cave, Big Yellow's expression was very ugly too. Yi Yuan's punch earlier actually forced him back 3 steps. A middle limitless sublime heaven forced a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse back 3 steps. This was simply unimaginable. One had to know, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse could kill a limitless sublime heavenly stratum with a wave of their hand. Even if it was grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum, it was also impossible to make him take half a step back. But this young man in front of him did it. Although this was him somewhat underestimating the enemy, forced back means forced back. The power of that punch earlier could be rated as terrifying. He believed that even a grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum would absolutely be blown up with one punch too. Tyrannical. Unparalleled. Overbearing. He was still mocking Yi Yuan for being a mixed blood trash before. But a trash was actually able to unleash such a terrifying blow. Got to admit, it was very face-slapping. Turning angry from embarrass meant, he was just about to make a move to kill Yi Yuan when he heard Saint Exalt Bull Demon's voice transmission. His expression was ugly as he said, Lord Saint Exalt is asking you to go in. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and walked into the cave. Big brother Yi Yuan, it's really great that you're alright. Just now, it scared me to death. Seeing Yi Yuan, Shuoyan said excitedly. He was indeed frightened badly just now, he even thought that Yi Yuan was already killed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's one martial technique actually made Saint Exalt Bull Demon change his mind. Yi Yuan smiled and said, your big brother's life is tenacious. I won't die so easily. Saint Exalt Bull Demon opened his mouth and said, didn't expect that this Exalt will make an error of judgment too. Young man, you're clearly of a human body. How can you have such a powerful true dragon bloodline? Yi Yuan's bloodline was somewhat different from a true spirit's bloodline. His bloodline was recessive and did not take the initiative to release. The bloodline power would be hidden in the blood and one would not be able to tell at all. But once it erupted, his dragon might would absolutely shock people. Saint Exalt Bull Demon's strength was transcendent, but he could only tell that Yi Yuan was a dragonblood martial artist. Who knew that he had his face slapped with a backhand. Just based on that move earlier, Yi Yuan's bloodline power was absolutely not beneath Shuoyan's. He really made an error of judgment just now. Saint Exalt Bull Demon also did not expect that he would actually encounter 2 heaven-defying bloodline powerhouses all at once. Yi Yuan looked Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile that was not a smile, not killing me anymore. Saint Exalt Bull Demon's face was somewhat embarrassed. Said. Fortunately, they could not tell in the darkness of the cave. Since you're a member of the dragon race, you're naturally of my true spirit lineage too. Young man, are you willing to become this Exalt's disciple? With this Exalt's guidance, your chances of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven are very high. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said. To ordinary martial artists, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was definitely a huge temptation. The Rainclear continent had countless powerhouses, but how many people could break through? Becoming a Saint Sovereign Heaven's disciple, apart from being able to obtain even more resources, The greatest benefit was that they had the experience of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and knew what the deal was with breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Such an experience was the most valuable. But Yi Yuan did not need it at all. He replied with a question, Lord Saint Exalt, I wonder if you can execute my punch earlier? Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not help choking when he heard that. Although the power of that punch earlier was nothing to him, it could actually call down the power of Great Tao. This kind of terrifying and mysterious martial technique, he was unable to teach Yi Yuan at all. He also understood what Yi Yuan meant. You could not even execute this punch. What right do you have to take me in as a disciple? Logically speaking, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could use limitless sublime heavenly stratum martial techniques freely. Even if he did not cultivate in it before, just by relying on his powerful understanding of heavenly Tao, he could grasp it instantly too. It was just a pity that Yi Yuan's punch was not included in it. This punch of Yi Yuan's was just limited to his current realm and could not unleash its true power. Once Yi Yuan broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, the power of this punch would become several levels stronger. Such a profound punch, he could not teach. Chapter 27:12, Becoming Sworn Brothers. Chapter 27:12, Becoming Sworn Brothers. Mi Tian said before, true dragons were born from chaos. They were birthed by heaven. And Yi Yuan cultivated the chaos origin divinity. Hence, when he urged the 9 heavens dragon transformation fist with chaos divine essence, it was indeed effective. Maybe in your view, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven is a very impressive thing. But to me, it's no big deal, Yi Yuan said coolly. Saint Exalt Bull Demon frowned slightly and said in an unfriendly tone, it's a good thing for youngsters to be talented. But, if you are overly conceited, you won't live for long. Yi Yuan smiled and said, do you know why I'd appear on the Myriad Demons Mountain? Without waiting for Saint Exalt Bull Demon to guess, Yi Yuan answered himself, because I promised Bright Tiger King and the other 4 kings to help them to break through Saint Sovereign Heaven. Saint Exalt Bull Demon laughed loudly when he heard that and said, little baby, do you know what Saint Sovereign Heaven is? On the Civ Myriad Demons Mountain, with countless true spirits, there are even several dozen half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. But there are only a scanty 3 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. But when it reached your mouth, it became cabbages. Do you know that you're very ignorant? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. But Shuoyan said, Master, I believe what Big Brother Yi Yuan said, he can definitely do it. In reality, including my royal father, the 5 of them kings believe Big Brother without a shadow of doubt too. Saint Exalt Bull Demon scoffed and said, just a human conman. The 5 of them are completely blind. How amazing and brilliant this Exalt was back then, carving a bloody path out of countless powerhouses. I also spent countless years of training before I could take that step. A mere limitless sublime heaven also dares to arbitrarily talk about Saint Sovereign Heaven, simply a joke. Only when one reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, this threshold, and went to break through personally, would they know how difficult this step was. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was someone who had experienced it. So he had even less faith that a limitless sublime heavenly stratum could help half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens take this step. But Shuoyan said firmly, Big Brother Yi Yuan is different from the rest. Master took fancy on this disciple, it should be because of the bloodline that this disciple just awakened, right? But do you know why I was able to awaken the bloodline? It was Big Brother Yi Yuan's true grade heavenly pill that let me awaken my bloodline. Impossible. Bloodline power can only be awakened by relying on talent. How can there be the logic of awakening by relying on heavenly pills? Saint Exalt Bull Demon immediately denied it. Shuoyan saw that Saint Exalt Bull Demon did not believe it and recounted the process of his awakening in detail and swore a deadly oath. When Saint Exalt Bull Demon saw Shuoyan saw the deadly oath and was perfectly fine, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. There was an adage among true spirits called bloodline is innate, which was to say that bloodline power was bestowed by heaven. It would only continuously awaken and become stronger by relying on your continuous hard work. What kind of heavenly pill could let Shuoyan awaken such a powerful bloodline power? It was hard to understand. But now, it was not up to him to not believe it. After a long silence, Saint Exalt Bull Demon asked this. You're saying that he can refine grade 4 heavenly imperial pills? Yi Yuan smiled slightly. He believed it. Since he believed, this old bull naturally would not do anything to him. The most fearful thing was that you had no value to exploit. Very clearly, as a heavenly alchemist, the value was too great. Being able to refine grade 4 heavenly imperial pills, what did that mean? That meant that the heavenly pills that Yi Yuan refined were similarly useful to him. This Saint Sovereign Heaven. Not being able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was naturally extremely painful. But breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven also did not mean that one could sit back and relax. Reaching this step, there was already no one who could refine heavenly pills for them. Even on Myriad Demons Mountain, the heavenly pills that were useful to them were also similarly exceedingly few. Therefore, every inch that they wanted to advance required countless years to polish. It was naturally something that was doubly difficult if they wanted to make further breakthroughs on this foundation. At this time, a heavenly alchemist that could refine true-grade heavenly imperial pills appeared. The significance was different. Shuoyan nodded his head heavily and said, not just grade 4 heavenly imperial pills. Furthermore, it's true-grade heavenly imperial pills. True-grade heavenly pills are too miraculous. I only took one heavenly pill and directly broke through a major cultivation realm. Furthermore, it even helped me to awaken my bloodline. A figure walked out of the darkness. Yi Yuan. Two people finally saw Saint Exalt Bull Demon's true face clearly. A brawny man with a bull's nose and 2 horns. Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Do you have true-grade heavenly pills in your hands?" Yi Yuan smiled and fished out a crystal-clear heavenly pill. When Saint Exalt Bull Demon saw this heavenly pill, his pupils could not help constricting. "Fine pill!" Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist exclaiming. His realm was different from others. Saint Sovereign Heaven Powerhouse, those were all transcendent existences that entered sainthood. Their understanding of heavenly Tao was not what normal people could compare to. The moment he saw this heavenly pill, he felt an aura of great Tao. It was definitely not ordinary. This was a grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Yi Yuan spent a year's time and finally cultivated the grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of true grade. The more he sized it up, the more Saint Exalt Bull Demon felt that this pill was extraordinary. There's actually such a miraculous heavenly pill in this world. This Exalt was ignorant and ill-informed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll give this heavenly pill to Lord Saint Exalt. If your excellency is interested, why not try it out?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon's pupils constricted and he said, "Really?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Your Lord Saint Exalt. Even if you take my heavenly pill by force, I also won't dare to do anything." Saint Exalt Bull Demon shook his head and said, "That won't do." "Of course that won't do. You punk, who do you think this Exalt is?" Yi Yuan just smiled but did not speak. It was not that Saint Exalt Bull Demon did not want to, and it was also not that he was not moved, but that he was clear in his heart that he could not lose the main goal because of small gains. This was merely a grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill. It would not have much effect on him. But, if it was a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill, then the effect would be totally different. Offending Yi Yuan now, when Yi Yuan could refine grade 4 heavenly pills in the future, he would not be so easy to talk to anymore. Getting Yi Yuan's permission, Saint Exalt Bull Demon brook no delay and swallowed the foundation establishment heavenly pill. Suddenly, his expression changed. He only felt that every pore on his body seemed to have opened up. A measly grade 3 heavenly pill was actually really effective on him. Although this effect was negligible, he clearly felt that his bloodline power really increased a little. One had to know, even if the rank of ordinary grade 3 heavenly pills reached upper 9th grade, it was also impossible to have the slightest effect on him. But this grade 3 heavenly pill had an effect. This was just a grade 3 heavenly pill. If it was a grade 4 heavenly pill? What if it was a grade 5 heavenly pill? Thinking up to here, Saint Exalt Bull Demon's breathing could not help speeding up. That feeling was seemingly like being trapped in a cage for tens of thousands of years, and seeing the light of day. After so many years, The things that could move him were really in the minority. But today, he lost composure. What a miraculous heavenly pill. I didn't expect that a measly grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill is actually effective on this exalt. Yi Yuan, I admit that previously, it was this exalt who made an error of judgment. From today onward, you and I will address each other as brothers, alright? Saint Exalt Bull Demon suddenly said something that made even Yi Yuan a little stunned. Chapter 27:13, Big Yellow Obeys. Chapter 27:13, Big Yellow Obeys. Address each other as brothers? Could it be because of the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation? Yi Yuan suddenly gave birth to a trace of enlightenment and asked. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded his head solemnly and said, "That's right. It's precisely because of the Saint Exalt Tao tribulation. This Exalt is a little better off than those two guys. But I've also pulled through 2 Saint Exalt Tao tribulations. Even if I can make it through the 3rd time, I'd definitely turn to ashes at the 4th time too. If I still don't break through, I'm really going to die." Talking until the back, Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist letting out a long sigh. Clearly, this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation was very terrifying. Saint Sovereign Heavens stood at the summit of this rain-clear continent and were admired by thousands. But Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses also had the troubles of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. One of them was this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan saw before sporadic records in the ancient books of the martial secure heavenly sect. When one's cultivation reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, it would trigger the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Saint Sovereign Tao tribulations had no fixed number. Some people went through it once every 10,000 years, some went through it once every 30,000 years. Of course, there were also some unlucky ones that would come every 1,000 years. But Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, each time was more terrifying than the last. Very few people were able to tide over more than 3 times. Of course, if your strength kept improving and you increased enough strength before the next Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation came, you would naturally be able to pass through it safely. What was scary was that your strength remained stagnant. Unfortunately, on Rain-Clear Continent, cultivating to Saint Sovereign Heaven realm was naturally the end already. Without the support of grade 5 heavenly pills, without heaven-defying cultivation methods, without Astonis. HI+ing fortuitous encounters, one would basically kick the bucket on the 2nd or 3rd Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. It was also precisely because of this that the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses on Rain-Clear Continent would be so rare. Otherwise, even if Saint Sovereign Heaven was hard to break through, there would always be some over-the-account accumulation of time. But the reality was that the Saint Sovereign Heavens on the entire Rain-Clear Continent added up, absolutely would not exceed 10 fingers too. Who, since Big Brother Bull Demon favors this younger brother, then it will be disrespectful for Yi Yuan to decline, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was overjoyed when he heard that. Grabbing Yi Yuan's hand excitedly, he said, "Good brother, from now on, your business is my business." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Big brother rest assured, this little brother still has some confidence in alchemy. Leave the matter of heavenly pills to me." The two exchanged a glance and laughed loudly. Yi Yuan was also not blockheaded. What a Saint Sovereign Heaven big brother would bring to him was too much. Saint Exalt Bull Demon clearly understood this too. That was why he would acknowledge Yi Yuan this brother. Even if he did not take action, the name of a Saint Sovereign Heaven's brother could also let Yi Yuan obtain too much. There was at least one thing, having acknowledged this big brother, Yi Yuan would not have any problems passing through the myriad demons mountain and returning to the 5 great heavenly regions anymore. Shuoyan, who was by the side, was completely dumbfounded. They were still shouting and wrangling earlier. How did these two become brothers in a blink of an eye? Hang on. I just acknowledged Lord Saint Exalt as my master. Big brother, you acknowledged Lord Saint Exalt as your big brother. Then what am I? Shuoyan said with a confused look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "To each his own. When you're together with big brother, you naturally call him master. When together with me, you naturally call me as big brother too." Shuoyan did not seem to have encountered such a complicated relations. HI+P before, nodding his head like he did not fully understand. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was clearly very satisfied with this too. He nodded and said with a smile, as it ought to be, "Heh, that old ape and big bird keep bragging every day about how incredible their disciples are. Shuoyan, you have to make a good showing for Master this time." Being able to make Saint Exalt Bull Demon say this, the old ape and big bird were naturally the other two Saint Exalt heavens. Shuoyan nodded and said, "Master rest assured. This disciple will live up to expectations. But before this disciple still has some personal affairs and needs to go back to the clan to settle. Master, please allow it." Talking up to here, Shuoyan's eyes revealed a hint of fierceness. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he secretly nodded to himself. This kid finally grew up. He did not have the ambition to compete, but his 9 older brothers united and forced him to become how he was now. Although the current Shuoyan still had a childish air, his tiger dominance aura had already appeared. Given time, he would definitely be the second Bright Tiger King. Of course, in Yi Yuan's view, his accomplishments would likely be even above Bright Tiger's. What kind of character was Saint Exalt Bull Demon? He saw through an inkling with just one glance and said with a nod, "Amen, let Big Yellow accompany you on the trip." Bringing the two people out of the cave, Big Yellow was currently standing obediently at one side, appearing very simple and honest. "Big Yellow, this is my new sworn brother, Yi Yuan. From now on, you have to treat him with respect like a teacher. Understand?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon said coolly. The old yellow bull's bull eyes immediately became wide saucers, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, as if he saw some monster. He did not understand why Yi Yuan became Lord Saint Exalt's brother with a sway of his figure after going in for a while. One had to know, even a genius like Shuoyan could only become Lord Saint Exalt's disciple too. What capability did this boy have, to actually be able to become brothers with a Saint Exalt? Lord Saint Exalt, this. When Yi Yuan saw the big yellow bull's wonderful expression, he found it amusing in his heart too. But his face revealed a very furious expression, and he said with a cold smile, "Big brother, I can't bear his courtesy. Senior Big Yellow even said that this younger brother tried to emulate something beyond my ability and fell flat on my face just now, and I even nearly died twice at his hand." The moment Big Yellow heard, he immediately felt like he was struck by lightning. He was definitely taking the blame for this. One had to know, this was all Lord Saint Exalt's order. He could not very well let Lord Saint Exalt receive the punishment, right? The big yellow bull could only say, "This. Master Yi is lofty. It was all Big Yellow's fault previously. Big Yellow apologizes to you here." Yi Yuan looked at Big Yellow and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Want me to forgive, sure. You promise me one thing and our scores are squared." Seeing the smile on Yi Yuan's face that was up to no good, Big Yellow's heart raced. But at this time, he could not refuse it either. At once, he could only nod. He said, "Master Yi, Your Excellency, please instruct." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Amen, I'm just about to go to Bright Tiger King's territory to take care of business. Let me ride you, and the grievances between us will be considered squared." The big yellow ox was an ox, but currently, his face practically became black as the bottom of a wok. He was a dignified peak jade sovereign heaven super expert. Yet, he was actually going to be ridden as a mount by a limitless sublime heaven. He knew that this matter could not be brushed over, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan would use this kind of method to take revenge on him. By the side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon had an awkward face too. But at this time, he naturally would not draw trouble onto himself and could only say, "Big Yellow, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. When you reach Bright Tiger's territory, listen to Yi Yuan's orders." "That will do. Don't make this expression. Letting Yi Yuan ride you will only be beneficial to you and won't do you harm." Big Yellow had a flurry of curses run across his mind. What was called only be beneficial and would not harm you? He, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, being ridden around, how would he still show his face in the territory in the future? Wouldn't those few old things mock him to death? But regarding Saint Exalt Bull Demon's words, he had no choice but to listen and could only say, "Yes, Big Yellow obeys." Chapter 27:14. Big Yellow, be obedient. Chapter 27:14. Big Yellow, be obedient. Bright Tiger King's territory was long already in upheaval. Currently, the other 4 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens brought their armies and were currently locked in a struggle with Bright Tiger King. Bright Tiger King fought 1 against 4, and it could be seen that it was rather difficult. However, his strength was indeed fearsome too. He actually managed to resist for some time. While his subordinates also fought dauntlessly in bloody battles, killing until their eyes turned red. "Are the 4 of you really going to fight to the death?" Bright Tiger King roared angrily. "Humph! You've cut off our hope and are still talking big here. Yi Yuan was only placed with you for a year and you've killed him. What's the point of talking about it now?" Myriad Elephant King said in a solemn voice. "The son that I'm most proud of has died too. 1 son died, you still have 9, but Yi Yuan is dead. How will we break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven?" "Enough said. Your territory is going to disappear from the Myriad Demons Mountain today." Heavenly Rat King cried out. Bright Tiger said angrily, "Want me dead? The few of you have to pay the price in blood too." Both sides fought fiercely without resting. Either you die or I perish. The great battle of 3 Saint Mountain touched the nerves of the 5 factions very quickly. When Bright Tiger received the news from the front, he was immediately dumbfounded. 3 Saint Mountain was just a small faction. Going over with Yi Yuan's strength, it was very easy to protect himself. Who could have expected that more than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses suddenly appeared there? The true spirit army that Shuoyan brought over was completely wiped out, corpses scattered everywhere. The 5 parties all thought that Yi Yuan was already dead. This was equivalent to saying that their hope of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven had been completely cut off. How could they not be angry when they got this news? Myriad Elephant King, they all naturally pinned this matter on Bright Tiger. Bright Tiger completely did not know that those Jade Sovereign Heavens sent out to kill Yi Yuan and Shuoyan were actually his own 9 sons. Of course, Hufeng they all would not tell Bright Tiger too. In reality, they all also did not expect that it would cause such grave consequences. Currently, Hufeng 9 people were fighting dauntlessly in bloody battles, killing extremely tragically. The battle on both sides kept on escalating and becoming increasingly fiercer and already reached the extent of being irreconcilable till death. Bright Tiger King's combat power was top-notch among the 5 people. The strength of his subordinates was naturally the strongest among the 5 people too. But, no matter how strong his strength was, it was also impossible to surpass the sum of the 4. If Myriad Elephant 4 people wanted to eradicate Bright Tiger's faction, they naturally had to pay a heavy price. If hope was not really cut off, they would not be so furious too. Boom! Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. The expressions of everyone on the battlefield changed one after another. "Stop!" A thunderous voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked over following the voice and discovered a white-robed youth riding a large yellow bull, walking over leisurely. In an instant, countless eyes focused on that white-robed youth. The way that he took the stage was seriously too attention-grabbing. As for Shuoyan, who was behind Big Yellow, he was directly overlooked by everyone. Who is this white-robed youth? To actually be riding a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven Old Yellow Ox, it's too impressive. It's a human. I heard that the 4 kings and Bright Tiger King are fighting in a life-and-death struggle because of a human. It wouldn't be him, right? No way, right? Isn't he dead? A limitless sublime heavenly stratum riding on a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven Old Yellow Bull. This image was too impactful. Grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. What kind of proud existence was that? Even in death, they would not be other people's mount too. Unless the other party was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. But, a limitless sublime heavenly stratum actually did it. Yi Yuan. He actually didn't die. Amen. That. How is this possible? How is this possible? When Bright Tiger saw Yi Yuan, his eyes genuinely brimmed over with hot tears. Yi Yuan appeared too timely. If it dragged on, he would have definitely died without a doubt. But, when his gaze landed on the old yellow bull under Yi Yuan, his entire person was immediately petrified. Those small fries naturally did not recognize the large yellow bull, but as an existence with half a foot into Saint Sovereign Heaven, How could he not recognize it? Bright Tiger, that wouldn't be. Wild Lion King said with his eyes full of shock. There's no mistake. It's him. Bright Tiger said with absolute certainty. He had seen General Big Yellow Bull in front of Saint Exalt Bull Demon's seat when he entered the Saint Exalt's territory. It was also precisely because of this that Saint Exalt Bull Demon made Big Yellow Bull come over. Although Big Yellow Bull's strength was not as strong as Bright Tiger, who he represented was Saint Sovereign Heaven. Who dared to not give face? Bright Tiger never dreamed that Yi Yuan would actually ride on Big Yellow Bull and return to Bright Tiger territory. Getting a confirmed answer, the four people trembled all over, their eyes full of shock. What kind of status did the Big Yellow Bull have? Although they were half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, they absolutely did not dare to offend the Big Yellow Bull. But Yi Yuan actually rode him as a mount. More importantly, the Big Yellow Bull was actually willing to let him ride. This was simply inconceivable. How can he? How dare he? Wild Lion King said puzzledly. In reality, there was a myriad of curses galloping across Big Yellow Bull's heart currently. He was considered to have completely lost his face today. Who knew that at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly patted his head and said with a smile, "Be obedient, Big Yellow. Seeing that your performance is pretty good, I'll award you this thing." As he said, Yi Yuan threw a Foundation Establishment heavenly pill into Big Yellow's mouth. Big Yellow did not see clearly what that was either, but he knew that it was a heavenly pill. Either way, it would not be detrimental to him. It was just that he did not harbor much hope about the effect of this heavenly pill. What rubbish effect could the heavenly pill taken out by a limitless sublime heavenly stratum have? But as soon as the heavenly pill entered his mouth, he immediately felt something different. He felt as if the top of his skull was opened up. That huge door that he always wanted to touch, but could not touch, seemed to have a gap pushed open. Saint Sovereign Heaven. That was the feeling of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow's heart was in an upsurge, excited to the extreme. How many years had he waited for this day? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, TSK, Big Yellow, you look dumb as HELL. I didn't expect that you're still pretty smart. Didn't think that this one Foundation Establishment heavenly pill let you gain enlightenment. He knew that this was the effect of Big Yellow's immense accumulations erupting. Although the true grade Foundation Establishment heavenly pill was incredible, it was impossible to really play a role in breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Most of it was due to Big Yellow's own accumulations. Foundation Establishment heavenly pill was equivalent to an ingredient added to enhance the efficacy of a medicine. This kind of state was about the same as Jiang Li breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heaven back then. Of course, it was naturally impossible for one Foundation Establishment heavenly pill to knock open the door of Saint Sovereign Heaven. But after taking this step, Big Yellow was only half a step away from Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow continued walking forward, but the imposing momentum on his body became stronger and stronger. The mountain full of true spirits looked at Yi Yuan, their eyes full of shock. He fed the Big Yellow Bull a grade 3 heavenly pill, then the Big Yellow Bull broke through. Gradually, there was an additional fleeting and ephemeral aura on Big Yellow, exactly alike Bright Tiger and the rest. This kind of aura was precisely the hallmark of a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and opened his mouth and said, "Big Yellow thanks Master Yi for bestowing the pill." At this moment, he finally understood what Lord Saint Exalt's words meant. Chapter 27:15, Cleaning Up Household. Chapter 27:15, Cleaning Up Household. Yi Yuan patted his bull head and said smilingly, "What? Not killing me anymore?" Big Yellow sweat heavily and hurriedly said, "Master's methods are mysterious and unpredictable." It was Big Yellow who offended Master Yi previously. From now on, Big Yellow will definitely show Master Yi the etiquette of a disciple. At this point, if he still did not understand why Lord Saint Exalt would address Yi Yuan as a brother, then he would really be an idiot. A grade 3 heavenly pill actually let him break through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was simply inconceivable. Using mysterious and unpredictable to describe was not overboard in the slightest. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Amen, after going back, I'll give you a list. If you can gather the heavenly medicines, I'll naturally help you to refine a precious jade heavenly sacred pill as well when the time comes, and help you to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow Bull's body quivered and he said in disbelief, Is this for real? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course it's real. Otherwise, do you think Big Brother's words were to make a fool out of you? Arriving in front of Bright Tiger and the rest, they gave a bow to Big Yellow. Paying respects to Commander Big Yellow, congratulations to Commander Big Yellow for breaking through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Toward these few people, Big Yellow naturally had a sense of superiority and said with a nod, Thank you, gentlemen. The one in charge here today is Master Yi. You guys just have to listen to his orders. The few people trembled all over as they said in disbelief, Master Yi? What kind of status did Commander Big Yellow have, to actually show Yi Yuan the etiquette of a disciple? What was wrong with this world? Yi Yuan disappeared for a period of time and actually became Master Yi with a sudden metamorphosis. Although they already faintly had some conjectures previously that Yi Yuan became associated with Saint Exalt Bull Demon. But, becoming this sort of relations, Hi+P all of a sudden, they still felt that it was inconceivable. Big Yellow said coolly, Master Yi has become sworn brothers with Lord Saint Exalt. This commander naturally addresses him as Master. What? B became sworn brothers? Bright Tiger King's entire body trembled, almost biting his own tongue off. At this moment, their pleasant surprise about losing Yi Yuan and recovering him turned into fright. This was no joke. A limitless sublime heavenly stratum became sworn brothers with Lord Saint Exalt. What the hell was this? One had to know. Yi Yuan was a hostage-like existence at their place. They actually took Lord Saint Exalt's brother hostage. This crime was heinous. Although these few were all half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, they did not know about Saint Sovereign Heaven's needing to transcend tribulations. They were naturally also unable to understand why Saint Exalt Bull Demon would do such a preposterous thing. That's right. Lord Saint Exalt said that if you see Master Yi in the future, it's equivalent to seeing him. If anyone wants to make things difficult for Master Yi, that's making things difficult for him. Big Yellow said coolly. The five people's expressions instantly became ugly to the extreme. Paying respects to Master Yi. Bright Tiger King was the first to react as he said rather awkwardly. Paying respects to Master Yi. Myriad Elephant and the rest all bowed awkwardly as they said. Their words carried thick fear. What they were more scared of was Yi Yuan settling the scores afterward. With a Saint Sovereign Heaven as a backer, it was effortless to eradicate them. How could Yi Yuan not know their concerns? He said with a smile, Gentlemen, don't need to be afraid, I don't have the intention of settling scores with you all. What I promised you all, I'll do it too. But right now, we'd better take care of Bright Tiger King's family matters first. Family matters? Bright Tiger said with a blank face. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Huffing and the rest who were behind Bright Tiger changed drastically. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Don't you know that Shuoyan and I getting besieged on Three Saint Mountain, it was actually the work of your few sons? What? Bright Tiger's tiger body trembled and he turned to look at his sons. Royal Father, we didn't. Shaba was the first to react and denied it firmly. Yeah, Royal Father. Think about it, with our strength, how can we possibly mobilize so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? Yi Yuan he came under the patronage of a big shot and is making slanderous charges. Huffeng also said with righteous indignation. Purple Light Battle Wolf they all had long already hidden themselves. Either way, there was no proof either. As long as they denied it firmly, what could Yi Yuan do to them? The moment Bright Tiger heard, his brows furrowed slightly. Although he doted on his youngest son Shuoyan, it was also impossible to sentence 9 sons to death because of one sentence. Master Yi, although you become sworn brothers with Lord Saint Exalt now, you also can't slander people at random, right? This king is most clear about their strength. It's impossible to mobilize so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, Bright Tiger said. Hearing this, Huffing and the rest all secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked toward Yi Yuan gloatingly. Shuoyan was young in the end, hearing his few older brothers quibble like this, he was long already burning with fury. Do you all still want face or not? The 8-spotted leopard and purple light battle wolf already personally admitted it. You guys are actually still putting on an act here. To think that I've always regarded you guys as my closest loved ones, when in fact you all are actually so vicious. Shuoyan said furiously. Old 16, you can't anyhow say things. As elder brothers, we didn't skimp out on doting you and giving in to you normally. I believe that royal father sees this too. Now that you found a backer, you're going to put your hands on your brothers? Old 16, aren't you a little too vicious? Shaba said with a look of indignation. Old 16, you still require your own effort if you want to succeed royal father's position of king. Even if you kill all of us, it won't do if your strength is lacking, Hufeng supplemented with a stab. When Bright Tiger heard this, he nodded his head in even greater agreement. He could still tell how they behaved normally. The other 9 have indeed shown consideration and care for Shuoyan. It was just that he did not know that the situation in the past year had already changed too much. Old 16, you've grown up. It's just that this kind of method disappoints this king too greatly. Bright Tiger let out a sigh and said with melancholy. You all. Shuoyan's face reddened to the ears in his anxiousness. Shuoyan discovered that he was still too inexperienced. With a few words, he was actually Reb. Ted until he had nothing to say in reply. He seriously could not find the evidence to refute them. At this time, Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said unhurriedly, Kid, don't need to be anxious until your face changes colors. Teach you another move today. In this world, words are feeble. Only strength is the true capital to establish yourself. The moment his voice faded, an origin divinity attack burst forth. Shaba gave a fled groan and directly fell to the ground dead. The faces of everyone present changed. No one expected that Yi Yuan actually made a move to kill under the Cirque stances where there was no valid reason at all. Yi Yuan, you! Bright Tiger said furiously. He was already guarding against Yi Yuan, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually instantly killed Shaba with an origin divinity attack. Yi Yuan ignored him and still said to Shuoyan lightly, I'll get things rolling. I'll leave the rest to you. Shuoyan's entire body trembled and immediately nodded his head deeply. Since words failed, then he would kill. Shuoyan was a hot-blooded man in his bones too. At this point, he naturally had no reason to shrink back. Bright Tiger's face fell and he said in a cold voice, Shuoyan, you dare? Big Yellow Bull snorted and said coolly, this commander wants to see who dares to make a move. Chapter 27:16, Yi Yuan's plans. Chapter 27:16, Yi Yuan's plans. The moment Big Yellow Bull opened his mouth, everyone's faces changed. Although he was just a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, behind him was a real Saint Sovereign Heaven. Saint Sovereign Heaven was God in the Myriad Demons Mountain. Commander Big Yellow, this isn't appropriate, right? This is my family matter, Bright Tiger said in a solemn voice. There's nothing inappropriate. If this commander can't convince you all, there's naturally Lord Saint Exalt who will come forth personally. At that time, I'm afraid that nobody here will be able to live. I think that you all know the Myriad Demons Mountain's rules. Big Yellow said it nonchalantly, but each word struck the hearts of Bright Tiger and the rest. What rule did Myriad Demons Mountain have? The strong reigned supreme. If the strong wanted you dead, they did not need any reason at all. This was the law of the jungle. I'm strong, so I can dominate everything. And the true masters of this Myriad Demons Mountain were the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. Shuoyan's gaze turned slightly dark and he spoke up, Royal Father, me and my 8 older brothers are already irreconcilable till death. Today, Shuoyan will have a fair fight with them. If Shuoyan is defeated and dies, there will absolutely be no complaint. Bright Tiger's gaze turned sharp and he said in a solemn voice, you mean, you want to fight 1 against 8? Precisely so. Shuoyan said firmly. Hiss, countless true spirits drew a breath of cold air. Bright Tiger King's 10 sons, apart from Shuoyan, they were all dragons among men. Their strength was extremely strong existences among the Myriad Demons Mountain's junior generation. This Shuoyan actually wanted to fight 1 on 8, wasn't this courting death? Bright Tiger King seemed to have somewhat waned interest, waving his hand and said, "Forget it. If you all want to fight, just fight then." Shuoyan's gaze swept across his 8 older brothers and he said calmly, "8 brothers, Shuoyan will give you all the chance to kill me today. Please go ahead." Hefeng snorted coldly and said, "Old 16, you're too conceited. Although your strength has advanced by leaps and bounds these few years, your foundation isn't stable. Since you're seeking death, then your brothers will send you off." Seeing that Shuoyan actually wanted to fight 1 against 8, Hefeng and the rest were all pleasantly surprised. They were extremely confident in their strength. How could they possibly lose to this brat? Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus these 8 people naturally had no intention of showing mercy. Each and every one of them released their auras fully and rushed forward. Ha! Shuoyan roared, a terrifying bloodline pressure instantly exploding. Greater Xiantian Dipper Fis. It was only to see Shuoyan throw a punch out. Everyone's faces instantly changed. The power of this punch already reached the pinnacle of limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Nobody expected that Shuoyan's one punch actually had such terrifying power. Rumble. Throwing a punch out, the terrifying air billows directly sent all the 8 tiger sons flying. One punch defeated 8 people. When Shuoyan was at middle limitless sublime heaven, his strength could already contend with grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum. After awakening his bloodline, not only did his cultivation realm increase, the power of his bloodline even grew significantly stronger. Now, he was virtually matchless below Jade Sovereign heavenly stratum already. And when Bright Tiger King saw this punch, his eyes revealed even greater shock. Greater Xiantian Dipper Fis. Isn't this the ultimate move that Saint Exalt Bull Demon comprehended? How does Shuoyan know it? Bright Tiger King said in inexplicable shock. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your son is currently Saint Exalt Bull Demon's personal disciple. Is it very strange that he knows this move?" The Shuoyan, after awakening his bloodline, his talent was indeed terrifying too, as if he had become enlightened. He only used half a month's time and already had a preliminary grasp of this move. Compared to Saint Exalt Bull Demon, he was naturally 108,000 miles away. But it was more than enough to deal with his few older brothers who had a similar realm with him. Bright Tiger King's tiger body trembled and he said in shock once again, "What? Shuoyan? He became Saint Exalt Bull Demon's personal disciple?" He felt that the sudden turn of events he had encountered in this lifetime was not as many as today. Big Yellow Bull said coolly, "That's right. Shuoyan awakened a powerful bloodline talent. His future accomplishments will likely far surpass yours. Your other sons are no longer important. So, do you think that Shuoyan will do something to harm his biological brothers in order to inherit your mantle? Does he have the need?" Bright Tiger King's entire person was petrified there, his head rumbling. It was naturally impossible for Big Yellow Bull to lie about this matter. The greater Xiantian Dipper Fist could not be faked either. This was to say that he was deceived by this bunch of scoundrels. Furthermore, it was actually this bunch of sons that caused this consequence today. With the truth coming to light, there seemed to be a volcano in Bright Tiger King's chest that was about to erupt. Hefeng. Bright Tiger King bellowed loudly, scaring the mountain full of true spirits until their expressions changed. "Our royal father." Hefeng was severely wounded by one punch and still vomiting blood out of his mouth. But he was more frightened. Hearing that Shuoyan became a Saint Exalt's disciple, he already despaired in his heart. "I'm not your royal father. Who? The few of you are really my good sons." Bright Tiger smiled coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Royal father, it's not what you think. We really didn't do anything," Hefeng said fearfully. Bang! Bright Tiger pointed a finger. A terrifying force directly penetrated Hefeng's head. Hefeng, dead. Following that, he flicked his sleeves and said in a solemn voice, "Drag them all away for me and kill them." Bright Tiger King directly sentenced his 8 sons to death. Now, he only had one son, Shuoyan. Of course, this son was also his pride. "Good. Fine lad. Royal father has wronged you. You lived up to expectations." Bright Tiger hugged Shuoyan and said apologetically, "It's not that I lived up to expectations, but that big brother Yi Yuan is amazing. If it wasn't for his heavenly pill, it wouldn't have been possible for me to awaken my bloodline too. Master, he also wouldn't have taken fancy on me, and would have long died in the Saint Exalt's territory as well. Everything about this child was thanks to Big Brother," Shuoyan said. Bright Tiger was shocked in his heart. He already overestimated Yi Yuan's heavenly pill as much as possible, but he did not expect that he still underestimated it. He did not think that Shuoyan could actually awaken such a terrifying bloodline power. Just now, when Shuoyan took action, he already felt it clearly. Shuoyan's bloodline power was extremely high level, he was unable to distinguish it at all, but without a doubt, it was far stronger than him, this father. This son's future accomplishments would definitely be above his. Now, he even became Saint Exalt Bull Demon's disciple. This was simply soaring to the heavens in one bound. "Oh, right. Master Yi, Bright Tiger has offended previously. Hope that Master Lord will be magnanimous and don't fuss about it," Bright Tiger King said in fear and trepidation. Right now, he no longer had the slightest sense of superiority in front of Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan was willing, he could even determine his life and death with a word. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, your family matter has also been dealt with. Everyone can scatter then. The few of you rest assured. What I promised you all is still effective. Having a few more Saint Sovereign Heavens in this myriad Demons Mountain isn't a bad thing either. But, you all have to hurry up with the matter of searching for heavenly pills." Yi Yuan naturally had selfish motives in doing so too. The power and influence of the Pill Alliance were too powerful. They had true-grade heavenly pills too. Creating Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was naturally nothing difficult as well. If Yi Yuan wanted to return to the 5 great heavenly regions, he must have a powerful faction as the backing. This myriad Demons Mountain was naturally the best choice. Chapter 27:17, Exiting Seclusion. Chapter 27:17, Exiting Seclusion. Cultivation was timeless. There were no years in the mountains. 50 years Pa-S said in a haste. During these 50 years, Yi Yuan spent a rare period of peaceful days in the myriad Demons Mountain. On this day, outside a cave, Bright Tiger 5 people were fidgety, pacing back and forth continuously. "I say, Golden Fur, can you stop for a while? You keep pacing around. Your father's eyes are getting dizzy," Bright Tiger said in annoyance. Golden Fur was naturally the Wild Lion King. The moment Wild Lion heard, he said in a great rage, "Look at that tiger face of yours. It's almost drooping into a donkey's face. What qualifications do you have to talk about your father?" This cave was precisely Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue. And today was the day when Yi Yuan's 50-year oath expired. If Yi Yuan could not hand over the precious jade heavenly sacred pill today, he would suffer heavenly Tao's backlash and die. And the 5 of their Saint Sovereign Heaven dream would also be completely shattered. Therefore, the 5 of them seemed very restless at this time. Of course, more of it was worry. "Sigh, I say, can Yi Yuan really do it? 50 years to break through a major cultivation realm and even have to reach that inconceivable realm in Alchemy Dao, it's seriously too HELs. H. Plus Myriad Elephant said worriedly. Thinking about it now, it's indeed a little too optimistic. This sort of thing, it doesn't feel too probable when you think about it too. Bright Tiger King said. There's still less than an hour before the oath needs to be fulfilled. He hasn't even come out until now. I'm afraid that his chances of coming out are very slim. They admitted that Yi Yuan was extremely monstrous. But 50 years ago, Yi Yuan had merely just entered limitless sublime heavenly stratum and had not even begun researching grade 3 heavenly pills. These 50 years, not only did Yi Yuan have to break through a major cultivation realm in martial Dao realm, he even had to break through 2 major realms in alchemy Dao. This sort of thing, thinking about it, did not feel too likely either. One had to know how many amazingly talented people had been blocked by Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum this threshold. Jiang Li was known as Heavenly South's #1 genius, and he was also sealed in front of this step for as long as several hundred years. A martial arts genius like Luo Yunqing was similarly blocked for hundreds of years. Breaking through to the realm of sovereign required opportunity, but only a short 50 years was given to Yi Yuan. What was even more damning was that Yi Yuan's incomparably profound alchemy path realm undoubtedly required even more time to polish. Bright Tiger 5 people and Saint Exalt Bull Demon practically dug 3 feet into the ground of the entire Myriad Demons Mountain and finally gathered 6 portions of the precious jade Heavenly Sacred Pills Heavenly Medicines 5 years ago. However, it had already been more than 10 years since Yi Yuan's last closed seclusion. They also did not know how far Yi Yuan had reached. Humph. The few of you listen up, if Yi Yuan can't come out, kill yourselves to atone for your crime. At this time, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, who had his eyes closed all along not far away, suddenly opened his mouth. The moment the 5 people heard, their expressions changed greatly. Yi Yuan getting killed by Heavenly Dao backlash was equivalent to severing his path forward too. How could he tolerate this sort of thing? Saint Exalt Bull Demon firmly believed that with Yi Yuan's talent, reaching that profound realm was merely a matter of time. But these 5 fools actually forced Yi Yuan to sweat a Heavenly Dao oath and had Yi Yuan refine the precious jade Heavenly Sacred Pill within 50 years. 50 years was far too short. How amazingly talented was he, Saint Exalt Bull Demon? Back then, he spent several thousand years to cross a major cultivation realm. Let alone that Yi Yuan also had to spend a lot of energy on the alchemy path. In the view of Saint Exalt Bull Demon, these 5 people's actions were simply foolies. Plus once a Heavenly Dao oath was activated, it would be a dead end. Even he, this Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, would not be able to undo it as well. Lord Saint Exalt, shut up. Are your brains all made out of SHI plus T? What can 50 years be enough for? Amen. Whoever speaks again can go and die right now. Heavenly Rat King was just about to open his mouth to provide an explanation when he was rebuffed by Saint Exalt Bull Demon. They did not understand why Lord Saint Exalt would be so furious. Even if a heavenly alchemist died, it was also not to an extent of being so irritable, right? Rather, it was Bright Tiger King's face that changed repeatedly, but he did not say much. He learned about the secret of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses from Shuoyan. If Yi Yuan died, it would be equivalent to cutting off the hope of Saint Exalt Bull Demon transcending the Saint Sovereign Dao tribulation. How could he not be furious? Following Saint Exalt Bull Demon's fury, tranquility was restored outside the cave. Time slowly trickled by, everyone felt each second pass like a year. Finally, the time had come. But Yi Yuan still did not walk out of the cave. Everyone's heart sank to rock bottom. 15 minutes. An hour. 2 hours. Yi Yuan still did not come out. Everyone despaired. Sigh, did he still fail in the end? Bright Tiger shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. Another 2 hours said, Yi Yuan still did not appear. Saint Exalt Bull Demon opened his eyes. The disappointment in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Shuoyan, go and collect your big brother's corpse. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a light sigh. One sentence made Shuoyan's tears directly fall down. He struggled to stride forward, walking towards the cave. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he could no longer take another step forward. But right then, a figure walked out of the darkness. Shuoyan's entire body trembled. Rubbing the tears away from his eyes with all his might, a pair of tiger eyes became wide saucers. Immediately, the sorrow on his face turned into ecstasy. Big brother. Big brother, he's all right. Shuoyan was agitated until his words came out fluid turdly. Including Saint Exalt Bull Demon, everyone present trembled all over. He really did it. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in disbelief. Yi Yuan appearing safely meant that he had fulfilled the oath. This nearly impossible to complete task was completed by him. Inconceivable. He really did it. He really did it. After the shock, Bright Tiger 5 people were wildly ecstatic. Yi Yuan completing the oath meant that they were already very, very close to the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even Big Yellow, who had been honest and taciturn all along, started trembling uncontrollably at this time too. The current Yi Yuan appeared somewhat tired. His complexion was a little pale. It was like he had just experienced a great battle. In reality, he already finished the refinement a few days ago. However, he refined another 3 grade 4 heavenly imperial pills. The goal was to wake Mi Tian up. In these 50 years, Mi Tian had been in a deep sleep all along. The situation of the dragon heart was not optimistic. Therefore, he thought of using his bloodline power to reverse flood the dragon heart, and make the dragon heart stronger again. It was just that Yi Yuan knew that the dragon heart was like a huge container. With his strength, it could not be filled at all. Hence, he refined 3 true grade heavenly imperial pills that restored the vital energy and blood, to help himself. These few days, Yi Yuan kept pouring the power of vitality and blood into the dragon heart continuously, and it really had an effect. Mi Tian finally woke up after sleeping for 50 years. When he woke up, he was very surprised too. Making a move the last time was quite damaging to him. He thought that he would fall into a deep sleep for hundreds of years. He did not expect that he was actually woken up by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's mentally and physically exhausted appearance, Mi Tian was extremely moved. This made him feel that he had found the right person. Chapter 27:18, 6 Great Saint Sovereign Heavens. Chapter 27:18, 6 Great Saint Sovereign Heavens. All using this sort of eyes to look at me for? Did you all think that I died inside? Yi Yuan looked at the few people's expressions. How could he still not know what they were thinking? And not at all. Who, with Master Yi's methods, how can you possibly suffer heavenly Tao backlash and die? Wild Lion King replied awkwardly. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves, several streaks of light shot toward Bright Tiger 6 people respectively. The 6 people were startled and hurriedly reached out to catch it. Then, they held it carefully in their palm, as if holding a snowflake in their hands, afraid of it melting. The 6 great true spirits looked at Yi Yuan resentfully. As if saying, this was the hope leading to Saint Sovereign Heaven, you're actually being too casual. At the same time, feeling the surging power of great Tao coming from the heavenly pill in their hand, they were extremely moved. These grade 4 heavenly imperial pills were really refined by Yi Yuan. Furthermore, they were of true grade. Actually, I finished refining it half a month ago. But in the past half month, I had another important matter. That's why I was delayed in leaving seclusion. I said before, to promise you all to definitely complete it. I naturally won't go back on my word, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When the few people heard, they all had bitter smiles on their faces. Since you already finished, why didn't you leave seclusion earlier? Although we're half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, our little hearts were almost frightened to death by you too. But the few people all put away the heavenly pill carefully, planning to go back and enter closed seclusion. Ha ha ha, as expected of my good brother, Yi Yuan, you didn't disappoint this Exalt. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I said before, this younger brother still has some confidence in the path of alchemy. Although 50 years is a little tight, since I dared to promise, I naturally more or less had some confidence. I wonder if Big Brother's heavenly medicines are prepared. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said, no rush, no rush. Plus you've worked hard these few years. Rest well for a period of time first before refining. This old man can still afford to wait for this bit of time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then I'll accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously. On this day, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, a magnificent and mighty panorama. A bright-colored enormous tiger soared into the sky. The entire Myriad Demons Mountain could see it clearly. For some time, the entire Myriad Demons Mountain was in a stir. That is Bright Tiger King, a phenomenon descending from heaven. He broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Our Myriad Demons Mountain has not seen a Saint Sovereign Heaven appear for tens of thousands of years already. His breakthrough is really the Myriad Demons Mountain's great prosperous age. With this, a new Saint Exalt has appeared. The Myriad Demons Mountain is going to experience a reshuffle. A Saint Sovereign Heaven coming into being. This was a flourish. Hi+ing age for the entire Rainclear continent. It had a huge impact on the Myriad Demons Mountain. All forces would be reshuffling. Several days later, the phenomenon dissipated. Everyone knew that the new Saint Exalt Bright Tiger had been born. However, it exceeded everyone's expectations. On the second day after Bright Tiger corroborated his Tao, a phenomenon appeared again. A large yellow bull soared to the sky and mooed. The entire Myriad Demons Mountain was shocked once again. This seems to be Commander Big Yellow under Saint Exalt Bull Demon, right? He actually broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven too? Too crazy. In just a few short days, two great Saint Exalts actually appeared. This is also too coincidental. How could they break through at the same time? Ordinary true spirits naturally did not know about the matters between the upper echelon. So the impact of two great powerhouses breaking through at the same time was too fantastical to them. For several tens of thousands of years, there was not even one Saint Sovereign Heaven. But within a few short days, two actually broke through at the same time. However, this was merely the beginning. Big Yellow's breakthrough was not over yet when another phenomenon rose to the sky once more on Myriad Demons Mountain. This time, it was a giant elephant. Myriad beasts seethed with excitement. The third Saint Sovereign Heaven. Freaking hell. What on earth is going on? Could it be that the celestial phenomena suddenly changed drastically? We all have a chance to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The heavens change. The heavens have really changed. Myriad Demons Mountain has been quiet for too long. This time, it will probably be entering an era of heroes vying for supremacy. Myriad Elephant King's breakthrough completely ignited the Myriad Demons Mountain. They were completely unable to understand why such an inconceivable thing would happen. Saint Sovereign Heaven, that was a god-like existence, that was an invincible existence. How many powerful true spirits had this step stumped? But now, it actually became so worthless. A day later, two phenomenons rose to the sky again. This time, everyone was numb. Saint Sovereign Heaven really became cabbages. All the way until 2 days later, when the last phenomenon appeared, people had already become accustomed to it and it could no longer stir up the slightest wave. In less than 10 days from start to end, 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens broke through at the same time. The phenomenon in the sky was like a firework show that never went out, incomparably gorgeous. This spectacular scene was hard for many true spirits to see once all their lives. In the depths of the Myriad Demons Mountain, a shadow cut through the sky and fell on the mountain. What appeared was actually a large bird. An old ape leaning on a walking stick with one hand behind its back slowly walked in front of that shadow. That shadow said, "Old ape, what the hell is going on? When did Saint Sovereign Heaven become so worthless?" The old ape looked at the enormous projections above the sky, his gaze deep as he said, "Saint Sovereign Heaven is the realm of prying into heaven. It's incomparably difficult. Among 1,000 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, it's hard for one to be able to break through too. This kind of phenomenon isn't normal." The large bird snorted coldly and said, "Nonsense. Does this exalt not know that it isn't normal? I came to find you to ask whether or not you know what happened." The old ape glanced at him and said coolly, "That stupid bull found a treasure." The large bird was stunned and said baffledly, "Found a treasure? You mean?" The old ape had an expression like he was looking at a fool and said coolly, "Idiot. What treasure can let 6 true spirits break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven at the same time? I'm saying, that dumb bull came under the patronage of a big shot. There must be an unfathomable guy by his side." The large bird trembled all over and said, "Unfathomable guy? What kind of unfathomable guy can create 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens at the same time? Could it be?" He suddenly thought of something and became incomparably excited. Because that answer let him see hope too. He and the old ape were both already on the brink of life and death. The 4th Saint Sovereign Heaven Tao tribulation that could come at any time, they would not be able to tide over no matter what. The old ape drew a deep breath and said with a nod, "That's right, Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. I didn't expect that a Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist would actually appear on this rain-clear continent." The large bird stomped its feet, radiating brilliant light as it said, "This stupid cow actually concealed so deeply. No way. We can't resign ourselves to doom. If a Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist appeared, then we'll have hope of tiding over the 4th Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. What are you still waiting for, old thing? The old ape shot the large bird a fierce glare and said with a cold snort, "How can this level of existence be slighted like this? We can't make a move without being fully prepared. Just wait, the news will come very quickly." Chapter 27:19. Who is Master Yi? Chapter 27:19. Who is Master Yi? Splendor Cloud Mountains Heavenly Strength King is here. Fengji Mountains Jade Fox Fairy is here. One powerful true spirit after another appeared on Bull Demon Mountain. After the 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens emerged, Saint Exalt Bull Demon summoned all the powerhouses above limitless sublime heavenly stratum on Myriad Demons Mountain to gather at Bull Demon Mountain and hold a Myriad Spirit Summit. This Myriad Spirit Summit was an unprecedented grand occasion. However, different from the past was that the Myriad Spirit Summit this time was not jointly convened by Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, as well as Saint Exalt Great Rock, 3 great Saint Sovereign. Instead, it was announced by Bull Demon Mountain. This was somewhat intriguing. After the 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens broke through, some true spirits also came to their senses. The 6 great true spirits that broke through to Saint Exalt this time were actually all the half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens within Saint Exalt Bull Demon's territory. Although Lord Saint Exalts did not care about worldly affairs, their status aloof. Actually, there were divisions of territory among themselves too. Even a fool would also know that the breakthrough this time was unusual. Especially those peak Jade Sovereign Heaven and half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, they paid even more attention to this. Because they also wanted to know just what was the secret to this breakthrough. Who did not want to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven? At this time, those half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens seated on the left-hand side also started whispering to each other. "You guys, even Wild Lion that fool can break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. So why can't this king?" Heavenly Strength King said gloomily. By the side, Snow Wolf King said in a low voice, "Who's H plus Heavenly Strength, you don't want your life anymore? Wild Lion is a Lord Saint Exalt now. With his temper, if he heard it, you'll have to die 10 times over. It's fine if you're courting death yourself, but don't drag us to it." Heavenly Strength was filled with fear, only then coming to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Apologies, apologies." This king still couldn't quite get used to it in a short while. This king's talent and strength are clearly not inferior to the 6 of them. Yet I keep failing to break through. I really can't reconcile with this. Surprise was surprise, but Heavenly Strength King's words uttered what all of the half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were thinking. The fellows who used to be similar in strength to them broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven suddenly. This sort of thing was indeed somewhat hard to accept. If it was one, that was still fine. After all, this sort of thing required a Ma's Civ lucky chance in the first place. But 6 broke through all at once. They became somewhat unable to accept it. This kind of gap made them go crazy, but the more it was so, the more they scratched their heads, wanting to find the secret of the 6 people breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Since the 6 could break through, then it should also naturally be a cinch for them. Bright Tiger Mountain, Saint Exalt Bright Tiger is here. Following this roar, everyone's hearts immediately leaped up. Everyone looked towards the entrance and saw Saint Exalt Bright Tiger walking over valiantly and spiritedly. Feeling everyone's eyes focusing on him, Bright Tiger was indescribably full of high spirit. The feeling of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was amazing. Walking past his peers of former days, he felt everyone's complicated gazes and felt even more pleased. He no longer needed to seek Saint Sovereign Heaven out bitterly anymore, but his gaze swept across the seats of honor and there was only Big Yellow Bull alone. Bright Tiger went over and cupped his fists slightly as he said, "Brother Big Yellow." Big Yellow nodded slightly and said, "You came? Sit." But Bright Tiger did not sit. He smiled and said, "I wonder where Master Yi is. Bright Tiger wants to go and pay respects to him first." Hearing this, everyone felt baffled. Who is Master Yi? The first thing Saint Exalt Bright Tiger did when he came over isn't to pay respects to Saint Exalt Bull Demon, but it was to pay respects to this Master Yi. Never heard before that the Myriad Demons Mountain had such a person. Could it be that this Master Yi is actually even stronger than Saint Exalt Bull Demon? Although Bright Tiger had stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven, in terms of strength, he was naturally significantly worse compared to Saint Exalt Bull Demon 3 people. So in everyone's view, the first thing Bright Tiger had to do should be to pay respects to Saint Exalt Bull Demon 3 people. But who on earth was this Master Yi? But Big Yellow laughed and said, "Who? Forget about you, even this Exalt hasn't seen him in a long time too. But today's True Spirit Summit, Master Yi should exit seclusion. At that time, it won't be late for the few of you to pay respects." Bright Tiger said with reverence and awe, "So that's how it is. Master Yi going in closed seclusion, there must be a major move. Then Bright Tiger will quietly wait for him to leave seclusion." Finished saying, Bright Tiger came to his seat and sat upright. But Master Yi, this name started to be discussed heatedly by everyone. Very soon, Myriad Elephant King arrived too. After he greeted Big Yellow and Bright Tiger, the first thing he did was also to inquire about Yi Yuan's whereabouts. The 5 of them had just exited seclusion not long and had not paid respects to Yi Yuan yet. So the first thing was naturally to thank Yi Yuan, who bestowed upon them the lucky chance. After getting Big Yellow's answer, Myriad Elephant King sat down idly too. But the name of Master Yi started to get discussed even more heatedly among all the true spirits. Master Yi again? Just what kind of person is this Master Yi? The first thing that 2 great Saint Exalts did when they came here is actually to look for this Master Yi. The other 3 Lord Saint Exalts wouldn't also want to meet Master Yi when they come over, right? There's something odd. Could it be that this Master Yi is a transcendent erudite? The breakthroughs of the 6 great Saint Exalts were all his work. The smart ones already guessed some clues. This was not hard to guess, and following the arrival of Saint Exalt Wild Lion and the rest, it confirmed their guesses even more. As expected, the first thing they did after they came was similarly to pay respects to Master Yi. Hence, Master Yi became the most mysterious existence in everyone's eyes. There were even some people who already guessed Yi Yuan's heavenly alchemist ident. 1 Tai. Of course, in their eyes, Master Yi was definitely a powerful grade 5 heavenly alchemist existence. Being able to create 6 great saint sovereign heavens at the same time, this sort of astonishes. Plussing means could only be accomplished by a legendary grade 5 heavenly alchemist. These half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven and Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven existences all started to become restless. They really wanted to know just what kind of god this legendary Master Yi was. Saint Exalt Giant Ape is here. Saint Exalt Great Rock is here. Hearing these 2 calls, everyone was shocked. They did not expect that these 2 actually came too. One had to know. The Myriad Spirits Summit this time was Saint Exalt Bull Demon acting on his own without consulting others. This was equivalent to challenging these 2. Everyone guessed that these 2 people's arrival was most likely to cause trouble. If this Myriad Spirits Summit succeeded, who would still take them, these 2 great Saint Exalts, seriously in the future? This time, Big Yellow also got up to greet heartily, saying with a smile, "Saint Exalt Giant Ape, Saint Exalt Great Rock, the 2 of you arriving really honors the humble Bull Demon Mountain with your presence." Giant Ape leaned on the walking stick, smiling radiantly as he said, "What's younger brother saying? At present, if this Bull Demon Mountain is considered humble, then wouldn't the 2 of our residences become ragged?" Saint Exalt Great Rock also smiled and said, "I haven't congratulated younger brother Big Yellow yet, for becoming our peer." Big Yellow hurriedly smiled and said, "I dare not, dare not. 2 brothers are Big Yellow's dear elder brothers." This conversation made everyone stare in bewilderment. Chapter 2720, Paying Respects to Master Yi. Chapter 2720, Paying Respects to Master Yi. No one expected that Saint Exalt Giant Ape and Saint Exalt Great Rock would actually be so polite. Big Yellow was these 2 people's junior. Even if he became a Saint Exalt now, he still did not have the capital to be proud in front of the 2 of them. But they were courteous. When these 2 were talking, they completely put Big Yellow on the same level of footing as them. "Who, the people have pretty much already arrived. Why hasn't younger brother Bull Demon shown himself yet?" Saint Exalt Giant Ape said. His voice had yet to fade when a powerful aura arrived with a howl. The expressions of Giant Ape and Great Rock changed abruptly, looking at the arrival in shock. This old bull actually broke through. Great Rock said with a look of disbelief. Saint Exalt Giant Ape's eyes were also glimmering as he said, "Looks like this Exalt's guess was right. Ha ha, old ape, damn bird, it's still this Exalt who took this step first." Saint Exalt Bull Demon landed on the ground and looked at the two smugly as he said. The three people had fought for many years and had always been running neck to neck. Now, he took this step first out of the three. He naturally had the intention of showing off a little. Hearing this, the faces of the two great Saint Exalts became black as the bottom of a pot, but they did not dare to express anything. After Saint Sovereign Heaven, wanting to advance a step was seriously far too difficult. The three of them spent several tens of thousands of years and only reached peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven too. But now, Saint Exalt Bull Demon already broke through from lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to middle Saint Sovereign Heaven first. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was already the well-deserving king of the Myriad Demons Mountain. Giant Ape and Great Rock also looked forward to the Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist behind Saint Exalt Bull Demon even more because of this. No matter how great a price they had to pay, they would also have to cozy up to this Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. Bull Demon, you don't have to be so pleased with yourself. It isn't that your talent surpasses the two of us. It's just that you were lucky and encountered a Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist, that's all. As long as this master is willing to take action, could it be that the two of us can't break through? Great Rock said with a cold snort. Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was taken aback and immediately, his face revealed a playful smile. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. These two guys did not know the inside story and actually thought that Yi Yuan was a Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. However, it was not strange either. There were probably many Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemists who could not even match up to Yi Yuan's means. Seeing Saint Exalt Bull Demon's expression, Saint Exalt Giant Ape sneered and said, "Why? Do you take the two of us to be fools? Already at this point, do you still want to hoard it for yourself?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon laughed loudly and said, "You two old things, even if I were to really hoard it for myself, what can you guys do to me? That's right. It's indeed not easy for this Exalt to kill you guys. But, if you really piss this Exalt off, you guys probably won't be able to remain on Myriad Demons Mountain anymore, right? Could it be that you guys can still break through and come back to take revenge?" The words made the two great Saint Exalts very depressed. Although Saint Exalt Bull Demon broke through, it was not easy if he really wanted to kill the two of them. But, with Saint Exalt Bull Demon's current strength, they would not be able to remain in the Myriad Demons Mountain if they wanted to. Seeing the two people's deflated expressions, Saint Exalt Bull Demon was very pleased with himself. "Heh, you guys rest assured, I, old bull, isn't that kind of narrow-minded person. Without you two old things, this Exalt will also find it a lot less fun. Younger brother Yi is currently preparing to exit seclusion. He'll come over right away. As for whether or not you can let him take action, it will depend on yourselves," Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a laugh. "Younger brother?" When Giant Ape two people heard this, they carried some doubt amidst their excitement. This old bull actually dared to address the other party as a younger brother? But Saint Exalt Bull Demon ignored the two people's doubtfulness. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he said in a loud voice, "I believe that everyone also knows that 6 Saint Exalts have broken through in succession within a few days on our Myriad Demons Mountain. Therefore, the arrangement of this Myriad Demons Mountain will naturally have to undergo a huge change. Convening everyone today, it's to address this." The words made everyone become nervous. The size of one's territory was not just the manifestation of one's status, there were many genuine benefits. Coming here today was clearly to break the original rules and re-establish new rules. This way, it would change everyone's interests. It concerned each of their true spirit's interest. Giant Ape two people wanted to say something but shut their mouths sensibly. Now, it was already not what they could order people to do. From today onwards, all Saint Exalts will no longer have any territory, only their own fiefdoms. All of the Myriad Demons Mountain's territories will be distributed to those below Saint Sovereign Heaven. Saint Exalt Bull Demon's words immediately caused huge waves. Myriad Demons Mountain, the three great Saint Exalts occupied close to 70% of the territory. Now, they were actually going to take out all 70% of this territory for everyone. The expressions of Giant Ape and Great Rock 2 Saint Exalts were indescribably ugly. However, they also knew that Saint Exalt Bull Demon definitely still had something else to add on. This guy did not run a charity. Sure enough, Saint Exalt Bull Demon continued, from now on, the Myriad Demons Mountain will set up an All-Saint Temple. All Saint Exalts will belong to the All-Saint Temple. Those whose strengths reach half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven can enter the All-Saint Temple and become guest retainers. From now on, no matter which territory, you all have to hand over resources that are grade 3 and above to the All-Saint Temple, and the All-Saint Temple will distribute them uniformly. The moment these words came out, the expressions of all the true spirits changed. All-Saint Temple, this move was too ruthless. This was equivalent to monopolizing all of the high-level resources. Rather, it was the Saint Exalts whose eyes suddenly lit up. This was tantamount to concentrating the resources of the entire Myriad Demons Mountain to support the few great Saint Exalt. This was absolutely a great thing for Saint Exalts. Many true spirits showed dissatisfied expressions. But in this jungle, whatever a Saint Exalt said, that was it, they were not allowed to refute it. Right at this time, a human figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Human. Why would there be a human here? A lower Jade Sovereign Heaven actually barged into the True Spirit Summit. Is he courting death? This human was naturally the Yi Yuan who had just exited seclusion. These few days, his 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist had some insights again, so he went into closed seclusion for a few days. Seeing Yi Yuan, Saint Exalt Bull Demon smiled and said, "Didn't you guys want to meet the expert behind me? He's already here." Saint Exalt Great Rock was taken aback and said with a black face, "Old Bull, do you think that having broken through, you can toy with us? How can a mere lower Jade Sovereign Heaven possibly be a grade 5 heavenly alchemist?" Giant Ape also had an unfriendly expression as he said, "Bull Demon, you're going too far. Randomly finding a human to brush us off." Jade Sovereign Heavens were powerhouses of a region in the Myriad Demons Mountain too. But they were nothing at all in the eyes of the two great Saint Exalts. So the first thing the two of them felt was that Saint Exalt Bull Demon was toying with them, but just as they flew into a thunderous rage, the 6 great Saint Exalts that just broke through left their seats in unison and dashed over toward Yi Yuan like the wind, scrambling to be the first. Newly ascended Saint Exalt Bright Tiger specially came to pay respects to Master Yi. Newly ascended Saint Exalt Big Yellow specially came to pay respects to Master Yi. The 6 great Saint Exalts surrounded Yi Yuan, directly bowing all the way down. That appearance was incomparably devout. This entire mountain of true spirit powerhouses, plus Giant Ape and Great Rock 2 Saint Exalts, were utterly stunned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2721, Returning to Heavenly South. Chapter 2721, Returning to Heavenly South. What? His Master Yi. What a joke. A lower Jade Sovereign Heaven created 6 great Saint Exalts and even made Saint Exalt Bull Demon break through? But, being able to make 6 great Saint Exalts so respectful, who else can it be if it isn't him? Your father thought of a million possibilities, but the only thing that I didn't think of is that what let 6 great Saint Exalts break through was actually a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. The actions of the 6 great Saint Exalts caused an uproar in the entire Myriad Spirit Summit. Prior to this, the outside world had many speculations. But no matter what, no one could have predicted that the initiator of all this was actually a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. Not saying that Jade Sovereign Heavens could not do it, but that Jade Sovereign Heaven to Saint Sovereign Heaven, this step in itself was already incredibly difficult. What right did he have to be able to let so many powerhouses break through? But the reactions of the 6 great Saint Exalts were also truly telling them that it was Yi Yuan. If it was a joke, then this joke would be too much. How ennoble was the status of a Saint Exalt powerhouse? Even if it was Saint Exalt Bull Demon's order, they believed that it was impossible for the 6 great Saint Exalts to coordinate this play too. Giant Ape, two people stared dumbfoundedly. While Saint Exalt Bull Demon laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, I knew that you guys would have this expression. Do you guys know that when this Exalt saw younger brother Ye's methods back then, my expression looked exactly like yours? But how is this possible?" Saint Exalt Giant Ape still did not dare to believe it as he said, "Nothing is impossible. You all are simply unable to imagine younger brother Ye's method." Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a smile. Over there, when Yi Yuan saw the 6 people, he smiled and said, "All of you broke through. I've also fulfilled my promise back then." Bright Tiger said in fear and trepidation, "It was us who had eyes but couldn't see, almost harming Master Yi's life. Sinful, sinful." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Who can resist the lucky chance of Saint Sovereign Heaven? That wasn't your fault." Although the 6 people broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, their respect toward Yi Yuan grew even more. Firstly, Yi Yuan repaid evil with good. The quality of the precious jade heavenly sacred pill that he gave them was extremely high without skimping out at all. Secondly, they already knew now that Saint Sovereign Heavens had to face the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. There were still many areas to rely on Yi Yuan in the future. This was also the reason why heavenly alchemists were respected by all. Younger brother Yi came at the right time. This Exalt will announce it together. This Exalt will assume responsibility of the All Saint Temple's Temple Lord. Younger brother Yi will be this All Saint Temple's honorary Temple Lord, all authority and interests being equal to this Exalt. Saint Exalt Bull Demon came down to personally receive Yi Yuan. Grabbing hold of his wrist, he pulled him to sit down beside him. Yi Yuan had a baffled look too. But it sounded pretty good. There was naturally no one who dared to have objections. The myriad spirits summit ended. All the true spirits dispersed. Saint Exalt Giant Ape could not hold back anymore as well. "Brother Yi, this Exalt has prepared a small gift, please accept it." Giant Ape took out a spatial bracelet and handed it over to Yi Yuan with a smile. "Brother Yi, inside here is virtually all of this Exalt's set. If you're interested in it, this Exalt wants to request a heavenly pill from you." Great Rock was not willing to show weakness too as he said. These two have also put down blood capital in order to obtain Yi Yuan's heavenly pill. Yi Yuan smiled and pushed the gifts back and said, "Two Saint Exalts, this he doesn't want your things." When the two heard that, their expressions could not help changing drastically. "Brother Yi, what this old bull can give you, we can also give you. Why do this?" Saint Exalt Giant Ape said in puzzlement. His gift was prepared according to the standard of grade 5 heavenly alchemist. To Yi Yuan, this jade sovereign heaven, it definitely had sufficient appeal. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually did not even look at it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can help you all refine heavenly pills and I don't want your gifts either. I just want you guys to owe me a favor. When I need your help, you all need to help me take action once." Even a fool also knew that this favor was probably not easy to repay. However, no matter how difficult it was to repay, it was also better than dying under the Tao tribulation. Therefore, the two did not hesitate in the slightest and agreed. After Giant Ape, two people obtained Yi Yuan's promise, they were not willing to stay a second longer and immediately took their leave and left. Time was important for one's cultivation realm. "Younger brother Yi, what are your plans next?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon asked. Yi Yuan said, "I plan on making a trip back to Heavenly South first. Then, I'll set off for the 5 great heavenly regions." Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded his head and said, "Amen, whatever you need Big Brother to help with, feel free to speak up. Your business is Big Brother's business." He was not a fool. Yi Yuan rejected Giant Ape, two people's astronomical gifts and only exchanged for a favor. He must be shouldering a lot on him. Yi Yuan was not melodramatic either, saying with a smile, "Big Brother rest assured. This younger brother won't be courteous." After spending a long time together, Yi Yuan more or less had some understanding of Saint Exalt Bull Demon's disposition. Although he was powerful, his personality was straightforward and was not disagreeable, very easy to get along with. He showed great kindness to him. He naturally would not look on with folded arms. Bright Tiger opened his mouth and said, "Since Master Yi wants to return to Heavenly South, the 5 of us will also go together. After all, the 5 of us have committed many evil deeds in Heavenly South. We can take this chance to go and make an apology to them this time. Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to not allow this request. He had to give an explanation to the lives that died in vain in Heavenly South. After several days, Yi Yuan brought the 5 great Saint Exalts and set off for the road back to Heavenly South. In a deep mountain at the borders of Heavenly South, all of a sudden, an astonished plusing aura rose to the sky. The terrifying pressure made the birds and beasts scatter everywhere. Above the sky, a phenomenon descended from heaven. It was precisely the signs of having broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Half a month later, a figure rose to the sky and let out a wild laugh. That laughter shook until heaven and earth changed colors. Ha ha ha! I, Meng Frostwind, have finally taken this step. This is Saint Sovereign Heaven. What a miraculous power! I feel that with a wave of my hand now. It's heavenly Tao. Bright Tiger, the 5 of you animals hunted this exalt down until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. Today, this exalt stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven. I'll definitely make you all pay a terrible price. This powerhouse who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was precisely the Heavenly South City Lord, Meng Frostwind, who used despicable means back then and scammed the 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. He consumed the sacred destiny pill and experienced 50 years of bitter cultivation in closed seclusion. Finally, he gained sudden enlightenment and stepped into his long-cherished goal of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Actually, he naturally knew about the 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens leading an army to bathe Heavenly South in blood. At that time, he had not found the place to enter closed seclusion yet and was currently wandering around in the land of Heavenly South. But he did not come forward. He let the land of Heavenly South to have blood flow in rivers. According to his plans, after he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he would find the 5 people again to take revenge. Meng Frostwind's gaze looked in the direction of Heavenly South City and said in a solemn voice, 50 years have passed. I don't know how many people are still remaining in Heavenly South City. This exalt has become an exalted Saint Sovereign now. It won't be considered too late to rally my forces and start affrays. Plus I'll go recapture the land of Heavenly South first, and then march troops northward. I'll let these guys have a taste of a bloodbath too. Thinking up to here, he no longer remained, his figure leaping and disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 27-22, Flaunting Prowess. Chapter 27-22, Flaunting Prowess. Heavenly South City Lord, Zhao Zun, pay respects to 5 Lord Saint Exalt. Seeing the 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens behind Yi Yuan, tumultuous waves stirred in Zhao Zun's heart. Yi Yuan really did it. These were 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. This is the cultivation realm that everyone tried their utmost to achieve even in their sleep but could not attain. The present Heavenly South City, he was shouldering both the responsibility of City Lord and Hall Master. Who, younger brother Zhao doesn't need to be so polite. We came this time to apologize, Bright Tiger said with a smile. Yeah, 50 years ago, it was the few of us who had a few screws loose in our heads, to have done that sort of stupid thing. Saint Exalt Heavenly Rat said. We brought some gifts here this time to express our apology, hope that younger brother Zhao will forgive, Saint Exalt Myriad Elephant said. The 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens repeatedly calling him as their younger brother made Zhao Zun's head spin. Lord Saint Exalts were actually calling him as their younger brother. Furthermore, they actually came to apologize. What in the world happened? In reality, Zhao Zun and the rest all thought that Yi Yuan would not be able to come back. But now, not only did Yi Yuan come back, the 5 Exalts' attitudes were good until it made people feel somewhat overwhelmed. Lord Saint Exalts are too courteous. Here isn't the place to chat, please enter the city to talk. Zhao Zun did not dare to be neglectful, but he still showed enough courtesy. After all, they were 5 Saint Exalt. Being called brother by 5 Saint Exalts, Zhao Zun felt indescribably uncomfortable from head to toe. Master Yi, please. But the few people did not dare to go first, letting Yi Yuan go first. Zhao Zun's ALLS popped out. 3rd Hall Master is really too impressive. The 5 great saint exalts are actually so respectful towards him. Back then when the 5 kings attacked heavenly stratum, how full of high spirits were they? Now, they broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, but became very courteous. TSK, Third Hall Master pacified the Thistle South Sea region and subdued the myriad demons mountain now. Our heavenly South City has no worries anymore. When the powerhouses in the city saw this scene, beyond the shock, each and every one of them had a sense of pride that arose spontaneously. Heavenly South had always been surviving between the crevices of the North and South, 2 major forces, living very oppressed. But ever since Yi Yuan's arrival, everything changed. Yi Yuan made a trip to Thistle South Sea region. The Thistle South Sea region dispatched an envoy, expressing that they would never invade Heavenly South. Yi Yuan made a trip to the myriad demons mountain. 5 saint exalts came in person to apologize. This Third Hall Master was really a god-like figure. After entering the city, there naturally could not dispense with some small talk. While talking, the 5 great saint exalts were all very humble, which also made Zhao Zun and the rest sighed endlessly. They knew that the 5 great saint exalts were looking at the account of Yi Yuan's face. Thinking about it again now, Meng Frostwind really rejected what was under his nose to seek something far away. There was clearly an amazing figure right under his eyelids, but he used an extremely deplorable method to imprint himself in people's impressions. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, enveloping the entire Heavenly South City. Whoever's the city lord in Heavenly South City now, this exalt is Meng Frostwind. Why haven't you come to pay respects in haste? An earth-shaking voice reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly South City. It was actually Meng Frostwind who had arrived. Within City Lord Manor, everyone had looks of surprise on their faces. City Lord Meng, he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, Zhao Zun said in surprise. No matter what, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was not a trivial matter. Especially that this was the land of Heavenly South's first Saint Sovereign Heaven. But Wu Jian had a disdainful look as he said, "Humph. This damn thing still has the face to come back. If not for him, how could my land of Heavenly South be plunged into an abyss of suffering?" Song Tianyang also said, back then, when blood flowed like rivers in Heavenly South, he behaved like a cowardly tortoise. Now that he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he wants to come back and be the city lord. What a fine plan. With regards to Meng Frostwind's conduct, the present Heavenly South City was extremely disdainful. When Bright Tiger and the others heard Meng Frostwind report his name, they were long already burning with fury in their hearts. This despicable villain is finally willing to show himself. He probably didn't expect that the 5 of us broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven at the same time, right? Go out together and take care of this guy. Bright Tiger said in a great rage. The few people were just about to move, but heard Yi Yuan smile and say, "No hurry." This Meng Frostwind came back to show off his prestige. How unpleasant would it be if we don't let him enjoy himself to the fullest? Moreover, if you all go out like this, it's very easy to scare him away. The moment Bright Tiger and the rest heard, they could not help secretly nodding, thinking to themselves that it was still Yi Yuan who was meticulous. Fighting 1 versus 5 seemed to be overwhelming, but plussing over like this, it was very easy to scare Meng Frostwind away. If a Saint Sovereign Heaven wanted to run, it would really not be easy to kill. But if they suddenly pulled an unusual move and surrounded him, it would not be that easy if Meng Frostwind wanted to run. It's still Master Yi who's impressive. Saint Exalt Heavenly Rat gave a thumbs up as he said. Yi Yuan said to Zhao Zun, "Come, let's go meet this city lord." Zhao Zun nodded slightly and followed Yi Yuan out of the door. Stepping up into the air, Yi Yuan saw a middle-aged man in blue robes, both hands behind his back and eyes turned to the sky, an appearance as if no body on earth could beat him. This was still his first time seeing Meng Frostwind. The first impression that he gave Yi Yuan was that of a villain intoxicated by success. Maybe he was not like this in the past, but now, it was indeed how he looked like. Meng Frostwind clearly noticed the 2 people as well. His gaze turned sullen and he said, "Amen? Zhao Zun, I didn't expect that you actually broke through. Looks like Heavenly South City's person in charge now is you? However, why haven't you guys offered greetings when you see this exalt? Talking toward the back, Meng Frostwind's two eyes glared, a powerful pressure hitting them head-on. Zhao Zun gave a cold snort and said, Meng Frostwind, you still have the face to come back. Do you know that 50 years ago, the entire land of Heavenly South was almost plunged into an abyss of suffering because of you? Meng Frostwind did not care in the slightest and said coolly, a mere group of ants, if they died, they died. What's the big deal? Could it be that a bunch of ants is more important than this exalt breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Moreover, isn't this Heavenly South City perfectly fine? In reality, when Meng Frostwind descended upon Heavenly South City, he was quite surprised too. Heavenly South City was actually completely intact. Waves of powerful auras came from the city. It seemed like the losses were not too big. Back then, myriad spirits were in a mighty contingent. He had seen before that power with his own eyes. It actually failed to destroy Heavenly South City. However, no matter what, it was for the best that it was not destroyed. It was not to the extent of making him take over a broken-down stall. You're really brazen. Seeing that Meng Frostwind did not have the slightest remorse, Zhao Zun could not help but get angry. Meng Frostwind said coolly, those 5 brutes are powerful. This exalt wasn't their match back then. But now, this exalt has already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. I'm the true ruler of this land of Heavenly South. It's also time to find them to seek revenge. Oh, right, who's this boy beside you? He looks a little unfamiliar. Zhao Zun said in a solemn voice, he's called Yi Yuan. You should have heard of him before. Meng Frostwind's brows furrowed slightly. Seemingly remembering something, he smiled and said, so, it's that alchemy genius. This exalt was in a hurry to enter the mystic realm back then and didn't have the chance to meet you. Not bad, not bad. You'll follow this exalt in the future. When Zhao Zun heard that, he could not help rolling his eyes. How had he never discovered how Kai this guy was in the past? Chapter 27-23, Lousy Sacred Destiny Pill. Chapter 27-23, Lousy Sacred Destiny Pill. Follow you? He had 5 great saint exalts following behind him. Where did you get the courage to dare call such an existence to follow you? One had to know, there were only 3 great saint exalts on the entire myriad Demons Mountain before this. Truly, the ignorant were fearless. Yi Yuan did not get angry, but he looked at Meng Frostwind and said with a smile that was not a smile, have me follow you? I wonder what benefits can you give me? Meng Frostwind flicked his sleeves grandly and said coolly, I heard that your strength in refining heavenly pills. Even Zhao Zun admires you greatly. Since that's the case, you can be this Heavenly South Pill Hall's Hall Master then. Meng Frostwind even thought that Yi Yuan would be moved, having given him an irresistible condition. Zhao Zun letting loose a torrent of abuse towards him earlier, already made him give rise to feelings of detest. If it were before, he would have tolerated it. But now, he was revered as a saint exalt. Why would he care about a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven? Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, just a Heavenly South Pill Hall's Hall Master? Not enough. Meng Frostwind sneered and said, ha, what high-sounding sentiment. Then you tell me, what do you want? Yi Yuan said coolly, I want you to kneel down and admit your fault in front of this entire city's martial artist. Meng Frostwind's expression turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, boy, you dare to play with this exalt? Do you know that this exalt is presently this land of Heavenly South's only Saint Sovereign Heaven? Everyone's life and death are all at one thought of this exalt. Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a faint smile, playing? I don't have this spare time to play with you, this shameless thing. Meng Frostwind was enraged when he heard that and said, boy, you're really terrific, to actually dare provoke a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, is Saint Sovereign Heaven very impressive? Then you take a look if Saint Sovereign is really very impressive or not. Meng Frostwind shouted coldly, the aura of Saint Sovereign Heaven suddenly releasing. The entire Heavenly South City felt the terrifying pressure. Saint Sovereign Heaven was too terrifying. In the midst of this violent storm, Even Zhao Zun, this half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, seemed unbelievably weak too. Ha ha ha, Saint Sovereign Heaven, how impressive. This Exalt is really scared. Amidst a loud laughter, Saint Exalt Bright Tiger appeared. Meng Frostwind's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, You broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven too? This isn't possible. TSK, Saint Sovereign Heaven, really amazing. Then it looks like this Exalt is very amazing too. With a playful smile, Saint Exalt Myriad Elephant showed himself too. And the direction in which he appeared was at an angle with Saint Exalt Bright Tiger, blocking half of Meng Frostwind's retreat routes. Seeing Saint Exalt Myriad Elephant, Meng Frostwind's heart twitched heavily. You broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven too? Meng Frostwind, you seem very surprised. Isn't it just breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Look how it got you all excited. Saint Exalt Heavenly Rat appeared and said. Meng Frostwind felt that his breathing became somewhat unsmooth. Saint Sovereign Heaven. He only snatc head away the lucky chance from these few people after going through all kinds of hards. HI plus PS and difficulties, corroborating his Tao and becoming a Saint Sovereign Heaven. But who knew that 50 years of closed seclusion, after exiting seclusion, everything changed. He thought that he could trample on these 5 great true spirits after leaving seclusion. But who would have expected that 3 out of the 5 broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? TSK, a half-baked Saint Sovereign Heaven like you actually wants to make Master Yi follow you too. Your head was kicked by a donkey, right? Sorry about that, I insulted the donkey, Saint Exalt Wild Lion said disdainfully. Following Saint Exalt Wild Lion and Saint Exalt Giant Deer showing themselves, Meng Frostwind's Ieb. ALLS popped out. You all actually broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Meng Frostwind felt that this world was too terrifying. 5 great true spirits all broke through, then what did the lucky chance that he racked his brains to get count for? Meng Frostwind had a feeling of incredibly bad luck now. Saint Exalt Bright Tiger looked at Meng Frostwind and said with a smile that was not a smile, You seem very surprised. When you snatc head away the sacred destiny pill back then, you didn't expect that there would be today, right? Didn't you say just now that you wanted to find the 5 of us to take revenge? Now, we'll give you this chance. The 5 of them had already formed an encirclement. Even if the movement technique of a Saint Sovereign Heaven was extremely fast, it was also impossible to escape. Meng Frostwind was filled with fear, only then, realizing that he was in danger. Just now, he was really too surprised. When did Saint Sovereign Heavens become cabbages? How on earth did you all achieve it? Meng Frostwind could not figure out after racking his brains and said. Bright Tiger laughed loudly and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, You idiot, you only cared about plotting against us, but didn't know that the real God was right under your eyelid. Master Yi's alchemy Tao has the ability to access heaven and penetrate the earth. The 5 of us broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven all thanks to him. What does a mere sacred destiny pill count for? It's you. Impossible. Meng Frostwind's entire body trembled, and he looked toward Yi Yuan in disbelief. These 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens were actually created by a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven? How was this possible? If a grade 4 heavenly alchemist could create Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, then Saint Sovereign Heavens would be all over the place. Bright Tiger smiled and said, Whether to believe it or not, it's up to you. But right now, we'll beat you down first before talking. Brothers, do it. Right on. Wild Lion few people rubbed their fists and wiped their palms, each and every one glaring like ravening tigers. Bang! 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 The 5 people did not hesitate in the slightest, making a move at virtually the same time. Such power, when had the powerhouses in the city seen it before? That terrifying undulation was akin to gorgeous fireworks in the sky, being beautiful to the extreme. Meng Frostwind's expression changed drastically and could only respond passively. His retreat routes were all blocked off, he could only teeter on his feet. But the infuriating thing was that he discovered that he did not have the strength to fight back at all in front of these 5 people. Hang on, why is this guy so weak? Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Wild Lion frowned and said. Exchanging blows earlier, he discovered that Meng Frostwind's strength was far worse than his. One had to know, when they were at half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, Meng Frostwind's strength was comparable to that of Bright Tiger King. Otherwise, how could the five of them find him to go together? But having likewise broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he discovered that his opponent's strength was unbelievably weak. At most, he only had 70% of his strength. Strange. Hide my ass. How can a mere sacred destiny pill be mentioned in the same breath with Master Yi's precious jade heavenly sacred pill? When we broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, we practically excavated all the potential in our bodies. That lousy sacred destiny pill was only 3rd or 4th grade. So how can it consolidate the cultivation realm and consolidate the foundation? Bright Tiger scolded with a smile. Saint Exalt Wild Lion came to a sudden realization and said, so that's how it is. This guy really lost a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. I reckon that I can take him down by myself. Fool. An idiot. Ha ha ha, even breakthroughs were different too. Otherwise, how could the quality of medicinal pills demonstrate a difference? A true grade heavenly pill, the medicinal effect was often beyond comprehension. It was not what a sacred destiny pill could compare to at all. 5 great Saint Exalts taking action at the same time, Meng Frostwind was beaten until he vomited blood repeatedly. He only had the power of parrying, so how could he have the strength to fight back? If not for the 5 great Saint Exalts showing mercy, he would have long already kicked the bucket. He did everything possible to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, but he was crippled without even getting to perform a posturing. All right, that's about enough. Leave him with his wretched life. I want him to kneel down and apologize to all the martial artists in the city. Yi Yuan said loudly. Chapter 27-24, You Can't Harness It. Chapter 27-24, You Can't Harness It. On the flat road, 1 human and 1 bull were currently advancing, seemingly slow, but in reality, they were fast. The bull was Big Yellow. The human was naturally Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan left the mountain, Big Yellow took the initiative to ask to follow and serve as a mount for Yi Yuan. Clearly, Big Yellow already determined that Yi Yuan was not someone who belonged in a shallow pond. That was why he was willing to serve as his mount. After all, being able to create 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens at the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven, he did not even dare to imagine such a thing before. Then what if Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future? One had to know, Saint Sovereign Heaven was not the end outcome. On the contrary, Saint Sovereign Heaven was the road to destruction instead. Not advancing would be death. With regards to this, Saint Exalt Bull Demon naturally did not have objections. With Big Yellow breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, his status was already different from before. Furthermore, he also needed Big Yellow to maintain the relations. Hi+P with Yi Yuan. Meng Frostwind did not die. He had his cultivation crippled and was tied up in the center of Heavenly South City, being spat on and cursed by everyone. Afterward, Saint Exalt Bright Tiger announced to Heavenly South City on behalf of the All Saint Temple that they would never invade. Ever since then, Yi Yuan had actually already become the uncrowned king of Heavenly South City. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Zun or the City Lord Manor, they were extremely respectful toward Yi Yuan. One could say that he completely eradicated the 2 diseases in Heavenly South's heart with his power alone. The current Yi Yuan already arrived at True Yang Heavenly Domain, a headlined Jade-True Heavenly Sect. Returning to the 5 great heavenly regions, Yi Yuan's plan was to make a trip back to the Heavenspan world first, and then to help Humongli they all reach Heavenly Stratum. Then he would learn more about the Pill Alliance's exact situation and enact revenge. It had already been a few days since he returned to 5 great heavenly regions. Yi Yuan heard rumors, but also felt the power of the present Pill Alliance. The present 5 great heavenly regions had already fallen completely under the control of the Pill Alliance. They had also walked to the front of the stage from behind the scenes. 5 great heavenly regions, no matter how brilliant the heavenly sect in the past, they all submitted at the feet of the Pill Alliance now. The current Pill Alliance controlled all of the 5 great heavenly regions' alchemy resources. Regardless of whether it was heavenly alchemist or heavenly medicine, It was virtually all under the control of the Pill Alliance. For those former major sects, the Pill Alliance sent powerful heavenly alchemists to hold down the fort, naming them First Seat. The status of First Seats was even above the sect masters. It was actually equivalent to making the sect master a figurehead. Whichever sect was insubordinate would be directly destroyed. During these over 100 years, there had already been several disobedient sects that had completely disappeared. In the course of time, no one dared to resist anymore as well. Of course, these were just the general assumptions that Yi Yuan made. He understood that the real game of the 5 great heavenly regions was still between the Saint Sovereign Heavens. This level of game was not what the average person could access. Suddenly, a sloppy Taoist dressed in grey Taoist robes rode on a giant eagle and whizzed past Yi Yuan's head. But very soon, he turned back and landed in front of Yi Yuan. The sloppy Taoist said with a sincere look, "Little brother, I'll use my purple-winged black-pupiled eagle to exchange for your large yellow bull, alright?" This purple-winged black-pupiled eagle's aura was very powerful. It was actually at the realm of Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. For this sloppy Taoist to be able to subdue this level of true spirit, his strength was naturally extraordinary. It was just that he used a Jade Sovereign Heaven eagle to exchange for a Saint Sovereign Heaven bull. It was really blind as hell. Of course, it was also that Big Yellow restrained his aura, looking just like an ordinary large yellow bull. The sloppy Taoist could not see through the actual situation at all. But he swept with his divine sense earlier and discovered that this large yellow bull seemed to be very extraordinary. That was why he had this thought. When the purple-winged black-pupiled eagle heard the sloppy Taoist's words, it seemed to be very displeased and cried a few times. Yi Yuan did not even look at the sloppy Taoist and said coolly, "Not exchanging." The sloppy Taoist was not annoyed either, saying with a chuckle, "I, Taoist Wu Fang, is most proficient in beast-taming techniques. Little brother, this large yellow bull is a wanton waste of God's good gifts by following you. You using an ordinary large yellow bull to exchange for an Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven purple-winged black-pupiled eagle is a big win." Only then did Yi Yuan give him a glance and said lightly, "You can't control him." Taoist Wu Fang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Little brother, I'm not bragging. There really aren't more than a few true spirits on this rain-clear continent that I can't control." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Oh, then you give it a try." Taoist Wu Fang had a confident look as he said, "Haha, little brother, I'll let you broaden your horizons today." Yi Yuan got off the bull. Taoist Wu Fang had the intention of showing off too. He then recited a spell. A powerful origin divinity power suddenly bloomed. Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He did not expect that he could actually see such a powerful soul technique here. But this soul technique seemed to specifically target true spirits. Of course, this soul technique was not worth mentioning at all in front of Yi Yuan's divine emergence. "Spirit controlling art, go!" Taoist Wu Fang roared loudly, firing out streams of origin divinity power, sinking into Big Yellow's sea of consciousness. In the beginning, Big Yellow still had his eyes open. Taoist Wu Fang bustling around for the greater part of the day actually made Big Yellow a little sleepy. Yi Yuan could feel that this spirit-controlling art was really quite powerful. If it were an ordinary true spirit, as long as its origin divinity was not as powerful as Taoist Wu Fang's, even if its strength was stronger than him, it would probably suck. UMB2. But Big Yellow was Saint Sovereign Heaven. The origin divinity of a Saint Sovereign Heaven was completely not what a Jade Sovereign Heaven could imagine after experiencing the baptism of the power of Great Tao. It was just that Taoist Wu Fang did not know at all. When he saw Big Yellow shut his eyes, it was exactly the same as when subduing other true spirits. He could not help being overjoyed. What made him even happier was that this large yellow bull actually did not resist at all. "Heh, little brother, saw that?" Taoist Wu Fang was pleased with himself for a while and was about to go forward and pull Big Yellow. The moment his hand touched Big Yellow's horn, it startled Big Yellow awake at once. Hence, Big Yellow's bull hooves directly kicked onto Taoist Wu Fang's chest. Taoist Wu Fang only felt as if a large mountain had smashed against his chest. Spurting a mouthful of fresh blood, he flew a mile away. It was also that Big Yellow only employed the power of his physical body. Otherwise, this kick could have claimed his life. When Yi Yuan saw it, he could not help laughing and said, "I said that you can't control him." Taoist Wu Fang struggled to his feet. Looking at Big Yellow with a horrified expression, he said, How is this possible? There's actually a true spirit that can block my spirit-controlling art." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, Big Yellow is well-behaved, but you shouldn't bully a well-behaved bull. Otherwise, the consequences will be very severe. Let's go." Taoist Wu Fang's entire body trembled and he hurriedly mounted the purple-winged black-pupiled eagle and kept pace with Yi Yuan. "Little brother, where did you get this large yellow bull?" Taoist Wu Fang asked while vomiting blood. "Myriad Demons Mountain," Yi Yuan said coolly. Taoist Wu Fang's pupils constricted and he said in surprise, "Little brother, being able to block my spirit-controlling art, this large yellow bull is definitely of a chaos aberrant. In the future, its accomplishments will be immeasurable." Taoist Wu Fang also could not be blamed for not thinking of it. How many Saint Sovereign Heavens were there on the entire rain-clear continent? He definitely could not imagine that this ordinary large yellow bull in front of him was actually a Saint Exalt. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I don't need you to tell me this. Little brother, going to Jade True Heavenly Sect too, right? Why don't we go together?" Taoist Wu Fang said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said, "How did you know?" Chapter 27-25, Big Yellow, Step on Him. Chapter 27-25, Big Yellow, Step on Him. "You don't know?" This time, it was Taoist Wu Fang's turn to be surprised. Jade True Heavenly Sect widely distributed hero invitations, inviting experts at Jade Sovereign Heaven and above to explore a mystic realm together. Now, there are numerous experts currently heading to Jade True Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "What kind of mystic realm is it that even the Jade True Heavenly Sect can't handle?" Taoist Wu Fang shook his head and said, "Jade True Heavenly Sect kept a tight lid on it. We currently don't know the situation yet. But they let out rumors that there might be a grand mist treasure coming into being this time. Furthermore, there's even the lucky chance to become a saint. So that's how it is. Regardless of whether it was a grand mist treasure or the lucky chance to become a saint, it was very attractive to Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This kind of precious treasure, most likely the Jade True Heavenly Sect would not be able to swallow it by themselves too. Although the Jade True Heavenly Sect had flourished for a period of time, they had already declined now. Of course, these two things did not have the slightest appeal to Yi Yuan. This sloppy Taoist was extremely interested in Big Yellow. Hence, he pestered Yi Yuan and insisted on going together. Yi Yuan was indifferent. Along the way, he also learned a lot of useful information from the sloppy Taoist's mouth. Such as, even though the Pill Alliance had united the 5 great heavenly regions now, there were also many discordant forces opposing it. These forces hid in the dark, making feints to divert attention from where the real attack was going to strike, their whereabouts being erratic. The Pill Alliance had a big headache too. The most famous among them was an organization called Blood Alliance. This organization often hunted down some of the Pill Alliance's upper echelon and hijacked the resources of the Pill Alliance. Coming and leaving without a shadow, it was extremely different to deal with. At the Jade True Heavenly Sect, it was the Jade Sovereign Elder, Zhongrui, who received the two of them. When Zhongrui saw the sloppy Taoist, he immediately had a warm and cordial appearance. As for the Yi Yuan who was by the side, he was directly ignored. Among the Jade Sovereign Heavens who came this time, there was a very large part of them that were like Yi Yuan, lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. This bit of strength and also an itinerant cultivator, they naturally would not take them seriously. Haha, didn't expect that brother Wu Fang actually came. With you around, that's fighting 1 against 10. Zhongrui said with a loud laugh. Taoist Wu Fang gave Yi Yuan a glance and said smugly, "Younger brother Zhong, you're too kind." Zhongrui waved his hand and said, "This isn't an exaggeration. In this true Yang heavenly domain, who doesn't know this one sentence? Rather provoke King Yama than provoke Wu Fang? Brother Wu Fang's spirit-controlling technique is virtually invincible under Saint Sovereign Heaven. Could this be your disciple?" Taoist Wu Fang smiled and said, "No, no, just someone engaged in the same pursuit that I met on the way. He and I are both adept in spirit controlling techniques and can get along." "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhong Rui revealed a look of sudden realization and immediately lost interest in Yi Yuan. Take a look at Taoist Wu Fang's purple-winged black-pupiled eagle, then look at the ordinary large yellow bull that Yi Yuan was riding. The disparity was too huge. It seemed like it was another person that wanted to fish in troubled waters. Zhong Rui was contemptuous in his heart. With regards to Zhong Rui's contempt, Yi Yuan naturally saw it clearly. However, he could not be bothered to explain anything either. "Would I go around saying that Big Yellow was Saint Sovereign Heaven?" Zhong Rui led the two and arrived at the top of a mountain peak. This place was where foreign powerhouses stayed. Jade Sovereign Heavens, even if it was a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven, they were powerhouses of an area too and naturally could not be slighted. On top of the mountain, many powerhouses were already staying and it was very lively. These powerhouses even set up a marketplace on the mountain, exchanging for what one had and what the others did not. Here comes another one who wants to fish in troubled waters, and it's even an ascender. Yi Yuan just climbed the mountain and there was a harsh voice that transmitted over. Among those who came to Jade True Heavenly Sect, the majority were native powerhouses. There were very few ascenders. Therefore, Yi Yuan's appearance was very conspicuous. Actually, Taoist Wu Fang was an ascender too. However, his spirit-controlling technique was very famous even in the entire True Yang heavenly domain. There was naturally no one that dared to find trouble with him. But Yi Yuan was different. In reality, there were some who were ascenders among the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses that came this time too. But those who dared to come were all extremely powerful people. Such as Taoist Wu Fang. One should not look at how he got trampled by Big Yellow. His strength was actually really strong. Taoist Wu Fang had a bag of holding. The bag of holding contained 10 true spirit. There were even 2 that were powerful grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven existences among them. Taoist Wu Fang's own combat power was secondary. But these 10 great true spirits were sufficient to let him sweep away all in the same rank. Pray tell, how many people could face 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven true spirits at the same time? It was also because of this that Zhong Rui viewed him in a different light. When this harsh voice came over, there was immediately a group of people gathered around. The leader was a youth in blue robes who pointed right at Yi Yuan's nose and said, "Punk, if you're sensible, hurry up and get down the mountain. You'll lose your life at any time here." This blue-robed youth was quite strong, being already middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. Judging from his appearance, he had quite the prestige among this group of people. As for Zhong Rui, he did not have the intention of taking action, an attitude of being happy to see it happen. He was the host and could not chase people away. But, if someone made a move, he naturally did not mind it. "Heard that? Elder Wei Yu is asking you to get lost, didn't hear? Brat, with your bit of strength, you don't have the qualifications to enter the mystic realm and fish in troubled waters, understood? You think that by riding a large yellow bull, you can become Brother Wu Fang? Blindly copying others and making yourself look foolies. Plus. The moment Wei Yu opened his mouth, many people immediately concurred. There were even several upper Jade Sovereign Heavens among them. It could be seen how high Wei Yu's status was. Yi Yuan was indifferent and asked curiously, "Who's Wei Yu? Is he very amazing?" "Ha ha ha, he doesn't even recognize Elder Wei Yu and this punk dares to come up to Jade True Heavenly Sec." Someone immediately roared with laughter. Seeing Yi Yuan being targeted, Taoist Wu Fang smiled and said, "Brother Yi, Wei Yu is the #1 genius of the True Yang Heavenly Domain's #1 Heavenly Sect, the 7-star Heavenly Sec. Don't look at how his only middle Jade Sovereign Heaven, his strength virtually rivals Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. He's also reputed to be the young genius with the highest hope of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven." Yi Yuan gave an "oh," expressing his understanding. This Wei Yu's status was somewhat similar to Luo Yunqing's in the 7-star Heavenly Sect. But the current Luo Yunqing, his strength had likely surpassed. Said Wei Yu long ago. "Brother Yi, if you give Big Yellow to me, Not only will I give you the purple-winged black-pupiled eagle, I'll even help you resolve your current predicament, alright? Taoist Wu Fang took advantage of the situation and said. The moment he spoke up, everyone's faces changed. Taoist Wu Fang's name was no joke. Wei Yu's expression turned sullen and he said in a cold voice, Brother Wu Fang, do you want to become enemies with my 7-star heavenly sect? Taoist Wu Fang chuckled and said, I don't want to be an enemy of the 7-star heavenly sect. But this old Taoist likes this large yellow ball even more. How about it, Brother Yi? Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said lightly, no need. Big Yellow, come on. Yi Yuan pulled Big Yellow and was about to pass through the crowd. Wei Yu's expression turned dark and he said in a solemn voice, refusing face when it's given, die for me. Done talking, Wei Yu drew his sword fiercely, the speed unimaginably quick. Big Yellow, step on him. Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said coolly. No need for Yi Yuan to order, Big Yellow already unleashed his hoof. Wei Yu was fast, but Big Yellow was faster. This hoof avoided the slash unbelievably brilliantly and directly kicked onto Wei Yu's face. Chapter 27-26, Heavenly Burial Water Caltrop Flower. Chapter 27-26, Heavenly Burial Water Caltrop Flower. Wei Yu only felt his head spin, his eyes full of stars. When he got to his feet, there was shockingly a hoof print on his face, looking extremely garish. When many people saw this scene, they all could not resist laughing. But at the same time, they were shocked by Big Yellow's power. There was clearly no divine essence fluctuation, but he could knock Wei Yu away with a kick. This was not what ordinary true spirits could do. And Big Yellow truly looked like an unbelievably ordinary large yellow bull. Heh, you all think that what I, old Taoist, takes fancy on, can be ordinary stuff? This large yellow bull is a chaos aberrant. Every movement and action carries rule undulations. With some slight training, stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future isn't impossible either. It's just that, landed in this brat's hands is really a bright pearl being cast into darkness, Taoist Wu Fang showed off while shaking his head and sighing. It was just that he did not know that Big Yellow was not some chaos aberrant at all, but a genuine Saint Exalt true spirit. If not for him deliberately hiding his strength, that kick earlier would have directly burst Wei Yu's head. Wei Yu got to his feet and shook his head hard, only then recovering some lucidity. Damn punk, to actually dare provoke my 7-star heavenly sec. Everyone, attack together. As long as you kill this boy, I, Wei Yu, owe him a favor. Wei Yu glared at Yi Yuan and bellowed. The moment this was said, everyone was moved. Wei Yu had virtually already locked in the next 7-star heavenly sect's sect master. His favor was rather valuable. Hence, they could not resist taking action. The dozen over middle and upper Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present, the commotion could be seen at a glance. But Yi Yuan still instructed very calmly, Big Yellow, step on them. Bang, bang, bang. Big Yellow kicked his hooves like lightning, each move hitting its mark. In a few breaths, each person's face had a large ox hoof imprinted on it. Of course, Wei Yu's face had another one imprinted on it. While Zhong Rui had a shocked face, instantly having a feeling of having his face slapped. He was previously still ridiculing that Yi Yuan was imitating others and losing his own individuality. But who knew that this Yuna's summing large yellow bull was actually so formidable? More than 10 Jade Sovereign Heavens were taken care of by him with 2 to 3 kicks. Big Yellow, come on. Yi Yuan ignored everyone's shocked gazes, pulling Big Yellow and slowly leaving. While Taoist Wu Fang's 2 eyes emitted light. He liked this Big Yellow more and more. Seeing Big Yellow, he currently felt that those true spirits in his bag of holding were simply a bunch of tras. Plus Wei Yu struggled to his feet, wanting to stabilize his figure. In the end, his body swayed and he fell down again. He shouted, Punk, what capability is it to rely on your mount that's powerful? If you have the guts, fight with me yourself. Yi Yuan turned his head and said coolly, Oh, is that so? Why don't you say this to Taoist Wu Fang? When Wei Yu heard that, he could not help choking. Taoist Wu Fang would never make a move himself when he fought and killed people. But no one dared to say that he was no good. Wei Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Punk, if you have the capability, don't run. We'll settle this score again." Yi Yuan said coolly, "All right, I'll wait for you." Taking 2 steps, Yi Yuan's footsteps suddenly stopped. His gaze looked towards a stall in the marketplace. "Heh, Big Yellow, your luck is pretty good. Didn't expect to actually encounter a stalk of heavenly burial water caltrop flower here," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Big Yellow's entire body trembled, his bull eyes going wide and his entire body trembling excitedly. He did not know what heavenly burial water caltrop flower was, but he knew that since Yi Yuan said so, then it must be a heavenly pill suitable for him. Sure enough, following Master Yi would have meat to eat. No, wait, it was pills to eat. The stall owner was a geezer. Seeing Yi Yuan lead Big Yellow over, he could not help sizing Yi Yuan up very interestedly. This small-scale marketplace was on the road that must be Par said through when going up or down the mountain. Therefore, that was why there would be so many people here. Just now, when Big Yellow had a grand display of invincible might, the geezer naturally saw it too. "Fellow Daoist, wonder how you're selling this heavenly burial water caltrop flower?" Yi Yuan said. Before the geezer could speak, Wei Yu already arrived next to him and shouted, "SHI plus you, I'm buying this heavenly burial water caltrop flower." Yi Yuan frowned, already having killing intent aroused. He came to Jade True Heavenly Sect for other objectives, so he did not want to be conspicuous. However, this Wei Yu provoked him time and again. Did he really think that he did not dare to kill people? "SHI plus you said coolly, only exchanging, not selling." Yi Yuan said, "What manner of exchange?" "SHI plus you said, 1 4 pill." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Heavenly burial water caltrop flower exchange for a heavenly imperial pill. It's demanding too exorbitant a price, right?" SHI plus you smiled and said, "What's rare is expensive." Wei Yu laughed loudly and said, "Where did this country Bu Empkin come from? He's probably never even seen before a 4 pill, right?" SHI plus you, "I want this heavenly burial water caltrop flower. It just so happens that I have a 4 pill on me." The heavenly medicines that grade 4 heavenly imperial pills required were all extremely precious on Rainclear continent. Therefore, grade 4 heavenly imperial pills were extremely valuable too. For ordinary martial artists, forget about consuming grade 4 heavenly imperial pills, they probably never even seen one before. But a large sect's disciple like Wei Yu could take out this kind of valuable heavenly pill. As he said, Wei Yu fished out a heavenly pill. It was precisely the 4 pill. When bystanders saw this heavenly pill, they naturally had envious looks on their faces. Who knew that SHI plus you received the heavenly pill and took a look, then returned it to Wei Yu again and said while shaking his head, "Your 4 pill is only upper 4th grade, I want to exchange for 7th grade and above." Wei Yu's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "SHI plus you, you're too immoral. A stalk of heavenly medicine, you want to exchange for a 7th grade heavenly imperial pill? Putting aside whether or not it's worth this price, apart from those few top elders in the Pill Alliance, someone who can refine a 7th grade 4 pill probably hasn't been born in this world yet, right?" SHI plus you smiled and said, "Therefore, I'm just trying my luck. If there really isn't, I don't mind either. This heavenly burial water caltrop flower is a rare commodity in short supply. I am not afraid of being unable to sell it either, isn't that so?" Heavenly burial water caltrop flower was indeed extremely rare on Rainclear continent. It might not even be in the Pill Alliance. This kind of precious heavenly medicine, he naturally did not worry about not being able to sell it. Wei Yu was originally very angry, but at the thought that since he could not take out a 7th grade, Yi Yuan naturally would not be able to take one out either. He immediately calmed down a lot in his heart. 7th grade is it? That's not difficult. I can help you refine it. But you must gather the 4 pills heavenly medicines yourself, Yi Yuan suddenly said. SHI plus you shook his head and said, "I'm an itinerant cultivator, I don't have the 4 pills heavenly medicines. If you can't take it out, let's not talk at this time." He was not fearful of Big Yellow. After all, he was a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. His strength was extremely formidable. Wei Yu was known for being able to deal with grand completion Jade Sovereign Heavens. But That was also just ordinary grand completion Jade Sovereign Heavens. He, SHI plus you, was very extraordinary. Wei Yu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, looking at your poor and shabby appearance, I think you can't gather the 4 chi pills heavenly medicines either. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could only let out a sigh and said, like this then it's really too regrettable. Since you're not selling, then I can only make a move to S and a TCHI plus you chuckled and said, little brother, your large yellow bull's strength is pretty good, it's just that want to deal with this old man. Before SHI plus you finished speaking, a bull had already arrived in front of his face. Chapter 27:27, Battle of Servants. Chapter 27:27, Battle of Servants. SHI plus U's expression changed greatly, powerful divine essence instantly erupting, and he was about to evade this hoof. He suddenly discovered that this hoof was faster than any kick earlier. This large yellow bull was actually still hiding its strength. SHI plus U urged his divine essence to the extreme in an instant. Even if it was a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, he could avoid it too. It was just that unfortunately, he ran into Big Yellow. He was fast, but Big Yellow was faster. His figure moved swiftly, but Big Yellow's bull hoof followed like a shadow. Bang! A foot kicked onto his face. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. SHI plus U was defeated too. Who was SHI plus U? He was a top powerhouse among itinerant cultivators, an existence that sects did not dare to provoke too. An itinerant cultivator like him, having powerful strength while being a loner, was the worst to provoke. Although Wei Yu was strong, he was not worth mentioning at all in front of SHI plus U. Hence, that was why he had the capital to pick a fight with Yi Yuan. But one kick and he was defeated. Ha ha ha, impressive. My Big Yellow is really incredible. Big Yellow, follow me and you'll be invincible under the heavens, Taoist Wu Fang said excitedly. Big Yellow could not be bothered to care about him at all, running back subserviently and handing the heavenly burial water caltrop flower over to Yi Yuan while holding it in his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled. Putting it away, he said to the SHI plus U who had a bull hoof print on his face, my words are still valid. You gather the 4 chi pills heavenly medicines, and you can find me to refine it. I'll be keeping this heavenly burial water caltrop flower. Next time, don't be so unscrupulous. Finished saying, Yi Yuan led Big Yellow and went away. This is also too fake, right? Just what realm is this large yellow bull? Why is his bull hoof so formidable? SHI plus U's strength practically doesn't lose to some heavenly sect master, he actually couldn't withstand a single hoof kick. Is this the strength of a chaos aberrant? No wonder even Taoist Wu Fang's eyes were emitting light. But, the problem is, this large yellow bull is so formidable, on what basis was he subdued by a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven? All kinds of discussions came from behind. It was just that no one could give an answer. Originally thought that this ascender was easy to bully, but who knew that he was a tough nut? Don't hit the face when hitting people. This brat actually dares to hit my 7-star heavenly sect's face. After I request second elder to step forward, I want to see if you still dare to be so arrogant or not. Finished saying, Wei Yu turned around and left. When everyone heard it, their brows raised up. The second elder that Wei Yu spoke of was called Tangquan. He was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven super powerhouse. If he took action, this brat definitely could not jump around anymore. Looks like Wei Yu was genuinely enraged. Walking into his own courtyard, a young man came up to greet. When Yi Yuan saw him, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The young man's complexion was pale, his aura chaotic. One glance and it was clear that he had considerable internal injuries. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he naturally saw through at a glance that this injury was not light. His days were likely numbered. The young man bowed as he said, this lowly one, Han Fang, pays respect to senior. Cough, cough. Speaking 2 sentences seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body. Yi Yuan looked at him and said, with your injuries, you likely won't make it past 2 months. Han Fang's expression changed, the look in his eyes becoming dim very quickly and he said, this lowly one knows. Yi Yuan was speechless. The Jade True Heavenly Sect actually sent such a sickly invalid to serve him, they really thought highly enough of him. That Zhongrui was simply showing him attitude. This Han Fang was merely a lower greater sublime heaven powerhouse, just a notch stronger than that Jun Tian. In the Jade True Heavenly Sect's outer sect, he was likely just a low-level minor character too. What was even more damnable was that this guy was clearly just beaten by someone. Furthermore, no punches were pulled, it was clearly aiming for his life. Furthermore, Han Fang's talent was extremely poor. Cultivating like this, he probably could not reach limitless sublime heavenly stratum in this lifetime. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Jade True Heavenly Sect really knows how to bully people. However, I like to slap their faces. As he said, Yi Yuan fished out 4 small bottles and directly threw them over and said coolly, you take these heavenly pills. Just enter closed seclusion here. 3 days later, whoever beat you until like this, you go and beat them back for me. Han Fang was taken aback and said with a bitter smile, Senior, forget about 3 days, even if you give me 30 years, it's impossible for me to win against him too. Furthermore, he's currently the servant of 7-star Heavenly Sect's #1 genius, Wei Yu. After beating him, he likely won't let it slide. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help smiling. It was really coincidental. If I said that 3 days is enough, it will suffice. You consume the heavenly pill in this first vial first. Following that, consume all of the Foundation Establishment heavenly pills in these 2 bottles within a day. On the last day, take the heavenly pills in this 4th bottle. Yi Yuan instructed. Grade 2 heavenly pills were already not considered very valuable to the current Yi Yuan. Using them to slap the Jade True Heavenly Sect and Wei Yu's face, Yi Yuan was happy to see it happen. Returning to the house, Han Fang opened the first vial and his expression could not help changing. 9th grade perfection heavenly healing pill. This heavenly pill was simply a healing sacred medicine to him. Consuming the heavenly healing pill, Han Fang's injuries were completely restored to health in less than half a day. Following that, he started to take the 2nd and 3rd bottles. 9th grade perfection Foundation Establishment heavenly pill. Han Fang sucked in a breath of cold air. The first vial only had 1 heavenly pill. There were 30 Foundation Establishment heavenly pills in these 2 small bottles. They were all 9th grade perfection. What a grand display. It was still his first time seeing so many 9th grade perfection heavenly pills having lived until now. When Han Fang finished refining the 30th Foundation Establishment heavenly pill, he felt like his entire person had been remolded anew. His absorption speed of spiritual energy was dozens of times faster than before. 9th grade perfection heavenly pills were too terrifying. And his realm also directly reached middle greater sublime heaven. On the 2nd day, Han Fang swallowed the heavenly pills in the 4th vial. It was 3 cultivation heavenly pills. The grade already approached the level of heavenly imperial pills. After consuming them, Han Fang directly broke through to upper greater sublime heaven on the 3rd day. After leaving seclusion, Han Fang prostrated on the ground to Yi Yuan and said, This lowly one thanks Senior for your great kindness. This lowly one is willing to lay down my life to repay Senior. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Stop talking rubbish, go and beat that guy up ruthlessly for me. Han Fang said excitedly, Yes, Senior. 2 hours later, Han Fang returned. Bowing again, he said excitedly, Senior, he has already been maimed by me. He can forget about getting up from his bed in a month. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Good job. Over there, Wei Yu was in a thunderous rage. He already knew that the one who beat him was Yi Yuan's servant. He did not dare to find Yi Yuan, so he ran in front of Zhongrui angrily and questioned, Zhongrui, does your Jade True Heavenly Sect still have any respect for our 7-star Heavenly Sect? The servant that you arranged for me actually can't compare to that bastard ascenders. Zhongrui also got the news already and knew what Wei Yu was talking about. Except, he was very puzzled too. He could only smile bitterly and say, Younger brother Wei, you've wronged me. People I arranged for you were the outer sect's top few powerhouses. The one arranged for Yi Yuan was the outer sect's last place. Furthermore, he was even seriously injured. who knew that he only used 3 days and actually directly broke through to upper greater sublime heaven? Chapter 27-28, Scouting Out the Jade True Heavenly Sect in the Night. Chapter 27-28, Scouting Out the Jade True Heavenly Sect in the Night. What? 3 days? Wei Yu got a shock too. An outer sect disciple, forget about 3 days, it was impossible to break through 2 minor realms in 3 years too. When he thought about it, there was only a heavenly alchemist that could accomplish this. Wei Yu's brows furrowed and he said, could it be that he's a heavenly alchemist? But he's an ascender. It was difficult for ascenders to become heavenly alchemists, this was general knowledge. Although the Pill Alliance had unified the 5 great heavenly regions now, this kind of extremely high-quality heavenly pill, even if it was a grade 1 heavenly pill, it rarely strayed outside too. Hence, it was naturally very hard for Wei Yu they all to imagine how Yi Yuan did it. Zhong Rui smiled bitterly and said, even if it's my Jade True Heavenly Sect's first seat, he also can't make someone break through 2 minor realms within 3 days. Moreover, that Han Fang's apartment attitude is extremely poor. Wei Yu's expression turned sullen and he said with a cold snort, who cares what he is? Provoking my 7-star heavenly sect, the outcome can only be death. Second Elder will be exiting seclusion tomorrow. I'll go and personally request him to take action. As he said, Wei Yu left angrily. A day later, Tang Quan exited seclusion. Second Elder, that brat is really too condescending. He doesn't place my 7-star heavenly sect in his eyes at all. You have to help me avenge this grudge. Wei Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. For to 5 days had already Pares said, the 2 hoof prints on his face still had not dissipated completely. Hearing Wei Yu's words, Tang Quan waved his hand and said coolly, merely a clown jumping around, that's all. Let him be arrogant for a few days first. On the day we set off, I'll kill him with my own hands. At that time, it can also showcase my 7-star heavenly sect's strength. In the eyes of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, there was nothing more that they held in awe and veneration other than Saint Sovereign Heaven. During the Mystic Realm trip this time, True Yang Heavenly Domain's few major heavenly sects all sent quite a number of powerhouses over. At that time, it would definitely be a Ma's Civ lineup. Killing people during that occasion as a sacrificial offering was undoubtedly the best way to showcase one's strength. Getting Yi Yuan's benefits, Han Fang naturally answered every question that Yi Yuan had. Yi Yuan also knew that with Han Fang's status, it was impossible to know much of Jade True Heavenly Sect's secrets. However, Yi Yuan understood quite a bit about Jade True Heavenly Sect's situation. It was a hazy night. Yi Yuan brought Big Yellow and exhibited spatial rule, sneaking into the night with the wind. Master Yi's concealment technique is not the least bit inferior to Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Seeing Yi Yuan's means, Big Yellow exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan's application of spatial rule already reached a transcendent realm. Saint Sovereign Heaven comprehended heavenly Dao, using Dao spells being a given, and they could hide their bodies at will. But Yi Yuan was just Jade Sovereign Heaven, and yet, he actually already had such means. It was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, come, take a walk around the main peak first. See if we can hear any news or not. While talking, the 2 arrived on the main peak of Jade True Heavenly Sect. Master Yi, the main peak is so big, how do we eavesdrop? Big Yellow asked puzzledly. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly closed his eyes. A faintly discernible undulation slowly spread out. Big Yellow's bull eyes went wide, revealing a look of disbelief. Soul technique. He could feel that Yi Yuan's origin divinity power radiated out in a certain manner. Just like tidewater, covering the entire main peak. Furthermore, this kind of undulation was barely perceptible, it was hard to detect at all. He was Saint Sovereign Heaven. That was how he barely managed to detect this undulation. One could imagine, unless Jade True Heavenly Sect had Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, otherwise, they would not be able to find Yi Yuan at all. This move was a soul technique in the divine emergence, divine contact. Yi Yuan's origin divinity power radiated out like tentacles. Using it to investigate information was the most useful. Furthermore, this move was extremely secretive. Unless one's origin divinity was much stronger than Yi Yuan, otherwise, it would be impossible to discover. Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence. One really could not find more than a few whose origin divinity was stronger than his in Jade Sovereign Heaven realm. Perhaps Taoist Wu Fang's origin divinity could compete with him. But there was basically no hope of discovering this move. The moment divine contact was released, a lot of information burrowed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Entering the mystic realm this time, our Jade True Heavenly Sect absolutely cannot allow any mistakes. Whether or not our Jade True Heavenly Sect can find the Heavenspan Mountain and revitalize the sect will depend on this trip. Head Elder, this sect master will be personally entering the mystic realm this time. The sect's affairs will be entrusted to you. Sect master, rest assured. Leave the sect to this old man. It's just that True Yang Heavenly Domain's 7 great heavenly sects are all here this time. Adding in quite a number of itinerant cultivators, there are no less than 300 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Is there really no problem? This is also something that can't be helped. With Ancestor Jade True's ability, he still fell inside back then. Now, if we don't find more cannon fodders, we have no chance of finding the Heavenspan Mountain at all. Sigh, hope that Ancestor Jade True will bless us so that we can find the Heavenspan Mountain. This old man heard that there might even be Saint Exalts entering the mystic realm this time. You all have to be careful. Rest assured, our goal is only the Heavenspan Mountain, a mere heavenly spirit treasure. Saint Exalts will despise it. However, the things that they want probably won't be so easy to obtain too. Back then, 9 great Saint Exalts entered Sacred Civ Mystic Realm, but only Zhuo Bufan alone came out. It can be imagined, that place isn't some nice place. Big Yellow discovered that Yi Yuan's expression became increasingly gloomy. Hearing this conversation, Yi Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Listening to the meaning in these words, could it be that the Heavenspan world had actually been exposed? But, in that remote place, Yi Yuan also acted covertly. How could it be discovered? Yi Yuan furrowed his brows, unable to figure it out after racking his brains. Originally, Yi Yuan planned on understanding some of Jade True Heavenly Sect's secrets, then leaving right away. But looking at it now, he would have to make a trip with the main force. The sacred Civ Mystic Realm that Jade True Sect Master talked about, Yi Yuan felt confused about it. The Heavenspan Mountain was merely a dilapidated small kiliachasm that did not even have a heavenly stratum powerhouse. It was clearly not some sacred Civ Mystic Realm. But Jade True Sacred Civ Mystic Realm said that 9 great Saint Exalts entered Sacred Civ Mystic Realm. That place should also be the last place where Yang Jade True fell. All of these were like a mystery. For this, he had no choice but to make a trip. Furthermore, the Mystic Realm trip this time was likely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The place that even the likes of Zhuo Bufan and Yang Jade True were moved by, it was clearly not where ordinary Jade Sovereign Heavens could set foot in. Therefore, this mystic realm was likely to attract many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to come. At that time, it likely could not dispense with a bout of terrible fighting. And what Yi Yuan was more worried about was that if the sacred Civ Mystic Realm was really in the Heavenspan world, then with so many heavenly stratum powerhouses entering, the Heavenspan world would likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Back then, a group of people entering the Immortal Grove world almost completely destroyed the small world. And the destructive power of heavenly stratum powerhouses was on a completely different level from those Empyreans and heavenly emperors back then. Heavenly stratum, that was a supreme realm. Even the most ordinary lesser sublime heavenly stratum was a supreme god in the lower realms too. They would be able to slaughter hundreds of millions of living things with a wave of a hand. Quietly withdrawing divine contact, Yi Yuan withdrew from the main peak, then headed to a mountain at the back. Master Yi, what happened? Your expression is very ugly, Big Yellow asked worriedly. Chapter 27-29, Grand Mist Energy. Chapter 27-29, Grand Mist Energy. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said, entering the mystic realm this time might even be very dangerous for Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Big Yellow, you go back to the Myriad Demons Mountain first. What's Master Yi saying? Since Big Yellow followed Master Yi, I naturally have to ensure Master Yi's safety. No matter how dangerous this mystic realm is, Big Yellow will accompany you too. Big Yellow said without hesitation. Yi Yuan's words were not a probe either. He did not have that kind of contractual relations. Hi+P with Big Yellow, and Big Yellow was not really his mount either. Big Yellow was straightforward, simple-minded, but Big Yellow was not stupid. It could be seen from the fact that he wanted to follow Yi Yuan regardless of life or death. What he set his mind on, he would not turn back. Going with Yi Yuan would be risky, but the payback would be higher. After leaving, it would be difficult to want to follow Yi Yuan again. Big Yellow's heart was like a clear mirror. However, he had indeed never thought about leaving before either. If not for Yi Yuan, he could forget about stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven in this lifetime too. Therefore, he did not consider it at all and answered Yi Yuan. Jade True Heavenly Sect's ancestor, a Saint Exalt powerhouse who had once commanded the 5 great heavenly regions, perished there too. Do you really want to go? Big Yellow nodded and said, yes, why wouldn't I go? Don't you humans have a saying called, wealth and opportunity come with danger? Maybe this trip is my, Big Yellow's, lucky chance. When Yi Yuan heard that, he grinned and said, okay, then let's challenge this sacred Civ mystic realm. Since Big Yellow was risking his life to accompany him, he, Yi Yuan, would naturally remember it in his heart. Jade True Heavenly Sect, Jadefork Peak. There were countless restrictions here enveloping it. This Jadefork Peak was Jade True Heavenly Sect's greatest forbidden land that Han Fang talked about. This place, apart from the sect master, nobody was to approach it. When the Jade True Heavenly Sect was at its prime, extremely powerhouse restrictions had once been laid down here. Even Saint Sovereign Heavens would find it hard to intrude inside too. Feeling this terrifying restriction undulation, Big Yellow felt deep terror strike his heart too. He felt danger. Master Yi, this place, Big Yellow can't enter it either. Why don't we leave first? After going back, we'll slowly think of a way, Big Yellow said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, already came, what's the hurry? He was pacing around the entrance and saw that there was a groove on a stone pier very quickly, its shape very odd. But when Yi Yuan saw this groove, his eyes lit up, the Heavenspan mountain already in his palm. This groove shape was exactly the same as the base of the Heavenspan mountain. Yi Yuan placed the Heavenspan mountain into the groove. Those terrifying restrictions dissipated without a trace in an instant. When Big Yellow saw this scene, he could not help staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied. It can actually work like this. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this treasure was Yang Jadetrue's in the first place. It's all too normal that he uses the Heavenspan mountain as the formation eye. Without restrictions, the two people traveled unimpeded all the way straight up to the top of the mountain. However, walking along the way, it was very normal. There was no suspicious area at all. Yi Yuan frowned and said, strange, since this Jadefork Peak is called a forbidden area, it's impossible that it's just a bare mountain, right? Could it be? His gaze looked towards the 100,000-foot abyss ahead. Big Yellow. Yi Yuan cried out lightly and leaped, jumping down the bottomless chasm with Big Yellow. But the moment he jumped, Yi Yuan's heart thumped. A powerful and strange force made his figure plummet rapidly. Falling down at this speed, even if he was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, he would definitely die without a doubt too. In his sea of consciousness, Mi Tian said, quickly urge the Myriad Realms mountain. Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization and hurriedly took the Heavenspan mountain out again, and injected divine essence to stimulate it. Yi Yuan's figure came to an abrupt halt and actually floated in the air. Seeing this, he let out a slight sigh in relief too. Big Yellow was Saint Sovereign Heaven after all. Although he was somewhat jumbled, he could barely manage to stabilize his figure. Yi Yuan was sweating large droplets, and he said, I was still careless. I didn't expect that there's actually still this kind of strange power behind this cliff. This power isn't from the restrictions. It seems to be formed naturally. But, in his sea of consciousness, Mi Tian said excitedly, Stinky brat, you've picked up a treasure. Grand mist energy spanning more than 10,000 miles. This is a force field formed by grand mist energy. There's definitely grand mist energy in this mountain. With it, Your Myriad Realms mountain will be able to elevate to a grand mist treasure. Yi Yuan's brows shot up and he said in pleasant surprise, there's actually such a thing? Really obtained it effortlessly without even looking for it. Ever since learning about the Heavenspan Mountain's true origin, Yi Yuan constantly wanted to restore it to its peak state. He did not expect to actually encounter grand mist energy here. Mi Tian said, you urge the Myriad Realms mountain and find the area with the strongest force field. That place is the entrance. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and started urging the Heavenspan mountain. He relaxed his body and mind and relied entirely on the Heavenspan mountain to sense. The more divine essence injected, it meant the stronger the force field there. Very soon, he saw a deep hole on the cliff. That's it. Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. He could feel waves of mysterious undulations coming from inside. When Big Yellow saw this scene, he could not help clicking his tongues in wonder too. Entering the cave, Yi Yuan could not help saying with a sigh, even if one knows that there's a precious treasure on this cliff, without Saint Sovereign Heaven's strength, it's impossible to obtain it too. He was unable to overcome that strange force field even when he employed spatial rule. If ordinary Jade Sovereign Heavens came here, there would only be one outcome, that was falling to their deaths. Big Yellow nodded and said, this force field carries the might of heaven. It's rather terrifying. Want to come here? It at least needs half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven strength too. The two people walked along the entrance of the cave. The deeper they went in, the more they felt a powerful undulation transmit over. The light gradually brightened. It also became wider and wider inside. Yi Yuan saw that there was a milky white barrier in front of him that blocked the way. He could feel waves of chaos aura emitting from inside this milk-white barrier. And amidst the chaos, there was a small centiliter UST of pale yellow air Ma. SS, giving off an even more solid and mysterious aura. Presumably, that was the grand mist energy that Mi Tian was talking about. I didn't expect that there's actually a boundary wall in this tiny sect. No wonder grand mist energy would appear here. Most likely, this Myriad Realms mountain Pares said through from the boundary wall, that's how it landed here. That fool who obtained the Myriad Realms mountain definitely doesn't know that this power is grand mist energy, being stupid to the extreme, Mi Tian said. When Yi Yuan heard that, he sighed and said, this Yang Jadetru was sitting on a treasure mountain but didn't know it. Yet, he wanted to use the Heavenspan world's power to repair the Heavenspan mountain? How ironic. Utilizing grand mist energy, it was possible to repair the Heavenspan mountain, and even let it become a grand mist treasure. But Yang Jadetru clearly did not know at all. Horizon determined behavior. No matter how strong Yang Jadetru was, he was also merely a local tyrant, that was all. Senior, that's grand mist energy. Yi Yuan pointed at that pale yellow air Ma. SS and asked. Mi Tian nodded and said, that's right. However, this grand mist energy is a little lacking. I'm afraid that it can only let your Myriad Realms mountain break through to a grade 1 grand mist treasure. Yi Yuan smiled and said, being able to reach grand mist treasure is already very good. How do I take it out? Chapter 2730, Coquettish Profligate Hoof. Chapter 2730, Coquettish Profligate Hoof. You restore your true dragon form, I'll teach you. Mi Tian said. When Yi Yuan heard that, the dragon might in his body billowed to the sky. Very soon, he transformed into an azure dragon form that was several hundred feet long. The moment the true dragon appeared, Big Yellow's bull eyes directly became wide saucers and he said in alarm and terror, Why woo? How can you, true dragon? True dragons were chaos true spirits, being extremely rare. True dragons had never appeared on Rainclear continent before. Now, he actually met a true dragon. How could he not be shocked? He never dreamed that not only was Yi Yuan a remarkable heavenly alchemist, he was actually also a true dragon. No need to make a fuss. I have half-dragon race lineage, so transforming into a true dragon isn't a big deal, Yi Yuan said. Why you said it too lightly. Chaos true spirits are the darling of heaven. Each one is an incomparably formidable existence. You're actually of the dragon race. Big Yellow said speechlessly. Swoos. H. Plus right at this time, a figure actually dashed out of the boundary wall. The arrival said in shock and anger, "Who is it? To actually dare trace bar SS my J-True's forbidden land." When Yi Yuan saw it, he was shocked in his heart too. He did not expect that a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was actually hidden in the J-True Heavenly Sect's forbidden land. In front of him was an old man in tattered clothing, looking thin and emaciated like he was about to kick the bucket. He looked very terrifying. "Hey, there's actually a Three Tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven here. This little bull is likely not his match." Mi Tian was a little surprised as he said. Yi Yuan was even more surprised when he heard it. This old man was actually a Three Tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven. Although transcending tribulations would not increase the strength of Saint Sovereign Heavens, wanting to successfully transcend tribulations required powerful strength in itself. So Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses often used the number of tribulations to differentiate strength too. This old man could transcend the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation 3 times, his strength could be seen at a glance. Big Yellow had not even transcended a Tao tribulation once. Hence, he was naturally not a match. When the old man saw Yi Yuan, he could not help but get a shock too and said, "True dragon." A true dragon actually appeared in Rainclear continent. "Ha ha ha, this exalt just happened to be lacking a mount, since you delivered yourself to the door, then this exalt won't be courteous." After the surprise, the old man's first reaction was actually to capture Yi Yuan and use him as a mount. A true dragon as a mount, not only would it gain face, there would be a great helper in the future. It just so happened that Yi Yuan's current strength was not strong, it was just right to capture. But before Yi Yuan said anything, the Mi Tian in his sea of consciousness was already beyond furious. Yi Yuan only felt a heinous fury almost wanting to immolate him completely in his sea of consciousness. "Ignorant fool, truly monstrous audacity, my dragon race is of a supreme true spirit, you actually dare to have this idea, prepare to bear my wrath." With this sentence, Mi Tian did not communicate it with Yi Yuan's through divine sense, but he said it to the old man. That voice was furious to the extreme. When this voice appeared, it gave the old man and Big Yellow a fright at the same time. "Little bull, listen to my command. Pummel this old man into a patty for me." Mi Tian's voice appeared again and said to Big Yellow. Big Yellow suddenly came to his senses and said worriedly, "Master Yi, see could it be that you were taken possession of?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "This is a senior that's residing in my body. Him being willing to give you pointers, that's your lucky chance." The moment Big Yellow heard, he could not help breathing a sigh of relief. But he also understood that this senior dwelling in Yi Yuan's body was definitely a true dragon as well. To dare talk about giving pointers to a Saint Sovereign Heaven, this senior's strength was likely extremely terrifying. It was just that, the old man was disapproving and said disdainfully, "Some guy who doesn't even have a physical body, you also want to deal with this exalt? This exalt's 3 Saint Sovereign Tao tribulations weren't transcended in vain. Heh, a Saint Sovereign Heaven little fellow on a remote continent actually dares to speak to this old man in this manner. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Mi Tian said with a cold laugh. The old man sneered and said, "Is that so? Then, let this exalt witness it." It was only to see the old man's palm move slightly. A terrifying force condensed and formed in his hand. This was the power of a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. With every movement and action, it was heavenly Tao rules. The moment the old man moved, Big Yellow's face revealed a solemn expression. This old man's strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Saint Exalt Bull Demon. "Relax, listen to me. Bloodline power is hidden in Shenqiu, Guan Yuan. Activate heavenly Tao rule." Mi Tian talked extremely fast, guiding Big Yellow to revolve bloodline power. Big Yellow did not dare to be neglectful, immediately complying. Suddenly, rules shook in the cave. The heavenly Tao rule inspired in Big Yellow's body actually said the old man's very quickly. When the old man saw the situation, his expression suddenly changed. However, it was Big Yellow's first time in the end. He was not as skilled as the old man. The old man completed his move very quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, he smacked the palm over. Mi Tian was unhurried and said coolly, "All right, kick your hoof." Big Yellow's body became very contorted at this moment. That appearance looked very coquettish, very profligate. But the power was very strong. Big Yellow's bull face turned red from holding it in. It was as if boundless power had been suppressed within his body. Ah! Big Yellow let out a cry very unrestrainedly and kicked a hoof out extremely coquettishly. The old man cried out miserably, directly smars. Hi+ing and embedding in the boundary wall by this hoof, spurting fresh blood out of his mouth. Succeeding with one strike, Big Yellow was not excited, but looked at Yi Yuan with a resentful look and said, "Senior, must you perform the move like this?" The movement earlier was seriously too coquettish. Even he felt a little embarrassed. Said. But the power was really strong. Big Yellow could feel that the old man's palm earlier was extremely powerful. But, under a head-to-head confrontation, he was actually directly sent flying. Mi Tian laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, comparing depravedness, you're still far from it." Back then, Heavenly Bull's coquettish profligate hoof was really profligate. His coquettish profligate hoof even directly pierced through the boundary wall. His posture was 1,000 times more euphoric than yours. Practice it well. If you practice this move well, it will be enough for you to benefit for life. Fut. When Yi Yuan heard, he nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood and said, "How can there be someone who could create such a coquettish move?" Rather, when Big Yellow heard it, his expression changed drastically and he said in surprise, Heavenly Bull? Could it be that Senior was a Chaos Heavenly Bull?" Mi Tian smiled and said, being able to be friends with this old man, he was naturally a Chaos Heavenly Bull. Big Yellow drew a deep breath, his heart astonished to the extreme. Chaos Heavenly Bull was their lineage's supreme bloodline. The ultimate goal of them working hard to transform was the Chaos Heavenly Bull bloodline. It was just that Chaos Heavenly Bulls were like true dragons, extremely rare. To the Rainclear continent, it was naturally something impossible. Big Yellow did not expect that this senior dwelling in Yi Yuan's body was actually such a level of existence. It was truly shocking to the extreme. Alright, you've already displayed this coquettish profligate hoof before. Although there's still a long way from learning the rudiments, it's enough to deal with this moron. I'll leave the rest to you. As he said, he ignored Big Yellow, but turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Alright, urge your true dragon power to the extreme and place your dragon horn on the boundary wall. Use your heart to feel heavenly Tao rules. My true dragon race is born from chaos. Hence, we can naturally merge into chaos." Chapter 2731, Heavenspan Mountain Advancing. Chapter 2731, Heavenspan Mountain Advancing. Yi Yuan complied and placed his dragon horn on the boundary wall. Swooze. Plus outside of Yi Yuan's expectations, his body actually rushed straight into the boundary wall, and he stumbled. Yi Yuan could not help being taken aback. He was still wondering how difficult it would be. He did not expect that he would come in so easily. "Senior, it doesn't seem as hard as imagined," Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. Mi Tian had a confused look too and said, "You brat. Ah, I understand. You cultivate the cultivation method of the Lord of Chaos and are very attuned to chaos in itself. Coupled with the affinity of the true dragon race, entering the boundary wall becomes very easy. However, don't be happy too early either. With your bit of strength, you can't walk very far at all." Yi Yuan walked towards that yellow air ma. SS and said with a smile, "Being able to get the Grand Mist energy will do, how should I refine it?" Myriad Realms Mountain said, "You send the Myriad Realms Mountain into the Grand Mist energy, then follow the method that I say. Guide Grand Mist energy in bit by bit. Take note, there mustn't be the slightest mistake during this process. Otherwise, not only will it fall short of success at the last stage, it will even damage the Myriad Realms Mountain. And this centiliter US tur of Grand Mist energy would also be wasted." As he said, Mi Tian imparted the refining method to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan arrived next to the Grand Mist energy and sent the Heavenspan Mountain into the Grand Mist energy according to the refining method that Mi Tian talked about. Over there, the old man who was fighting fiercely with Big Yellow seemed to have felt it, his entire body suddenly trembling. His eyes were glued onto the Heavenspan Mountain, the look in his eyes full of shock. Heavenspan Mountain. The Heavenspan Mountain is actually in his hands. wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search. Who would have guessed that the heaven-span mountain that the Jade-True heavenly sect had been searching bitterly for from top to bottom, actually came back by itself. Bang! Just as the old man was in shock, Big Yellow showed off coquettishness and a hoof kick arrived again. The old man was caught off guard and directly had a kick stomped on his face. The old man's nosebleed overflowed, only feeling that the entire world was spinning. Big Yellow had a disdainful look as he said, still getting distracted when fighting, "Are you looking down on people?" The straightforward and good-natured Big Yellow actually became full of uninhibitedness when talking. The old man endured the pain and said in a solemn voice, "Who the hell are you guys? Why would the heaven-span mountain be in your hands?" Big Yellow said coolly, "Want to know? Wait until this exalt beats you to a cripple first. In a while, Master Yi will naturally come and tell you." The old man looked at Big Yellow hatefully and said, "You, a dignified Saint Exalt, is actually going to be a puny little Jade Sovereign Heaven's hired thug?" Big Yellow said disdainfully, "What does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? You think that 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven is very strong, but following this Master Yi will have greater possibilities. Alright, enough rubbish, watch out for my hoof." After he finished talking, it was another coquettish profligate hoof. Got to admit, although this move that Mi Tian imparted looked very embarrassing, its power was really strong. Each kick was illusory, extremely hard to ascertain. Wanting to defend was incredibly difficult. The old man had just taken a hit, his entire person was still in upheaval. Hence, how could he take this kick? Big Yellow unforgiving after gaining the momentum too, each hoof attack being stronger than the last. Refining Grand Mist energy was not considered very difficult to Yi Yuan. This process was very complicated, it was a very delicate job. But, for Yi Yuan, meticulousness was one of his greatest strong points. The process of refining a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill was many times more complicated than this. He similarly would not make any mistakes. That small centiliter US tur of Grand Mist energy became smaller and smaller. The aura of the heaven-span mountain became increasingly unfathomable. This was precisely the hallmark of a Grand Mist treasure. When the last trace of Grand Mist energy was refined, Yi Yuan let out a long sigh in relief, his face revealing a joyful expression. This trip to the Jade-True heavenly sect was really not in vain. Although the Dragon Spring Sword was good, in terms of potential, it was still the heaven-span mountain that was better. This treasure could follow him as he cultivated all the way to an extremely high realm. Mi Tian also said, there were not many treasures comparable to the Myriad Realms mountain in this world. Bringing the heaven-span mountain, Yi Yuan withdrew out of the boundary wall. Over there, the old man had already been kicked by Big Yellow until he was covered in wounds and was almost biting the dust. It was also that a Saint Sovereign Heaven could take a beating, otherwise, with Big Yellow's strength, the old man would have long been laid flat. However, looking at Big Yellow's coquettish appearance, Yi Yuan still could not resist bursting into laughter. Compared to normally, Big Yellow had simply become like a different person. With the intention of testing the heaven-span mountain's power, Yi Yuan silently recited a spell. The heaven-span mountain immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and smashed toward the old man. Yi Yuan grasped the timing perfectly, coordinating closely with Big Yellow. The old man was caught by surprise, his back suffering a heavy blow. Only to see him spurt a mouthful of blood wildly, directly collapsing onto the ground and staying there. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being secretly speechless too. The power of the heaven-span mountain was more than 100 times stronger than before. In fact, its power was more than a magnitude stronger than the Dragon Spring Sword. Just a small centiliter US tur of Grand Mist energy and its power actually had such a big increase. Seeing that the old man had lost his combat capacity, Big Yellow stopped attacking too. The other party was still strong in the end. Even if he learned the coquettish profligate hoof, he was still unable to take the other party down within a short time. The battle between Saint Sovereign Heavens was very difficult. It was far too difficult to want to kill the opponent. Yi Yuan gave Big Yellow a big thumbs up and praised, "Big Yellow, really coquettish." Plus Big Yellow gave Yi Yuan a resentful glance and said, "Master Yi, stop making fun of me. Yi Yuan burst out laughing when he heard that. Who the hell are you? Why would our Jade True Heavenly Sect's Heavenspan Mountain be in your hands? The old man still could not resist asking. Jade True Heavenly Sect had already lost the Heavenspan Mountain for several tens of thousands of years. Now that he saw it again, how could he not be excited? Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, "Your Jade True Heavenly Sect's Heavenspan Mountain? Heh, Yang Jade True obtained the Heavenspan Mountain here, right? He was merely one of the Heavenspan Mountain's masters, that's all. Presently, I'm its master." The old man looked at the Heavenspan Mountain in Yi Yuan's hands and his pupils could not help constricting. The Heavenspan Mountain actually already became a grand mist treasure. When fighting just now, the Heavenspan Mountain absorbed that mysterious centiliter US of power in the boundary wall and broke through. One had to know, with Yang Jadetru's strength, it was impossible to let the Heavenspan Mountain become a grand mist treasure too. What in the world was this young man's background? Also, that mysterious person dwelling in his body was a figure who was even terrifying to the extreme. Casually giving pointers to Big Yellow and it made his strength eclipse his. This level of means, it was what even he, this Saint Sovereign Heaven, could not imagine. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would not believe it at all. Jade True Heavenly Sect really concealed deeply. I didn't expect that you guys actually still had a three tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven. Let me ask you, what kind of place is the mystic realm that your Jade True Heavenly Sect is going to this time? Yi Yuan asked. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he said, Sacred Civ Mystic Realm is a magnificent continent. There are countless precious treasures in there. However, immense danger is also held in store. Back then, 7 great Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens were killed until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open in order to obtain the treasure inside. Ancestor Jade True also fell there. However, only the 7 of them knew the location of the sacred Civ Mystic Realm. Only all the way until recently, when a phenomenon suddenly happened there, was it discovered by us. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Where is that sacred Civ Mystic Realm?" The old man said, "Inklight Forest." Chapter 2732, Tyrannical 7-Star Heavenly Sec. Chapter 2732, Tyrannical 7-Star Heavenly Sec. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Sure enough, it was Inklight Forest. What location in Inklight Forest? Yi Yuan's tone became solemn. The old man gave a coordinate, but wasn't that precisely the site that the Heavenspan world was at? At this point, Yi Yuan no longer had any hope of getting lucky in his heart. It was just that he was very perplexed. Why would the Heavenspan world have associations with this whatever sacred Civ Mystic Realm? Yi Yuan started worrying about Leah they all. He frowned and said, "What kind of abnormalities happened there?" The old man answered, "A few days ago, bloody light suddenly rose to the sky there, dyeing the dark night red. Linking all sorts of rumors previously, only then did we confirm that that place is the sacred Civ Mystic Realm." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his heart being in a fluid used. "Have you all sent people in before?" The old man shook his head and said, "The bloody light is extremely strong right now. We can't enter at all. However, that bloody light is currently weakening and will be able to enter very soon. We don't have assurance. That's why we sent out the hero invitations, inviting more powerhouses to enter together." But the moment Yi Yuan heard, he became even more worried. He did not know what kind of change happened in the Heavenspan world. Were Leah they all still well? Big Yellow, send him on his way, Yi Yuan said coolly. Right. Big Yellow received the order and directly ended the old man. Bang! In a secret chamber of the Jade True Heavenly Sect, it specially enshrined a life tablet. That place was the previous generation sect master's life tablet. The disciple guarding the hall was suddenly startled awake and his expression could not help changing wildly. Things are bad. Ancestor Lu Zhengxin's life tablet has shattered. Jade True Heavenly Sect's upper echelons fell into extreme shock and panic very quickly. At this critical juncture, the Jade True Heavenly Sect's greatest trump card, the 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven Ancestor, actually died. Jade True Heavenly Sect's sect master, Chen Tai, returned from Jadefork Peak, his expression terrifyingly grim. There were only him and Head Elder, two people, who knew that Lu Zhongshan existed. Sect Master, what in the world happened? Who could kill Ancestor? Head Elder said with a sorrowful face. Don't know who did it. But it's definitely a Saint Sovereign Heaven that's lurking among those people. Not only did he kill Ancestor, he even took away that mysterious power at the back mountain. What ruthless means. This is equivalent to severing our Jade True Heavenly Sect's lineage. Talking until here, Chen Tai gnashed his teeth in hatred. But more of it was helplessness. The reason why Lu Zhongshan was able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was entirely because of comprehending that centiliter US tur of Grand Mist energy. However, Lu Zhongshan actually could not leave that cave at all. Because his fourth Saint Sovereign Dao tribulation was long overdue. He could SHI plus ELD Heaven's secrets inside that cave and delay the arrival of the fourth Dao tribulation. This was also the reason why the Jade True Heavenly Sect would decline. No successors. But, as long as he was around, he would be the Jade True Heavenly Sect's guardian deity. Now, the deity was dead. The mysterious power that could help step into Saint Sovereign Heaven also disappeared. There was still no news about the Heavenspan Mountain. The Jade True Heavenly Sect was really on the verge of extinction this time. Yi Yuan did not know that him taking away the Grand Mist energy would cause such a heavy loss to the Jade True Heavenly Sect. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care either. He did not have any good impression of the Jade True Heavenly Sect in the first place. If not for Yang Jade True, how could the Heavenspan world have been deceived for hundreds of millions of years? What should we do now? Head Elder said with a solemn face. Absolutely can't let the outside world know about this matter. We must pretend like everything's fine. The Sacred Civ Mystic Realm trip this time is our last chance. As long as we can find the Heavenspan Mountain, Jade True Heavenly Sect will still have hope of continuing, Chen Tai said in a solemn voice. Their Saint Sovereign Heaven was dead and they did not even dare to investigate it. They could only swallow the grievance. A month's time said in a flash. Several hundred powerhouses were gathered in Jade True Heavenly Sect. There naturally could not dispense with some friction. But ever since Big Yellow knocked SHI plus U over with a kick, no one dared to provoke him anymore. Everyone knew that the large yellow bull next to him was not to be trifled with. In the marketplace, Yi Yuan found a lot of good stuff. On the day of departure, Yi Yuan already could not wait for it. Chen Tai arrived before everyone and said with clasped hands, "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Chen Tai is endlessly grateful. The Sacred Civ Mystic Realm opening this time, this sect promises everyone that as long as we find Ancestor Jade True's Heavenspan Mountain, we won't take anything else. But, if anyone wants to the Heavenspan Mountain from this sect, the Jade True Heavenly Sect will be irreconcilable till death with them. Although our Ancestor Zhongshan is in close seclusion all year round, if you really provoke him into taking action, it's likely that no one will gain any advantage. When Yi Yuan heard this, he could not resist exchanging a glance with Big Yellow. Although he did not know Lu Zhongshan this name, he guessed it too. This Chen Tai actually used a dead person to threaten everyone. It was really impressive enough. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not express anything. If he showed it, it would mean that he was killed by him. There was no benefit apart from becoming the common target for scorn. Moreover, there were likely hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the Jade Sovereign Heavens present. Sect Master Chen, rest assured. We only seek natural treasures and won't fight with you. Yeah, we're entering the Sacred Civ Mystic Realm merely in order to seek a lucky chance to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. That's your Jade True Heavenly Sects, we won't snatch it. The moment Chen Tai said it, everyone's hearts turned fearful, making their positions known one after another. Legends had it that the Jade True Heavenly Sect was still hiding a Saint Sovereign Heaven. No one knew whether it was real or fake. But most believed it. After all, Jade True Heavenly Sect was once True Yang's #1 sect, its foundation being extremely deep. Seeing everyone make known their positions, Chen Tai was very satisfied too and said with a nod, "Alright, everyone, let's set off." Wait a minute. Everyone was just about to move out when Tang Quan spoke up. Seeing him open his mouth, Everyone knew that there was a show to watch. These few days, they had been curious all along. The 7-star heavenly sect was not easy to deal with. Got slapped in the face for no reason, but did not fight back. Everyone was finding it odd. But they did not expect that Tang Quan was waiting here. "What is it, Elder Tang?" Chen Tai asked. Tang Quan looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said coolly, "Wei Yu is our 7-star heavenly sect's next sect master. Someone actually dared to slap his face. It's equivalent to slapping our 7-star heavenly sect's face. In this true Yang heavenly domain, no one dares to slap my 7-star heavenly sect's face yet. Today, in front of everyone, we naturally have to gain back this face." Everyone present was shrewd. They naturally knew Tang Quan's intention of doing so. He was using this incident to shock all of the true Yang heavenly sect's powerhouses, that his 7-star heavenly sect was not to be provoked. In reality, there were really not many people who dared to provoke the 7-star heavenly sect. Even if the other person's strength was lacking. But Yi Yuan was one of those few people. When Wei Yu saw Tang Quan speak up, he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, today, kneel down and acknowledge your fault in front of everybody, and waste your own cultivation. Then, deliver that large yellow ball to the 7-star heavenly sect. This matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, you can forget about going anywhere today." When everyone heard, they could not help secretly applauding. Wei Yu was well deserving of being a sect master successor. His mind was very meticulous too. He had clearly seen through this large yellow bull's extraordinariness too. That was why he would say that. If the 7-star heavenly sect obtained Big Yellow and groomed him, he would surely be a major combat force in the future. Chapter 2733, Get Coquettis.h. Plus. Chapter 2733, Get Coquettis. H. Plus it's fun now. With a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven taking action, that punk can't be arrogant anymore, right? It felt great when slapping faces, but the consequences are very severe. He could have provoked others, but he had to provoke True Yang's #1 major sect, 7-star heavenly sect. An ascender, really acting recklessly and blindly. Seeing Tang Quan speak up, many people harbored the idea of gloating over others' misfortune. The vast majority present were all indigenous powerhouses. They were not welcoming to ascenders to begin with. They naturally did not want Yi Yuan to ride on their heads. Chen Tai's eyes also narrowed and he said in a cold voice, "There's actually such a thing. Boy, you actually dare to make a move against the 7-star heavenly sect's people on the Jade-True heavenly sect's territory. Kneel down now and apologize to Elder Tang. This sect can guarantee you from death." Lu Zhongxin was already dead. Jade-True heavenly sect needed a powerful ally. 7-star heavenly sect was obviously the best ally. Why would he care about the life and death of an ascender? Befriending Tang Quan in this matter was naturally a great deal. It was just that he did not know that the ones who killed Lu Zhongxin and plunged the Jade-True heavenly sect into an unprecedented crisis was precisely Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. With Chen Tai making his stance known, it held tremendous weight. With two great heavenly sects making their positions known at the same time, if Yi Yuan did not lower his head, there would be no place to shelter him in the true Yang heavenly domain anymore. "Hey, boy, lower your head and admit your mistake. Looking on the account of Big Yellow's face, I'll come forward to mediate things for you in a while and preserve your cultivation. Presumably, they will still give me some face." Taoist Wu Fang already squeezed beside Yi Yuan without knowing when and whispered in his ear. Yi Yuan gave him a glance rather surprisedly. He did not expect that this guy would actually say something like this. Becoming enemies with two great heavenly sects at this time, at least one could tell that Taoist Wu Fang was a fanatic too. For a prey that he was interested in, he could act regardless of the consequences. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "No need. Just these few trash, I haven't taken them seriously yet." Taoist Wu Fang scoffed and said, "Boy, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. You probably don't know what half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven means. Furthermore, the 7-star heavenly sect has more than just Tang Quan, one half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Being able to become True Yang's #1 heavenly sect, how could the 7-star heavenly sect be underestimated? Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was merely the standard for the sect. Yi Yuan just smiled and looked at Chen Tai as he said, Sect Master Chen's warning earlier was very overbearing. These few days at J-True Heavenly Sect, I discovered that the scenery at the back mountain is really not bad. As soon as these words came out, the others did not feel anything off, but Chen Tai's head exploded with a bang. Stormy waves immediately set off in his heart. This was a warning. What did he warn just now? He was warning everyone using J-True Heavenly Sect's Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Then what did the back mountain represent? The Jade Fork Peak was precisely the J-True Heavenly Sect's back mountain. Linking these 2 points together, its meaning was already self-explanatory. Yi Yuan was clearly saying this. Your J-True Heavenly Sect's Saint Sovereign Heaven is already dead, you're still threatening people here? Truly laughable. Lu Zhengxin's demise, this was absolutely a secret among secrets. In the entire J-True Heavenly Sect, only he and Head Elder 2 people knew about it. Then how did Yi Yuan know? There was only one possibility. Lu Zhengxin's demise had inescapable connections with Yi Yuan. Having murdered someone, one should originally deal with things in a low-key manner. But Yi Yuan actually hinted him in such a grand manner. King Hell, too arrogant. Chen Tai wished to immediately blow Yi Yuan up right now. But he could not. As long as Yi Yuan said it out, that J-True Heavenly Sect currently no longer had a Saint Sovereign Heaven to hold down the fort, the J-True Heavenly Sect would really be finished. Weren't you still using Saint Sovereign Heaven to scare people just now? Your Saint Sovereign Heaven isn't even around anymore, still scaring people? J-True Heavenly Sect's crisis was about to arrive immediately. Chen Tai's entire body quivered, glaring at Yi Yuan angrily, virtually about to rampage. This guy was telling him that he killed your Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, but you still wanted to use this to threaten him. This was simply shameless to the extreme. Yet, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan. How aggravating. Who, Sect Master Chen, are you sure that you want me to kneel down and admit my fault? Yi Yuan looked at Chen Tai and said with a smile that was not a smile. Chen Tai's expression changed over and over again. Finally, he retreated to one side, having an appearance like it did not concern him. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with shock. What happened? That brat's one sentence made Sect Master Chen stay a good distance away? A Heavenly Sect's Sect Master, that was definitely an Overlord-level existence. If Saint Sovereign did not emerge, who could contend? This kind of Overlord was actually persuaded to withdraw by an unknown punk. The shock in their hearts could be imagined. Tang Quan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, Sect Master Chen, what's the meaning of this? Chen Tai drew a deep breath and said coolly, there's no meaning. This matter, my J-True Heavenly Sect can't intervene. Tang Quan's expression changed and he said with a cold snort, very good. This Tang has had a taste of it. Chen Tai only felt bitterness in his mouth. He had offended the 7-star Heavenly Sect now. But he had no choice. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he could only choose to offend the 7-star Heavenly Sect. However, the people that my 7-star Heavenly Sect wants to quell, we don't need to borrow other people's power at all. Boy, this elder will give you one last chance, kneel or not. Tang Quan looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Quan and said with a smile, yammering until now, isn't it just for the sake of posturing? It's just a pity that you found the wrong target. Tang Quan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly already genuinely enraged. He gave a cold snort and said, very good. It has already been many years since anyone dared to provoke my 7-star Heavenly Sect. Today, this elder will kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Finished talking, he took a step out, his imposing momentum terrifying to the extreme. That appearance clearly already had half a foot stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven. 7-star steps, Tiankue Palm, these are 7-star Heavenly Sect's two great unique skills. Looks like Elder Tang is genuinely enraged. That boy, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think that by bringing a chaos aberrant, he's invincible under the heavens? Haha, young people, they always think that they are invincible under the heavens. The moment Tang Quan made his move, The commotion was not what the average half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens could compare to. The ultimate skills of 7-star Heavenly Sect, those were all the true Yang Heavenly Domain's pinnacle martial techniques. The moment it debuted, it was absolutely incomparably shocking. But Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. He just smiled faintly and said, "Big Yellow, get coquettish." Plus Big Yellow gave Yi Yuan a resentful look. His body suddenly started contorting. "Master Yi, you're making things very difficult for Big Yellow." While talk was talk, Big Yellow still unleashed the coquettish profligate hoof. PFFFT. Seeing a bull pose in a flirtatious and seductive manner, everyone simmered with laughter and burst out laughing. This scene was seriously too comical. Tang Quan's 7-star steps was swift to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Yuan. It was also right at this moment that Big Yellow unleashed his hoof. This hoof seemed slow but was fast in reality, and it reached first despite launching later. Bang! Tang Quan's face was directly kicked solidly by this hoof and he flew out. The whole place was deathly silent. No one expected that even when the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Tang Quan took action, it was still the same. Chapter 2734, This Place is My Hometown. Chapter 2734, This Place is My Hometown. Tang Quan got up, the bull hoof print on his face clearly visible. Many people were simmering with laughter, secretly laughing. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, they were apex existences in the 5 great heavenly regions too. But now, there was an additional bull hoof print on his face. Thinking about it felt hilarious too. Of course, this was because Big Yellow did not use his true strength. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as leaving behind a mark. Even if it was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, this hoof would also make his head explode. The coquettish profligate hoof was no joke. Is this your 7-star Heavenly Sect's prestige? Looks like it's nothing more than this. This time, I'll let you all remember it better. If you don't have sufficient strength, don't posture in front of so many people. Big Yellow, help sink it into the 7-star Heavenly Sect's people's memories. The moment these words came out, each and every one of the 7-star Heavenly Sect's people lost their souls. However, they did not have time to react at all and Big Yellow already arrived in front of their faces. Bang, bang, bang. Big Yellow kicked his hooves extremely fast. Ordinary Jade Sovereign Heavens could not react at all. In a blink, each of the 7-star Heavenly Sect's Jade Sovereign Heavens had a bull hoof print left on their faces. Of course, there were 2 on Tang Quan's face. He still failed to avoid this hoof. Wei Yu was even depressed until the verge of vomiting blood. This was the 3rd time. Each and every one of the powerhouses present was dumbstruck with amazement. They already overestimated Big Yellow's strength as much as possible. Who knew that they still underestimated it? But the problem was, Big Yellow clearly did not utilize any strength. How did he do it? No matter what, the 7-star Heavenly Sect's face was considered to have been slapped ruthlessly once again. As True Yang's #1 major sect, when had the 7-star Heavenly Sect endured this kind of frustration before? Yet, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Getting their faces slapped, they could only swallow the insult and humiliation silently, and follow the main force forward. Hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heavens moved in a mighty contingent and marched for Inklight Forest. Just arriving at Inklight Forest, Yi Yuan already saw a centiliter US tur of BLOODY light surging towards the sky. This BLOODY light stirred the soul, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. When Yi Yuan saw this, his complexion could not help turning pale. Getting close, Yi Yuan discovered that the origin of the BLOODY light was precisely the place that he sealed back then. It was just that now, the seal had long already disappeared without a trace. Fellow Taoists, I wonder who's willing to take the lead. Chen Tai said. Big Yellow, let's enter. Yi Yuan said without thinking. When Big Yellow saw Yi Yuan's complexion, he had long already guessed something. At once, he did not say anything either, directly bringing Yi Yuan and Russ. HI plussing into the BLOODY light. A terrifying power surged out of the BLOODY light as if going to grind Yi Yuan 2 people up. But Big Yellow gave a cold snort and stomped with his bull hoof. That surge of power was immediately dispersed. Swoosh. H. Plus the two-person's figure immediately vanished. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. But right at this time, there were several figures that rushed straight into the Bloody light Pares sageway again. The others were not willing to fall behind too, following one after another. In reality, the power of this Bloody light had already diminished significantly now. These people were all Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Going in was naturally not hard. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, his body immediately having a feeling of fusing together in perfect harmony. This feeling was very intimate. This was the feeling of returning home. Fortunately, the Heavenspan world was still the Heavenspan world. Apart from Bloody light filling the sky, there did not seem to be too much of a change. And this centiliter UST of Bloody light actually rose up from beneath his feet, teeming the entire Heavenspan world. The place where Yi Yuan was standing at was none other than precisely the place where the Heavenspan mountain was originally at. Further up was the plain Pares sageway that led to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that there was actually a Pares sageway below the Heavenspan mountain too. Interesting. I didn't expect that this inconspicuous small kiliachasm actually connects to two major plains. Over there seems to be a dilapidated continent. Yi Yuan brat, is this your hometown? In his sea of consciousness, came Mi Tian's exclamation. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, his expression very ugly. His divine sense already swept the entire Heavenspan world just now, but he did not discover the figures of Leah and the rest. With Yi Yuan's present strength, the moment he released his divine sense, he would be able to instantly cover the entire Heavenspan world. But he scanned several times after returning, and yet, there were no traces at all. The people on intimate terms with Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli, White Light, Leah, and the rest were actually all not around. The present Heavenspan world no longer had any secrets to speak of to him. He did not believe that there was anywhere that could deceive his divine sense. Then, where did Leah they all go? Swoosh. H. Plus swoosh. H. Plus swoosh. H. Plus one figure after another came out of the plain Pares sageway and landed in the Heavenspan world. It turns out that it's a small kiliachasm. The ants here are all so weak. There's actually not even a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This kind of ants are not worthy to live in this world. Why don't I send them off? Boom. His voice had yet to fade when a streak of sword light flashed past. The person who was talking just now was already reduced to dregs. Everyone's faces turned apprehensive. Because the one who unleashed this streak of sword light was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. What he was holding in his hand was precisely the dragon spring sword. That person who was talking just now was an elder of one of the 7 great heavenly sects, Dazzling Cloud Heavenly Sect. His strength already reached upper Jade Sovereign Heaven, but, under Yi Yuan's sword, he did not even last a single breath. In everyone's impression, Yi Yuan was merely a rookie that was hiding behind Big Yellow, that was all. No one really took him seriously. But the moment he made his move just now, everyone was shocked. This punk was not a soft persimmon. Boy, are you crazy? My Dazzling Cloud Heavenly Sect's elder merely said a sentence and you killed him? The one speaking was Dazzling Cloud Heavenly Sect's head elder, Tang Iha, who was similarly a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan looked at him and said in a cold voice, I am the ant that he was talking about. He wants to exterminate ants like me. Could it be that I, this ant, can't kill him? Leah and the rest disappeared. Yi Yuan was currently in a violent rage. Yet, at this time, that person talked nonsense about exterminating the Heavenspan world's ants. How could Yi Yuan not be furious? Heavenly stratum powerhouses coming to the lower realms would always have a huge sense of superiority. Back then, Jun Tian was merely a measly little lesser sublime heavenly stratum and he was the same. Let alone these Jade Sovereign heavenly stratums that were standing high above the Ma. S says. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over all their faces and emphasized each word. This place is my hometown. Whoever makes a move here, I'll kill them. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed looks of disbelief. No one expected that Yi Yuan actually ascended from here. Because they felt it, this small kiliocosm was a small kiliocosm that had heavenly Tao missing. Or should one say, this was a small kiliocosm that had been altered by someone before. It was impossible for someone to ascend from here. But Yi Yuan emerged. How could they not be surprised? Who, a mere lower jade sovereign heaven, truly arrogant to the extreme. Do you really think that no one can handle you? At this time, a young man who looked 17 or 18 years old walked out of the crowd. With each step that the young man took, his imposing momentum rose frenziedly. In the end, it actually reached the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven. When Tang Quan and Wei Yu saw this person, their faces revealed a look of wild ecstasy and they yelled, "Saint Exalt Waecloud, you actually came." Chapter 27:35, Momentary Slip of the Tongue. Chapter 27:35, Momentary Slip of the Tongue. 7-star Heavenly Sects Saint Exalt Waecloud. He hasn't come into being for thousands of years. I didn't expect that he would actually make a move this time. The Mystic Realm trip this time actually alarmed even the Saint Exalt powerhouses. Looks like it's not as simple as we imagined. There's a show to watch now. I want to see how this boy plans on dealing with it. Saint Exalt Waecloud's appearance greatly enhanced the morale of the 7-star Heavenly Sect side. No one expected that a Saint Exalt would actually be lurking among them. Saint Exalt comprehended Heavenly Tao rules. If they had the intention of hiding, the rest definitely could not tell, just like Big Yellow. Saint Exalt Waecloud looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "Bringing along a brute and you think that you're invincible under the heavens already? Boy, hand over the Grand Mist treasure in your hands, and this Exalt can spare you from death." The moment everyone heard, they came to a sudden realization. Previously, the 7-star Heavenly Sect had their faces slapped by Yi Yuan time and again, but Saint Exalt Waecloud did not take action. In his view, this was merely a children's squabble. In front of a Saint Sovereign Heaven, a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was merely SOSO2. But, when Yi Yuan took out the Grand Mist treasure, it was not up to him to not be moved anymore. Grand Mist treasure could only unleash their true power in the hands of Saint Sovereign Heavens. Therefore, he made his move. Scram. Yi Yuan only replied to him with one word. His mind was currently in a whirl and he had long already lost his composure from before. Saint Exalt Waecloud jumping out now had no other use other than infuriating him. Saint Exalt Waecloud's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, looks like you still don't understand what's called Saint Sovereign Heaven. Is this place your hometown?" "Who, very good." Done talking, Waecloud raised his hand slightly, and the entire world started trembling. When Yi Yuan returned, he discovered that the Heavenspan world became much more stable. If it was like before he ascended, that sword earlier would have made the Heavenspan world fall apart to pieces. However, when a Saint Sovereign Heaven made his move, how could the momentum be of the common sort? Seeing Saint Exalt Waecloud make his move, Wei Yu's face was full of smugness. Letting Yi Yuan feel sorrow like cutting into his flesh, he felt really great. Suffering a loss time and again in front of Yi Yuan made his killing intent towards Yi Yuan climb to its peak too. A mere lower realms ant, what right did he have to SHI plus T and PISS on his head? Apart from that, 7-star Heavenly Sect's powerhouses were also very invigorated. Saint Exalt was their 7-star Heavenly Sect's true power. Bulls. HI plus T Saint Sovereign Heaven, is it very impressive? Big Yellow. Yi Yuan said icily. Actually, without waiting for Yi Yuan to give the order, Yi Yuan's coquettish profligate hoof already made an appearance. But this time, the power of Saint Sovereign Heaven erupted. Saint Exalt Waecloud was currently planning on demonstrating his own martial prowess. With his cultivation realm, he did not need to exert his full strength to slaughter the people of the Heavenspan world. But Big Yellow's hoof held tremendous power. Saint Exalt Waecloud was caught by surprise and directly took a kick to his face. Bang! Saint Exalt Waecloud was directly kicked 100,000 feet away, his entire face bleeding, looking wretched to the extreme. How did the current Saint Exalt Waecloud still have any airs of an expert? One had to know. Big Yellow's coquettish profligate hoof was what even the 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven, Lu Zhengxian, could not withstand. Saint Exalt Waycloud had not even reached the first tribulation yet. This kick landing, he was already seriously wounded. He looked at Big Yellow with a look of horror, his expression changing as he said, Saint Sovereign Heaven. Just as the others did not discover that he was Saint Sovereign Heaven, Saint Exalt Waycloud also did not discover that Big Yellow was Saint Sovereign Heaven. Currently, Big Yellow exposing his true strength, everyone felt shocked to the core. It was not that they were stupid, but that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were too rare. There were only so few Saint Sovereign Heavens on the entire Rainclear continent. They could be counted. But who could have thought that a Saint Exalt True Spirit was actually willing to be a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven's mount? They saw Yi Yuan ride on Big Yellow's body with their own eyes. Big Yellow looked at Saint Exalt Waycloud coldly and said disdainfully, "You scolded this Exalter brute just now?" Saint Exalt Waycloud's heart thumped and he hurriedly said, Not at all. Slip of the tongue. Just now, it was just a momentary slip of the tongue." Big Yellow smiled coldly and said, "You wanted Master Yi's Grandmist treasure earlier." Saint Exalt Waycloud only felt bitterness and said, No. Just now, it was just a momentary impulse." Big Yellow continued, "Just now, you wanted to destroy Master Yi's hometown?" Saint Exalt Waycloud only had a bitter smile left as he shook his head and said, "Mistake, it was really just a mistake. If really want a fair fight, even if Saint Exalt Waycloud was not Big Yellow's match, it would also not be to an extent of being in such a tight corner." But Big Yellow's sudden hoof attack earlier really had a powerful effect. Fighting again at this time, he had no hope at all. So, he could only submit. Coming here, his goal was the sacred Civ Mystic Realm's natural treasures. There was completely no need to fight to the bitter end with Big Yellow right now. The true strength that Big Yellow displayed also made all the powerhouses speculate one after another. Really didn't expect that the large yellow bull is actually a Saint Exalt True Spirit. I heard that there's a Saint Exalt in the Myriad Demons Mountain whose true body is that of a bull. Could it be him? Hang on. Why would a Lord Saint Exalt willingly be a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven's mount? Just what background does that young man have? At this time, there were a series of question marks above everyone's heads. This kind of thing, they could not figure it out even if they racked their brains too. However, Yi Yuan ignored their guesses and just said coolly, "Cripple that guy and this matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, it's irreconcilable till death. No one can think about entering the sacred Civ Mystic Realm without determining a victor." But when he spoke, Yi Yuan pointed at Wei Yu. This guy had already been jumping up and down a few times. Previously, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him. But now, Yi Yuan was very angry and very irritable, so he was going to take action. When Wei Yu heard that, his expression could not help changing wildly and he said, "Who the HL do you think you are, to actually dare command a Saint Exalt what to do?" "Saint Exalt Waycloud, I'm the successor appointed by Sect Master. Why you can't get turned against me?" Saint Exalt Waycloud gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. Boom. Wei Yu was directly blown into a cloud of blood mist. The 7-star Heavenly Sect's successor died just like that. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. From Jade True Heavenly Sect to the Heavenspan world, they were all waiting to watch Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. But in the end, Wei Yu became the fool, and the 7-star Heavenly Star became the joke. It was actually a Saint Exalt True Spirit following by Yi Yuan's side. Even Saint Exalt Waycloud, this kind of powerful existence, had no choice but to submit too. Saint Exalt Waycloud drew a deep breath and said, "Are you satisfied with this?" Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "I know that there are still some hidden Saint Sovereign Heavens among you guys. You all go to the sacred Civ Mystic Realm to vie for your lucky chances. I'm very vexed right now, so don't provoke me. I used my life to guard this world. Whoever dares to touch a single hair of it, I'll never rest until he's dead." This was a blatant threat, but the powerhouses present did not dare to really provoke Yi Yuan anymore. He had the capital to threaten everyone. Moreover, they all came to seek lucky chances. There was no need to make trouble with Yi Yuan.